We have a challenge. The greatest challenge in the history of humanity. There's a world to save. Each and every one of us must rethink, reprogram ourselves, and change the way that we usually do things. The construction industry makes up around 40% of our total CO2 emissions. The king of wasteful thinking, really. Drastic change is required to reduce our new build carbon footprint from the current 1,000 kilograms of CO2 per square meter down to 300 kilograms, which is the 2030 target. That's steep, but not impossible. And above all, necessary. And it has to be a team effort, where every detail counts when building a new construction standard. At NorDan, we try to lead by example. We've done it for nearly 100 years now. We try to do our part by improving ourselves through our products. More than 90% of an ordinary NorDan window frame is made from timber, which is a natural carbon sink. It keeps the embodied carbon figures among the lowest in the industry, with CO2 emissions from NorDan less than half of aluminium or UPVC windows. Compared to other composite materials in the market, there is no comparison. With U values as low as 0.7 and unbeaten durability, even in harsh coastal environments, it gives any house the homeliness it deserves for generations to come, which comes in handy when facing the fact that the UK needs to build 350,000 new homes each year to meet the demand. So why is timber an excellent building material? For one thing, it's carbon negative. It absorbs and stores more carbon than it emits during its growth time. From a full-grown tree, we can extract material for building 30 windows. When a NorDan window is installed in a home, it will stay there for at least 60 years, keeping the home well insulated and energy efficient. You see, we like to commit ourselves long-term. It's the only way, if there's going to be a long-term at all. At NorDan, we are ready to do what it takes to reverse the climate change. Please join us. There's a window of opportunity. And that is now.
Welcome, one and all, to the Orium, Scotland's Sports Performance Centre, which today plays host to the NorDan British Handball Super Cup finals. That's right, it's the Sunday. That means we've only got medals to be giving out, trophies, player of the match awards, and everything in between, and European places as well. My name is Jack Oliphant. I will be your host for today. Hopefully you joined us yesterday for the semi-finals. It was 4 matches filled to the brim with excitement and enthusiasm especially, and as you can see, the teams are starting to come out now. This is Edinburgh versus Newcastle, the first game of the day, the bronze medal match for the women's. Edinburgh came up short against the West London Eagles yesterday. Newcastle came up short against Olympia, but today they're hoping to reignite their rivalry that they've had throughout the season in the league, and it culminates to obviously the British Super Cup third medal match. Speaking to the Newcastle coach before the game actually, and he was a little bit nervous. He was expecting a decent game here, maybe Edinburgh, the slightly stronger team, or the slightly more favourites to come out of this with the medal, but it's the strongest Edinburgh team that they've had in the season against Newcastle Vikings, but equally it's the Vikings' strongest team they've been able to field against Edinburgh themselves, so it's going to be a thriller, that's for sure. I'll run you down the team sheets as announcer Dave is doing. You might be able to hear him in the background. But Edinburgh's team as it stands. Number 9, Amanda Clemens-Cass. Number 10, Louise Cox-Thompson and the captain. Number 11, Elisa Moreno. Number 13, Hannah Keenan. Number 14, Nuria Valesios. Number 15, Maria Ocon. Number 17, Sarah Hauk. Number 20, Maria Diaz. Number 22, Agnieszka Veglars. Number 25, Alicia Anna Vispasek. Number 32, Elizabeth Musa. Number 96, Bianca Mata. And number 98, Stephanie Fesler. And then added to the team sheet relatively late was the number 5, Dina Gray. On the bench for Edinburgh is Mads Aun. The Newcastle team will line up with number 2, Marie Brevet. Number 3, Marlon Slinging Gulti. Number 5, Mathilde Bergstad. Number 7, Josie Meyerlands. Number 9, Rosa Search. Number 10, Alexandra Inter. Number 11, Olivia Shimkowiak. Number 13, Alina Inter. And number 14, Sandra Krisk-Lamb. On the bench for Newcastle Vikings, the 2 coaches, Adam Batley and Blessing Ogby. The 2 referees for today's game as well. They'll be refereeing this game and the women's final a little later on at 2 o'clock. Will be Gianna Stella Marisi and Andrea Alejandra Pepe even. And there are the 2 referees. Just getting ready. Refereed 2 of the games yesterday as well. In fact, they refereed the Olympia versus Newcastle game, and I believe the North East Manchester Hawks versus EK82. What is the British Handball Super Cup? Well, let's give a little bit of a context to what we're about to see. It's the pinnacle of handball in the UK. It's those teams that finished first and second in the English leagues against those who finished first and second in the Scottish League. They come together to battle it out to see who is the best in the land, effectively. I believe the top 3, so whoever wins this game, plus the 2 finalists, get eligibility to go and play in the European competitions, if they choose to do so, of course. And 4th place will just have to deal with being 4th, I suppose. A big thank you to NorDan for sponsoring this brilliant event, and Warp Design for getting involved as a partner as well. And we do have the NorDan player of the matches to be giving out in the finals. They'll be nominated by the opposing coach. So let's say Edinburgh will nominate 1 player from Vikings, and Vikings will nominate 1 player from Edinburgh. The schedule for today as well, just before we get going, and it looks like Hawks will get us going. Edinburgh versus, sorry, that's yesterday actually. Edinburgh versus Newcastle Vikings is the game that you're about to see. Olympia versus EK82, it's the men's 3rd place playoff. That kicks off, or throws off actually, at 12 o'clock. Then at 2 o'clock, we've got the West London Eagles versus Olympia in the women's. And then at 4 o'clock, it is Livingston versus Hawks, and that kicks off at 4 o'clock as Newcastle get us underway here today against Edinburgh. It may sound weird, but this is an all-Scottish affair, given the fact that Newcastle clearly isn't in Scotland, for anybody aware of UK geography. But they play in the league, as it's an awful lot closer for them to travel, to be honest. There's really not much in the northeast of England in terms of handball and competitive handball anyway. So Newcastle Vikings decided to take the option of going back to Scotland leagues, the Scottish leagues even, for the first time since 2013-14, I believe. So, yeah, been out of the game for a while, but this isn't the first time they've done it. Edinburgh did win the league. But Vikings obviously coming in second in their first foray back into the competition. It's quite impressive. Neither team scoring on their first attack here. Edinburgh with a decent shot. Newcastle with a decent shot, but Edinburgh didn't even get their travel given against Newcastle. Looked like the foul was being ridden, but the referees have deemed it the other way. The referees here at this event, both of the 2 that are here today, and are here in this game, and the 2 that will referee the other half of the games, the men's games today. All 4 of them EHF standard referees, flown over from Italy and Sweden, of course. And it's lovely to have such high-quality officials, delegates, and everything here for this brilliant event. Just goes to show the extra care that's been put into it. And it is for European places, so I suppose it should be given as much effort and everything as possible. Here is number 2, Brevet, trying to go for the shot from the right half. Actually, the score of Newcastle's first goal yesterday against Olympia. There's no hiding it. It was a difficult game for Newcastle as Edinburgh gets a penalty. I'll just finish my train of thought. The 29-9 was the score for Olympia against Newcastle. I think it took Newcastle a good 12 minutes to get their first goal on the board, but to be fair, in the second half they did put up a bit of a better show. Maybe not in defence, but in attack certainly. Here is Cox-Thompson scoring the first goal of the game, and she is the main source of goals, or if yesterday is anything to be believed, she certainly is. She scored 6 against West London Eagles. So it looks like the Alina Inter and Alexandra Inter playing, Alexandra Inter playing on the right back for Newcastle. Alina Inter in the centre, number 13. Obviously crossing around now. And then Shimkoviak as well, who's the number 11. Those are the 3 backcourt players for Newcastle, hoping to make something happen. Top scorer for Newcastle yesterday was Alexandra Inter, I believe. A couple of penalties helped in bolstering the 3 goals. Good move, good offload, and it looks like, oh, is there going to be a bit of medical attention here, unfortunately, for Shimkoviak. She did get past the player, a little bit of a late challenge. Is there 2 minutes being shown? There is indeed. That's not really that surprising. The player had gone. There was a bit of a tackle from the side or behind. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, player went for the interception. Shimkoviak beat her to it. Didn't quite catch the number of the player who has been sent off. Is it Matin, the number 96? I'm going to go that it is, because she has been playing at right wing. She played there yesterday. Played the entire game from memory, actually, yesterday from right wing. Well, she's going to have at least 2 minutes rest here in this one. Good tackle there by the 98, Stephanie Fessler, halting Alina Inter in her tracks. As they move the ball out to the left wing. Tries to charge up for the shot. They get the corner. In handball, it's always a goalkeeper's ball unless it's deflected out by a defender. So even if the goalkeeper is the last person to touch it, it will then be a goalkeeper's ball. Good goal, secured into the bottom left. Not the most powerful Alina Inter, but it doesn't always need to be. It just needs to be accurate. Put it where the goalkeeper isn't. More often than not, end up scoring the goal. Nearly 5 minutes gone. Score 1-1. A penalty and a well-placed shot. Not the fast, powerful start that potentially we were expecting to see, but it is early in the morning as there's a bit of a contact there. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maria Rockon. Oh, shot from the right wing. As I was looking down towards the team sheet, actually, but I'm guessing a good save by King, who actually isn't on the team sheet. I just know that it's Andrea King, so I'm just going to scribble her name in here once we get this shot done and dusted. There we go, the number 10 of Edinburgh. Yet again, Louise Cox-Thompson with her second of the match. We go Andrea King with one save to her name. Made 4 crucial saves, to be fair, against Olympia yesterday. Had a decent game. As Brevitt goes for the shot. Looks like defending in the area for the number 9.
Alex.
That's Cass giving away a penalty. And up steps Inter, Alexandra Inter. As I said, scored 3 yesterday, 2 from the penalty spot. Clearly confident and gets it into the top left corner. Really nice goal. That's to equal it up once more. The player of the match for me yesterday for the Edinburgh game, Edinburgh versus West London Eagles, which obviously the West London Eagles ended up coming out on top. It was a bit of a tale of 2 halves, a game of 2 halves really. But in the first half, Veglars was absolutely inspired in goal. The Eagles' shots weren't exactly like the best we've ever seen from them, but Veglars saved everything for about a 10-minute period. It was very, very impressive. Good shot up there. Not to be. Here's the first fast break of the day, and Andrea King coming out and intercepting it. The ball gets moved up. There is going to be space as the number 14 for Edinburgh is out of position. Tries to slap the ball out of the hands of the Newcastle goalkeeper. Newcastle player even, not goalkeeper. Inter trying to charge something up now. Offloads it to Inter. It might get a bit confusing this. And there's the goal though for the number 11, Szymkowiak. First goal for her. She scored 2 yesterday. We're hoping to get a bit of a bigger tally, all of the Newcastle players, I'm sure, today. Well, I was having a chat with them actually over breakfast and everything, and they were just pleased. Makes them sound like they're not competitive, but they were sort of just pleased to be here in a way. It's an experience to play on this court, this kind of coverage with the fan base and obviously EHF referees and everything like that. It is an experience for players that doesn't come around all too often. So they were just very pleased to play against a standard of team as well as Olympia are, who are, well, champions in England. Very difficult team to beat, high standard handball team. And I'm sure they're probably going in today thinking that they can play a little bit better than they did yesterday. Good save there by Andrea King again. Finding hair on the ball by the looks of it. So 3-2 to Newcastle. And from everybody I was talking to earlier on about how this game may well go, because I haven't seen much of the Scottish League. Well, I don't think they expected Newcastle to be leading particularly. Edinburgh are probably not expecting it either, to be honest. And the shot goes wide again. Wasteful here from Edinburgh. And that was Thompson trying to take it upon herself to get the ball. As they seem to throw it away, they'll give it straight back to Edinburgh. Can they break up the court? Number 98 offloads it. Is this Mata back on the court after 2 minutes? And it's a goal despite the best efforts of Andrea King. Mata, a dangerous player. No, I don't mean that because she's got 2 minutes. I mean that because she's lethal from that right wing position, and lots of line movement that she was giving headaches to Olympia yesterday, West London Eagles yesterday. Coming in as those second lines, but it doesn't look like she's had the opportunity to enact that today. Not just yet. Anyway, you never know. It's a long 50 minutes of handball left to go. Lots can happen. 3-3 is the score. Just having a look at on the left wing, Mathilde Gestadt. Oh, Stefanowska comes out to Gestadt and gets the penalty. Bergstadt there, Norwegian, born in 2005. So one of the younger players, in fact, the youngest player. No, actually, Alexandra Inter is born in 2006. Those two, by far and away, the youngest players in this Newcastle team. And here is Alexandra Inter. Good save, though, by Veglars from the penalty. Not 100% surprising, but a good save there. And it's slightly surprising that Inter misses it rather than Veglars saves it. After the performance yesterday, it's quite sensational. Veglars being with Edinburgh for the last 6 years. Didn't play, apparently, before joining Edinburgh. Polish-born goalkeeper. Well, she clearly is very good in goal. Now, I thought that was a timeout, but it just looked like maybe there was a break in play and the clock had stopped. That was a bit of a strange one. Anyway, we get back going. So 3-3 is the score. Newcastle give away an opportunity to go back into the lead. Edinburgh attempting to find a way through this time. Moving the ball from left to right. Little space for the line, little offload, nice little pat pass. Not enough room for the winger. There is going to be enough room for the winger if they can get the ball there, and that's exactly where it goes. There's lots of more opportunity there. And the number 9, Cars, gets her first goal. 4-3 to Edinburgh. So Newcastle miss a penalty. Edinburgh go at the other end and get themselves into the lead. Anybody who's watched handball before will be fully well aware that realistically you're not going to be worried about a 1, 2 or 3 goal lead, especially in the first half. Momentum can shift and change so quickly here in this sport. It's one of the reasons why it's the best sport in the world, in my opinion. Bit of a aggressive defence there. Fessler holding on to the ball. Edinburgh deciding to slow it down as Fessler gets the ball passed to her, and a bit of a scrap for the rolling ball. Shimkowiak going in, seeing an opportunity but didn't come away. As Edinburgh try and activate the second pivot and give it as much space to Carstens as possible, and she takes advantage even though it's a sloppy pass. Amanda Clement-Cars gets her second of the game. Second in about a minute. Edinburgh, he's starting to get the impression that they're leading into this game a little bit more, getting a bit of control. Maybe it was a bit of an early start for them, I don't know. They were out here warming up a little bit earlier than Newcastle, even though Newcastle had been here for about 45 minutes before they appeared on court for the warm-up. I actually saw them in the hotel having breakfast at about 8:30 this morning, so not sure where Edinburgh got here, but obviously they weren't needing the hotel, being the most local team to Oriam Sports Centre. In fact, Scottish Handball treated us to a nice night out yesterday in Edinburgh. Not night out, sort of just a nice evening meal. It is that close here to Oriam, only about 20-minute drive. As Edinburgh now start to try and get some movement in the ball, but it's again sloppy passes, not helping them. They try and move the ball out to the right wing into Mata. She spins her player and spins it into the top corner. Really nice goal there by Mata. Crowd goes wild. I can hear them in the background. Sounds like we've got some horns and whatnot going on, and I think there's a timeout called by Newcastle. Here is a replay. Diaz seeing the opportunity, firing it over. And the 5 for Newcastle. Mathilde Bergstadt could not handle it. Getting stepped by Mata. Very quick and explosive player. See that Adam Batley trying to give some instruction to the Newcastle team. They have lost the lead by a couple of points. They definitely need some kind of plan to try and get into this, because you get the impression that if you're basing anything off the league positions, off the performances yesterday, Edinburgh, if they get their noses in front, they could run away with this one. Mads Aun wants that to happen, obviously. Tries to give some encouragement to their players as they start to go back onto the court now. The crowd starts to grow behind. You can still come down to the Oriam Sports Centre if you are local-ish to the sports park. There is tickets still available for about £8. Get yourself down. There's 3 more games of handball after this to come. 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. 2 finals, obviously 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Marlin's got into the centre now, into that right back. Alexandra Inter, it's actually replaced Alina Inter at the right back position. Oh, big tackle as the shot was being taken. Shimkowiak hasn't been removed from that left back at all this game so far, even though there's been a bit more rotation in every other position. Here goes Marlin. They've given a travel there for the fumbling of the ball. Edinburgh get at the other end of the court, trying to make the tackle. Was Brevet, but couldn't secure it. So the number 25, Vipasek, gets the goal on the fast break. 7-3 game now, 4 goals with 15 minutes into this one. And I said you wouldn't worry about a 1 or 2 or 3 goal game in the first half. If it starts eking out to 5 or 6, that's when you start to worry though. And it's a long way back from that point, and Edinburgh know that. That's why they're trying to go for the jugular early on. If they've got the momentum, might as well use it. Tries to pass to the line. It's a bit of a slow bounce, though. Diaz couldn't get it there. Fessler couldn't recover it. Ooh, poor pass there by Inter. Marlin just about picks it up. It's those sort of sloppy mistakes that they don't need right now. The line is good movement. It was a little free there, but there just wasn't the vision by Inter to give them the ball. It ends up breaking down. And Edinburgh come up once again. Here's Diaz. There's the line to Mata. We saw it lots of times in the game yesterday. There's going to be a penalty under 2 minutes given out here. And I believe that was Maria Brevitt getting the 2-minute suspension as she went off. Almost getting a round of applause, a badge of honour for getting a 2 minutes there. But it's now King's turn to try and save the penalty as Veglars did before. Cox Thompson. No problem whatsoever for the captain of on the penalty spot. 3 goals to her name now. So Newcastle now have to do it with only 5 players out there on the court. They decided not to bring out the goalkeeper, which is a tactic you do quite often see when a player down. But what you have seen is them throwing the ball away. And that's not what they need to do, as Edinburgh now get an opportunity with a player advantage to try and get the goal against Newcastle. They start moving the ball quickly, pretty much immediately, but they calm it down. The number 11 for Edinburgh has come on. Here comes Mata, though. Ooh, very high and wide there by Mata. Elisa Moreno's come onto the court at the centre position. We only saw her briefly yesterday, but very explosive. Very good step from left to right. We'll see if she can expose some gaps in the middle of the park for Edinburgh. Marlin goes for the shot. Straight at 2 players. No real height on it. Corner ball. Christique Lamb gets the ball back in. Inter trying to lose a marker, Mata, but is unable to do so as they spin and try to offload the ball. No foul in there apparently. There's a fast break on here for Edinburgh. Good step, good ball control. There we go. Mata's making the difference right now. From that right wing position, fast breaks. Tight shots, doesn't seem to matter. She gets the ball in the back of the net regardless. "17 minutes gone then, and you get the impression that Newcastle, although a positive start, is starting to let this game slip a little bit. I think the score is 2-0 since that 2-minute suspension was given. They are back to their full complement of players now, though, and they need to think of something else to get past this Edinburgh setup, who seem to be growing in confidence, growing in strength in their defensive situations. That's what you need, though. As I said, the number 11, Shimkoviak, hasn't been moved from that left back position, but she has now. Over to the right back. And scores the goal from it as well. I always find it difficult as a right-hander from right back. It felt like everything was going backwards whenever I had to go over there. Much preferred it in my my little comfort zone over at left half. As soon as I moved over to right back, didn't have the foggiest of what was going on. So Edinburgh now 9-4 to the good. Try and get that second line in. Bit of movement, bit of a pat pass, and there's Moreno trying to get through. I said a very quick left to right step. Could have probably done with a right to left there. There's a lot more space through the 1 and 2 defender. Here's Diaz. Moves it out. Moreno offloads it. Very nicely done. Over to Mata. And dispatched into the top corner because, of course, it is. 4 goals for Mata. Looks like she's enjoying it out there. It looks like her teammates know that as well. Trying to get the ball to her for every opportunity possible. King can't seem to win the battle between winger and goalkeeper, and it tends to be a battle. Oh, Inter losing the ball. Great pass out, and of course it goes to that right wing, but this time it's Moreno. Just double checking, but yeah, it is Elisa Moreno. Edinburgh certainly starting to flex their stuff now. Inter trying to get the ball out. Ooh. Was that a travel? I was looking down at my notes there. But it doesn't matter. Goes there, isn't King. Andrea King with the save. That's the first time, I think, she saved it from that right wing position. A little bit of confidence maybe coming her way. Maybe she started to figure out what Matt is about to do. And already it looked like Inter was a little bit tired there, almost hands on knees. Maybe just trying to clean some of the tack and the dirt off. But Newcastle have played as if they're a little bit tired here. Maybe just a bit of a shell shock with the speed of the game. Trying to move the ball. Marlin, that's going to be a penalty for defending in the area against Mata. Now it was Inter last time, Alexandra Inter. But it was saved by Veglars. Are they going to switch it up? Or are they going to trust her? Looks like they're switching it up. No, number 9's trying to give the ball away. Search doesn't want it. Alexandra Inter steps up. Youngest player on the team, given one of the biggest responsibilities. That's how much they trust her. They want her to get the confidence, but she puts it wide. That's not going to help. I'm sure she appreciates the confidence from her bench, from her team. Maybe next time there will be a change of penalty taker. So Edinburgh back with the ball. 21 minutes gone. Mata looking for the line. That's a bit forced. It's going to be a Newcastle ball, but it rolls away, so no fast break are given. Marlon coming up the court with it. Szymkowiak. And they've changed the Inter for the other Inter, which does get a little bit confusing. Alina this time. I suppose it makes it slightly easier for the commentary if all we're having to shout is one name, but number 13 is now on Alina. Marlon moving the ball to Alina, takes a shot, saved there fairly easily by Veglars. That's I would say, second sort of big save. First one was a penalty of the game. Diaz looking for the pass to the line, and they managed to get it, but there's not going to be a goal, and there's no penalty either. Stephanie Vesler couldn't convert after what was, to be fair, a little bit of an awkward pass to her. Whenever the line player gets the ball, you half expect them to at least hit the target. There's been a change right wing as well. Newcastle's number 7, Josie Myerlands, has come on. Maybe offering a slightly different option. Offload down to the centre, into the line as well. Here's Inter, and they get the ball. It's a little bit scrappy, but they won't care. Alina Inter with the goal. Remember, the British Super Cup, you do end up getting Europeans qualification as well into some of Europe's competitions. 3rd, 2nd and 1st. So at the moment it would be Newcastle who would miss out on that opportunity. I don't really expect that they would have taken it regardless. Edinburgh may well do. Depending obviously on club finances, commitment to the players and everything like that. It's a bit of a big commitment to be flying out to Europe for various reasons. Just for a handball match, but I mean, as a player, I would absolutely love to do it if I was given the opportunity. It's whether or not the club can afford it, whether the players can afford it though as well. This is an amateur sport in England. At the end of the day, that's King with another save. Yeah, this is an amateur sport, sorry, in the UK, not just in England, obviously. I'm a bit force of habit of saying that, covering the English side of the game for the majority of this year. But unless you can get some kind of sponsorship for your team to maybe do that travel for the accommodation and everything like that, it is a big ask. And that's why we don't often hear many teams actually going over to mainland Europe to play in those sort of competitions, even when they are eligible these days. Happens every so often. I believe Livingston played in 2019, the first European game on Scottish soil for, I think it was about 25 years or something like that. So I would like to see more of that. Good movement, though. We'd like to see more of this kind of handball as well. As a penalty given. Shimkowiak getting in the way of Kars. Is it going to be Thompson to step up? You probably put decent money on it being that way. Yep, there we go. 3 goals so far. I think 2 of them are penalties. 4 goals, 3 of them are penalties. No mistaking for that one for Cox Thompson. 5 minutes to go in this first half. 11-5 is the score to Edinburgh. After Newcastle had a pretty decent and strong start. They were actually in the lead 3-2. And since then, it's not really gone their way at all. Here goes Inter. Marlett trying to get the shot away. Ends up being tackled through the centre of the court. Marlin, who's been with the club for 11 years, pretty much decided to play anywhere. When listing her positions, she's put centre, half and pivot. So basically, she's allergic to the wins and goalkeeper, but apart from that, she'll play anywhere. Originally of Norway, and actually played for London GD, who aren't here this weekend, and Hod Handball, which I'm probably saying incorrectly because Hod is spelled H-O-D-D, but with the O having one of those diagonal lines to it. So apologies if I'm getting that wrong, Marlon. But having been with Newcastle for 11 years, it's Vikings blood through and through for her. And it's a good interception there by the 11. Here is Marlon herself up the other end of the court. She's going to get a penalty. She didn't get the goal. No, she didn't get the penalty. She wasn't quite close enough to the area, I don't feel. Good recovery run there by the number 13, Hannah Keenan. Referee saying that it's not quite far enough ahead of her opponent to warrant the penalty, I'm guessing. Maylands, unfortunately, throwing the ball away there unnecessarily as well. Not really what you want to see when you got 3.5 minutes to play. 11-5 down. Moose has come on to the right back. Here she is. Moves the ball out. Good move out the way to Kars, but a big save by King. It's gone straight to Mata. But it doesn't you know what, as Andrea King gets her 5th save of the game. So at least even if they did throw the ball away, Newcastle, they have their goalkeeper to back them up. Which is always nice to have a reliable keeper sat behind you when the defence does get a bit leaky, which can happen when you're starting to push for your own goals. Inter looked like she was travelling there, but just about running to the tackle in time. We haven't seen much from Newcastle's line play. Ball hasn't been offered into her very often at all. There's a big block from the left back. Yeah, the number 9, Rosa Search. Here she is, actually, trying to make the tackle. Moose almost breaking their way through and getting the shot away, but it was given as a foul in the end. Two minutes to go in this first half, which sees Edinburgh leading by, well, 6 goals, actually, now. Mata getting the penalty, forcing her way through. There's a bewildered look from Bergerstadt. The left wing defender, the number 5 that you can just about see on your screen there. As Andrea King tries to outwit her long-term penalty rival by the looks of this game, Cox Thompson. And she doesn't manage it on this time. Cox Thompson with her 5th, 4 penalties. So Newcastle haven't got long. They're going to want to be scoring at least one more and go in with 6 goals to their name. And with any, preference, they would probably have not many scored against them either in this last minute. Hold on to the ball, try and get the ball round. Take the fouls if needed. They get the ball out to the left winger. Mata is straight out there, ready to pounce though. Good step there, but it's not happening. Ball put over the top. Here's Mata. There's space on the left, but she forces it to the line player. Edinburgh somehow get the ball back. 20 seconds to go. Edinburgh just need to hold on to the ball. Maybe thinking of something clever to do to make it 13-5 going into half-time. Newcastle need to dig deep. Last thing you want is that demoralising last goal to go in. Diaz finds a space, finds a shot, finds the back of the net. Her first of the game as the half-time buzzer blows, and that's the effect a half-time goal, a goal pretty much on the buzzer can have. Big smiles all around, good feelings from the Edinburgh team, which I'm sure they would have had regardless. And Newcastle probably feeling a little bit downhearted. They're going to need to pick themselves up in the half-time period. It's not been the most ideal first half for them. But Edinburgh played well. Lots of penalties. Mata has ran the show over that right-hand side. 13-5 is the score to the home team. And there is a few replays there. Thompson getting a goal. Good shot into the bottom left there by Lena Inter. And at the first opening stage, it did look like it was going to potentially be a close game. But it hasn't really worked out that way as we've got further into it. And I think in the last 20 minutes, Newcastle only managing to score 2, whereas Edinburgh went on to score about 10. They'll be hoping to turn that one around as they go into the second half. Newcastle, a couple of penalties have gone their way, but good saves by Veglars yet again. We saw her yesterday, absolutely brilliant in net. But Andrea King hasn't exactly had a bad time either. She's had 5 saves, even though conceding the amount she has, it would have been a lot worse without her. Great pass over by Diaz there to Mata. A fantastic step, and probably what was, in my opinion, at the moment, the goal of the match. King trying to start out long, but the ball ended up in the back of the net on that one. My name's been Jack Oliphant. We're going to have a very short break. We'll give you a little bit of a break from my voice before we get back for the second half here in the bronze medal match of the NorDan British Handball Super Cup in the women's category. It is Edinburgh 13, Newcastle 5.
Good raffle still selling for you as well. Great prizes up for grabs. We've got the tennis brewery tour for 2. There's also Marriott Hotel overnight stay as well for 2 people. Over 2 high dive. Also tickets to go to Ali Baker Phil Cunningham on the 6th of September. Loads of other sort of sweet drinks, merchandise, all that sort of stuff, including tickets for the Super Cup 2024, VIP tickets at no less as well. That's all in the raffle today, which is open till right about 1 o'clock this afternoon. The girls selling those tickets just at the entrance to the £2 for the tickets or £10 for 6 tickets to be involved in the raffle, and we'll draw that just ahead of the finals later this afternoon. So get yourself in the chance of winning some of those great prizes, and you can check out the FM Teamwear store as well, just down by the entrance to the arena today for your official Super Cup merchandise.
Welcome back, everybody, to Edinburgh versus the Newcastle Vikings at the NorDan British Handball Super Cup third place playoff in the women's. It's 13-5. It's not exactly a close game at the moment. It was once upon a time in the first 10 minutes, but as soon as Edinburgh started to get their noses ahead, they started to pull away rather convincingly. Unfortunately for Newcastle, you can see them getting their one last big shout in. Both teams have been in the changing rooms trying to figure out a way to, one, extend their lead, or the other way around, and trying to bring it back into contention. So far, Louise Cox-Thompson scoring 5 goals has been absolutely brilliant, especially from the penalty spot. 4 of those goals have been from the penalty spot, I have to say. Bianca Mata, one of the players of the match, probably for Edinburgh's point of view so far, has been influential. Fast breaks, tight right wing shots. Yes, has got a 2-minute suspension as well, but that shows a little bit of passion in defence, let's call it. And yeah, she's been a big part of it so far. I think she's played basically all of the match yesterday, and so far all bar 2 minutes today, obviously with that suspension. With Newcastle, Andrea King has probably been the most impactful player, the goalkeeper for Newcastle. Without her, the score would be a lot bigger. She's made 5 important saves as Edinburgh get us back underway. We've had a couple of goals from Alina Inter, Alexandra Inter, and Shimkoviak as well, who's scored 2 herself. So as Edinburgh gets back underway in this second half, remember this is for the bronze medals. There will be a prize giving at the end of it, and it's a good long high shot there by the number 14, Nuria Velicios. We haven't seen much of her so far today, but that's a good goal at the beginning of the second half. I think I said yesterday that there's obviously 2 Inters in the Newcastle Handball Club team. Here is one of them. I think, are both of them on the court? No, it seems to be the number 10 at the moment, Alexandra Inter. Apparently a mother-daughter combination, as Alina is the mother, Alexandra is the daughter. And a great pass there, and Inter Mata, good hands as well. Who else would it be, I suppose, if you're firing the ball out to the right wing? She wasn't even in the right wing there, was she? She was in the line. Great pass, great goal. Here is Inter. Good pace and intensity there by Shimkoviak. Easy for me to say, my apologies. Good intensity, running straight through the centre. And it looks like they are still giving Alexandra Inter the responsibility. There's been 4 penalties for Newcastle so far. She's scored 1 of them. Missed 2. One of them was saved, one of them was wide. As she moves her foot on that one as well, so although the ball went in the back of the net, it won't count either. That's not the confidence boost that she needed. They obviously trust her highly, think of her highly as well, because she's given her the responsibility. Youngest player on the team. Been with the club 8 years, as has her mum. As they move the ball out to the right wing, Mata steps inside, leaves Bergstadt for dead on that right wing, and Mata gets another goal. I feel like she's been the biggest difference so far. I'm just having a look, how long has she played for? She looks like she's very experienced, only 2 years at this current club. 20, no, I'm actually looking at Musa there, only 5 months actually with this current club. But she has played for a fair amount of teams before, and actually played in the under-16s and under-18s Romanian national team. There's a penalty, another penalty gets given. This time it's Brevets who gets it. What are they going to do? It is Alexandra again, I suppose. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I'm actually admiring the faith that Newcastle keep putting in it. No, there we go. They've swapped her over. Shimkoviak. Saved by Meg Lars. Give and take it. Same result, unfortunately, for Newcastle. They throw the ball away up the court. No, Edinburgh do pick it up in the end. Just finish on my little Bianca Mata-Rant. It's under 16 and under 18 Romanian international. Played for CCS Constanta before SSP 181 Bucharest and Amagar SK. Brevet gets up the other end though on the fast break. As I glance up, good finish by her. 6th goal of the game for Newcastle. 1st of the game for Brevet. So Edinburgh get the ball. It's a 10-goal game at the moment. So Edinburgh have eked out a little bit more of a lead since the second half started 4 minutes ago. I suppose that isn't entirely surprising. Ball gets moved. Good defence there by Brevet, but not the best defence from the left back, from the right back position even. But a good save by Andrea King, her 6th of the game. Without her, this would be well over 20. Without her even, it would be well over 20. So what have Newcastle got in store? What was the thinking in the camp at half-time? Is there any tactical sort of masterclasses that we're going to see? Well, the ball being moved out to the left wing to use all that space. That was actually Inter driving into the second line, and then Bergstadt waiting patiently, knowing the spaces in front of her, just waiting for the ball, and the ball did eventually get out to her. Used all of it to the best of her ability, and well, she has a very high ability as well by the looks of it. She secures it. That's their 7th goal of the game, and Bergstadt's 1st. Here's Musa from the centre. Andrea King with another save. That one helped by the defence, making the Edinburgh team shoot from as far out as possible. Look at how dynamic Mata is out there, putting the pressure on. Comes back in as a line player, starts to move over this way. Diaz as well, trying to force out. Oh, actually the left winger stepped up, gave the shot to Brevet. Veglars read it, knew what was coming. Got the save. Good tackle there from the centre. Musa on this right-hand side. Number 32. We didn't see them that often yesterday. Looks like getting a bit more of a run out here for Edinburgh as they start to move it around, getting the line player in. A few of the half-backs coming into centre. Is that going to be a penalty? Is that going to be a 2 minutes? I hear a couple of whistles, and it is going to be a 2 minutes. It's not going to 14. It's going to the other player that made contact, who has walked off the bench before I can get their number. They're off taken before the referees give the whistle. There we go. And Newcastle down a player yet again. What can Edinburgh do about it? They find space immediately, but actually it looks like there was a bit of a pinning back from the line player in the Newcastle defence, so they get the ball back. What they need to do now is keep the ball, try and find some gaps, run through, take the fouls, take the impact, run the clock down. Whether or not they'll actually manage to do that is another matter, because you can see that the Edinburgh defence starting to get a little bit aggressive as the left wingers come into as a second line player. Or a first line player, actually, with it being a player down. Good defence on the recovery there. Edinburgh can't move the ball quick enough. So they have to set it back up. Move the ball from left to right in these situations. Any young handballer out there, just move the ball from right to left, left to right. And the gaps will appear if you're playing with a player up. You actually have to attack the goal, as Edinburgh is starting to do now. But there's a charging foul as the second line. They tried to set that one on. Diaz ended up pushing into the Newcastle defence, almost slightly overcomplicating it. And they turn the ball over, as I said before, just move the ball from right to left, left to right. A couple of times, gaps will appear as long as you're trying to attack the space at the same time. Newcastle getting away with this one at the moment. This 2 minutes period. Marlin moves the ball out. A couple of crosses. Szymkowiak takes the foul. the number 14 for Newcastle as well, Kirk Slam, who has been predominantly at the right wing position. Oh, great line movement from the wing. And a good pass as well. That was number 5 back in the mix again, Mathilde Bergstadt. Still a dominating display by Edinburgh, but Newcastle have stepped it up a little bit since the beginning of the second half, scoring 3 goals in the last 8.5 minutes. Edinburgh managing 3 themselves, so actually in this half it is only 3-3, which I suppose if you're a Newcastle fan, which in football I admit to be, in handball obviously very, very, very neutral for all of these teams. But Edinburgh will be hoping that they can start getting a little bit more of a rhythm, and that's going to be a penalty if it's not a goal. Yes, it is, because Szymkowiak was in the penalty area while making the tackle. So penalty, and it's been domination so far for Louise Cox-Thompson from the 7-metre line. She steps up once again and scores once again as well. She hasn't really played that much in open play, but every time there's a penalty, the captain runs on, takes responsibility, and gets the goal. So, I'm going to call it 4-3, second half score. A bad mistake there, unforced error. Good break up the court though. Here's the number 14. And there's the top corner. Sandra Chris Lamb. First goal of the game for her. And it's now 18-8, 10-goal difference for this one. Edinburgh has advantage. 10 minutes in. 20 to go. Anybody out there has not watched that much handball before, maybe you're tuning in for the first time, wondering what on earth is going on. Well, it's a 60-minute game, 2 halves of 30, 7 players on each team. Contact is allowed, as you've just probably seen then. But it's a bit like rugby league. You may make the tackle, and right here you'll see an example of it. You'll make the tackle, but the attacking team actually keep the ball. Edinburgh do force it, though. It's not the best example of what I was hoping to see from that. But it does mean that although making the tackle doesn't get you the ball, it does stop them from scoring, which is the important bit. But it's a bit like water polo without the water, if anybody has watched or is a fan of water polo. I admit that's probably about as niche as handball is. So it's not exactly the best analogy to use, but otherwise I'll be saying it's a bit like, it's a bit like poetry, I was about to say. But no, it's more like, say, it's on a 5-a-side football pitch or futsal pitch with basketball-style rules, shooting into hockey nets, and all those sort of analogies as well. It's a bit difficult to explain in that way. Unlike basketball rules, where you only get 2 steps before travel, though, in handball you get 3. You can bounce the ball, then take 3 more steps. You don't see the bouncing of the ball that often when you're actually in set attack like this. It's quite often trying to move the ball. And that's why, because you move the defenders a little bit quicker, and then you may well end up getting either a shot on goal or a penalty. And a 2-minute suspension given to the number 5 of Edinburgh. That's Dina Gray, who I don't think was here yesterday. Has turned up today. Szymkowiak steps up, takes the responsibility. Taken 1, taken 2 now, missed 1, scored 1. That's her 3rd of the game. (18-9), and Newcastle only need 1 more to beat their tally against Olympia from yesterday. And you get the impression that with 18 minutes to go, you'd be hoping that they can do that. Well, they'd certainly be hoping that they can do that. Edinburgh won't be that bothered, obviously, if they keep scoring the way that they are. Move it out to the left wing. I think that was Kars. But Andrea King with another save. That is her 8th save of the game from a goal-scoring opportunity. Here comes Alina Inter, mother of Alexandra Inter. Alexandra playing at the left back. Alina now at the right back position. Both of Romanian heritage. Both have been here for 8 years. Bit of a scrappy turnover there. I'm just having a look at where Alina played before she played at Newcastle. Active 7, which I believe is in Romania. Alexandra says Olympic and Romania. I'm not sure if that was meant to be Olympia or whether there's a team called Olympic, or I can't believe she was in the Romanian Olympic team, but you never know. Being born in 2006, how old would that make her? 17? Is that right? Am I doing my maths right? I'm not entirely sure. Number 9 for Newcastle. I've probably done my maths horrendously wrong there. Do feel free to correct me, whether the YouTube chat is open or not. Search, as I said in the first half, we haven't seen any kind of real impact from that line. They just don't seem to be keen to pass the ball there. It seems Newcastle. Good spin by Alexandra, but couldn't get the ball back afterwards. And I'm not sure whether it's Edinburgh who have actually closed off the gaps for the line player, or whether they Newcastle just haven't seen the passes. Keep an eye out on that for a little bit longer, because you've been very quiet from the pivot player. Unlike the pivot player for Edinburgh, who, although misses the shot, Stephanie Fessler does get a little bit of room, does get the ball played into her. I think in the first half when I made that point as well, Fessler went up and got the ball straight away and missed the goal all at the same time. You know, I was talking about the Newcastle pivot player. I mentioned it was 7 players on court, 1 goalkeeper, 6 out-court players. You quite often have 2 wingers, 1 centre, 1 pivot player. The pivot player's job is to get into the defence of the opposition. You see the number 9 for Newcastle there. She'll be pretty much standing on the goalkeeper's area, right in the thick of the defence, trying to make blocks, trying to see if she can get a shot away as well if they get the ball to her, which they haven't managed to do. And you have the left back and right back, or left half and right half. That's where the shot has just come from, the number 10, the 2 inters that I was mentioning before. Aptly named left half and right half because, let's say, the left half is halfway between the winger and the left winger and the centre player. So they're not like left backs and right backs in football. If anybody out there is a casual handball fan, maybe tuning in for the first time, maybe used to the football analogies. Yeah, they're not like left back or right back in football. Everybody defends and everybody attacks in handball, which I suppose arguably is how they play the fullbacks in football as well these days, but it's still, you get my point. Good defence there from Newcastle, suffocating the Edinburgh play. They do keep the ball though, passive players up. And again, good defence from Newcastle, starting a little bit more aggressive. Starting to get into the faces of the Edinburgh attack. And Edinburgh, it's not like they haven't been able to move the ball quickly, but they do go for the set-piece shot and rushing out there for the defence, and it's span in. Can you believe it after what was looking like a really good save by King? Very disappointed with that one. And I think a timeout has been called as well. Not actually sure who took the shot in the end. Here it is. 25, I think it was. She couldn't believe it that one's got in. There's a 25 from Edinburgh, Alicia Anna Vipasek with her second of the game. I think the first one was a fast break earlier on in the game. Matt Uan will be fairly pleased with that one. Well, this game, I'm sure. Doing exactly what they needed to do. I was trying to see how many points ahead that Newcastle, that Edinburgh finished ahead of Newcastle. But my notes are on my iPad, rather amateurishly. I realise I don't have any signal in this place, in this little cupboard that we're in. So maybe I'll try and connect to the Wi-Fi after this game on my iPad, and we'll see if I can get the online notes that I've made. I think next time, even though it'll be about 1,000 pieces of paper, next time maybe I'll try and just print everything off. Flood the table with my notes. So Newcastle get us back underway. It was a timeout called by Newcastle halfway through the second half. 19-9 currently the score, still a 10-goal game. As Marlin falls over the ball, has to release it, otherwise she'll get a suspension. Moves it out to Moreno. We said that she was dynamic. She said that she was quick. Well, she was too quick for Brevitt there, and I think Brevitt with a 2-minute suspension. It's going to be a second of the game. Going to have to be slightly careful when she comes back on. No, red card. Red card. That's, well, the first time we've seen it this weekend. It is technically a 2-minute suspension, but it's a, I think that was a direct red card as well, actually. Well, there we go. Brevitt will have to retire to the stands. Thompson rubbed salt in the wounds by scoring another goal. And now I have to explain what that means, really. Well, effectively, it's very similar to a 2 minutes in terms of how it affects the game. And it looks like, is this coming from behind? Yeah, there's a trip, isn't it, there? And although it didn't look that dramatic, any contact with the feet while the player was through on goal, not allowed to do it. Not allowed to make any contact from behind. Brevitt gets a straight red card for that one. Big shot, big save. Veglars even catches it and converts into attack. She tries to bounce it through. King comes out and manages to mop it all up. Unless there was a 2 minutes given to a Newcastle player that I didn't see earlier on. I didn't see who actually got it. I wonder if that was Brevitt then as well. Either way, red card is a red card. There'll be a player down for 2 minutes. And then they'll be allowed to bring someone on, but obviously it won't be allowed to be Brevitt. They're not even allowed to stay on the substitutions bench. They have to go to the stands with the fans, and somebody else will have to come on and replace her. Not the way that Brevitt was hoping to finish this Super Cup experience, I'm sure. Well, finally looked to be going to the line there, but it was actually forced. The pass wasn't on. Moreno leaves the ball behind. She's that quick. Ball gets turned over. Can Newcastle break? It would be ill-advised given the fact that they are obviously a player down. Szymkowiak looks to have gone back to the left wing. Chris Lamb has gone over to the left wing. He seems to have played pretty much everywhere so far this game. Yeah, pivot, half, centre and captain apparently is Sandra Christglam. So yeah, literally plays everywhere. She's listed as playing everywhere apart from wing, which is actually where we've seen her play the majority of this tournament, out on the right wing. Been with the team for 11 years though, same as Marlon. Long-time servants. Nice to see them getting their experience here at the top end of British Handball. Moving the ball out to the right wing. They seem to have moved Bergerstadt over to that side. But a save by Veglars yet again. Fourth of the game, fourth big save of the game. "19 minutes gone then in this second half, and I'm very pleased to say I'm about to be joined by Ewan Hunter, and feel free to put the headphones on and everything like that. I think we've set it up a little bit better for you today. I think there was a potential that not many people could hear you yesterday, but fingers crossed they can hear you today. So by all means, Ewan, nice to have a chat as Newcastle are on the break. We'll see how this one ends up, and it's a goal by the number 13, Alina Inter. And this is an all-Scottish affair, Ewan. It seems to be a decent game so far, although Edinburgh probably were favourites. They seem to be running away with this one now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. Nice to join you briefly in the commentary box. Yeah, this game, as you say, good game, going very much as many would have expected. But we have seen, and there is Brevitt, as you say, having to leave the arena or leave the playing arena. Unfortunately, after that red card, I thought that was an interesting decision, Jack.
Yeah, I was curious.
Quite a technical decision.
Yeah, I was curious to whether it was a third 2 minutes, because Newcastle did have another 2 minutes that I didn't spot who was giving it to, but I think it was just a direct red for a little clip of the heels as the player was going through, which, to be fair, according to the letter of the law, even though it didn't look dramatic, is a red card offence.
As you say, it is at the kind of technical infringement end of the laws of the game, because the player was through. Yep. And clearly that is deemed dangerous play, clipping her heels, even if there wasn't an enormous amount of contact. So yeah, scoring again. And I think, especially after yesterday's match, many people were probably expecting an Edinburgh win. But yet again, as I was saying yesterday, Newcastle showing some really good, strong resilience. And a good fighting spirit throughout the game.
Absolutely, yes. It was a damn good. So I'm just getting a sign from our production manager doing this. I'm not sure if that means speak up or whether that means to wrap it up. Yeah, speak up. There we go. Yeah, so a bit more volume for you, Ewan, if you don't mind. But yeah, a little bit further onto the Super Cup, because obviously we've only got a couple of minutes left of this game. Actually. Sure. It's been a great event. Yesterday went swimmingly, didn't it? Without hiccup from our perspective anyway. And as far as I can tell, there was nothing else that I didn't see that was a hiccup. Today is where all the prizes are given, though, and you'd be hoping that obviously we get the same standard of handball, but the logistics go just as swimmingly as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. Yesterday did go very well. There's Amanda Cass scoring another goal. She's scored quite a number in the Super Cup this weekend for Edinburgh. But yes, yesterday went very well. It was really enjoyable, I think, for all the participants, the production team, and everybody involved, behind the scenes. So it's been super handball. I think the quality's been excellent. Really good advert for handball across the nations of the UK, and everything that we think sport should be.
Absolutely.
So we're looking forward to yet more of that today, and I think, as you said, we're now at the business end of the tournament. So we're third, fourth place playoff here for the ladies' game, the women's match, and I think it's clear that Edinburgh are now very much in the driving seat and going to secure that third place in the Super Cup. But I know from speaking to many of their team yesterday just how inspired they were by how close they ran West London Eagles. And with the view that if they can come back next year, then they'll look to step up again. And I think that's very, very encouraging.
Absolutely, yeah. You mentioned, as we go into the timeout here, you mentioned the business end. Well, we do have a couple of partners with us this weekend, don't we? NorDan obviously sponsoring the Super Cup. Thank you very much for their support, but there's only so much I can talk about them. You've obviously been much more influential in getting NorDan on board, so tell us about the company and tell us about what they've been supporting with the Super Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, delighted to. NorDan UK are the UK arm of the Scandinavian windows and doors manufacturer, and they are a substantial organisation across Europe who supply products in that kind of space, both for commercial and domestic purposes, but much more importantly have a really strong alignment in terms of values for the work that we do across handball. They're very community orientated and focused on giving people opportunities, and when we talk very much, as we do, Jack, about the handball family, don't we? That's very much the kind of approach that NorDan takes. So when people are part of NorDan as a business, we know that it's the NorDan family, and they look after each other in just the way that we do across the European handball family.
Absolutely.
And so the partnership fit was extremely good, and they have been delighted to support us again for a second year, because they know that this support means that more. And it's as simple as this, more opportunities are going to be able to be given to more young people to get involved in playing handball and experiencing, environments like this, which is really special. And speak to any player, young player or more experienced, and nobody doesn't love playing, on a tournament like this, on a surface like this. And I think for other sports, it's a little like, if you asked a golfer if they fancied an opportunity to play at one of the open courses, they would bite your hand off.
Absolutely.
That's what this is for handball.
I was going to say it might not be the Champions League or anything like that, but the floor is the same quality. The production value we're giving is pretty much of the same quality as well. Maybe not the commentary, but you never know.
You're doing a great job.
But EHF refs and all that sort of thing. So I was talking to Newcastle over breakfast, and I mentioned it earlier in the commentary. Actually, they were, in a lot of ways, they were obviously very competitive. They wanted to come and make a name for themselves and play well, but they were sort of just happy to be here as well and happy to take part. And it's something that they didn't necessarily expect at the beginning of the season. Obviously, maybe Edinburgh probably did expect this towards the beginning of the season, and their season really culminates in wanting to play against the likes of Olympia and West London Eagles.
Correct, and I think that's a really good summary of it, Jack. But at the same time, I know, and you know, speaking to the Newcastle Vikings players, that they've been so inspired by this. They're equally desperate to repeat the experience next year.
Absolutely.
And we would be delighted, to welcome them back to the Scottish League. And if they qualify again, then they know what they're playing for. So it really does provide that inspiration. And we have a number of young people in the crowd yesterday, and we expect even more as the day progresses today, who themselves are watching this and saying, well, I might have the opportunity to get involved and get the chance to play, in this kind of space. As you say, this is to all intents and purposes, European standard handball. We're delighted to have our two referees here this morning, who are the two Italian EHF referees, and it'll be the men later on from Sweden. So yeah, it's bringing a lot to it. That was a fantastic finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hannah Keenan from the back court there with a proper whip into the top corner. Very impressive indeed. Don't have you for that long, Ewan, so I want to touch very quickly on the fact that obviously you came in, you were very pleased that we have a Scottish representative in one of the finals, Livingston versus Hawks a little later on, and I was wondering if I could get your predictions potentially for that one.
I'm not sure I want to make a prediction, Jack. Thank you for the invitation.
I've got to give it a go.
You do. But I would say that, yes, we're delighted that Livingston have made the final. Of course, again, I think it shows and demonstrates the strength and depth of the game.
It's a heavy hit, wasn't it, while the player was in the air?
Yeah, Marlon does not look very comfortable there at all.
No, heavy hit while in the air, and yeah, a bad landing as well. I think that's the problem when there's when you go up for the shot. Obviously, you're sort of trusting that the defender's going to make contact, but not throw you over like that, I suppose. I mean, it can just happen in the heat at the moment. I'm not saying it was malicious, and obviously the player, the number 25, Vipasek, leaning over, obviously feeling bad about the mistake, but here it is. That's never good.
No, that's not good. It's never good to see. As you say, it's the competitive nature of the sport. The challenge was made fair, cleanly and not with any kind of malice whatsoever. But she's just landed very hard on the court there. She looks like she's stretching out a little, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that she's going to be okay. But there's obviously a number of people now, including the referees, paying very close attention. We do have, of course, medical professionals available. Adam there, the Vikings coach, running off, looking like he's perhaps going to get something to try and assist. But yeah, this afternoon, as you say, we have the finals game. We see Marlon getting to her feet, which is good. That's good, excellent. Round of applause from both teams.
It's a red card again, though. Two red cards in one game.
Well,
both technically correct, obviously.
Absolutely, absolutely. And whether there was malice in it or not, again, the referees, following the letter of the law, so that's Edinburgh now down a player. So that's. However, Marlon moving there a little gingerly, but a little more comfortably. So good to see that she's able to get herself off the court. Yeah,
it's always nice that they at least can walk off the court, even if it is assisted, isn't it? But well, we're going to get back going. That was, as I said, our second red card of the day. Normally, I mean, I haven't seen two red cards all season, let alone all of a sudden in one game. But I suppose it's like London buses, isn't it? You were saying about the strength of Livingston stepping themselves up, and obviously coming against Hawks, who even you ask any of the players or the coach, you don't know what kind of Hawks you're going to run into. I think that Donna wasn't very happy with their defence yesterday. That'll probably be a focus going into today, and I think that may well be a big battle there. Livingston's set attack seems to be very good, but Hawks' set, their fast breaks, their transitions are absolutely rapid and unsufferable sometimes as an opposition team. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
I think it's going to be a very interesting. I think it's going to be a fascinating difference in style and approach. As you say, I think Livingston bring a huge amount of energy, discipline, and speed to the game. Yesterday, I think they were very disciplined in defence against London Olympia.
Yeah.
And they're going to be hoping for at least the same level of performance. We know, however, that Hawks are similarly hugely capable of finding a win.
Yeah.
And they seem to have demonstrated that all season as well.
Yeah.
So I think, in terms of the final men's match this afternoon, that's going to be fascinating. The final women's match, of course, comes up in advance of that, and that's also set to be another really, really tough battle. The West London Eagles against Olympia. We know, again, there's been a hugely stiff competition there between those two teams this afternoon, and as our first final this afternoon, I know the crowd, speaking to a number of people already this morning, very much looking forward to that. Should be another fascinating tactical battle.
It will be indeed. Of course, those two will have played each other a lot more as well over the course of the last, not just this season, but over the years, to be honest. Both coming from London. They both played in the Premier League South obviously over the border, which is how we've now structured our league apparently, so it's north and south. Looking forward to that one, and I think that's going to be a prelude to our National Cup finals as well. I do have to get that confirmed, but I think it is West London Eagles versus Olympia in the English National Cup, which comes along next month even. So yeah, all in all, should be a hell of an afternoon. But we've obviously got some bronze medal matches first. Edinburgh look like they're going to come away with this one, and then your last thoughts on EK versus Olympia, that third medal match obviously is going to be tight again.
Bronze match again, coming straight up after this, and I think EK, I know, were disappointed with their performance yesterday against Hawks. It was an interesting game. I think in fairness, both teams didn't necessarily bring the best out in each other.
No.
I think that's probably fair to say. One of those games where it became something of a war of attrition at some points. But so they were a little disappointed with that. I know, speaking to the players. However, they are, I think, looking forward to this afternoon. It is this afternoon.
It will be this afternoon, just
about.
about.
Yes, about 12 o'clock throw. So looking forward to the bronze medal match, and I think looking to put in something more of a disciplined kind of performance of the type they put in last weekend to win the Scottish Cup.
Yes.
Where they beat Livingston. So again, the kind of indications from a strength and depth in the handball game are very positive, and I'm very much looking forward to the men's bronze medal match, as you say, following this one.
Yeah, I think we all are. This game is about to get wrapped up, isn't it? With a minute and a half left, Edinburgh with a 24-11 lead. They try and move the ball. They try and go for the Kemba, but Moreno can't get the quite get the height or the handling. Here goes Burgerstad, and it's 4 steps, but she's getting fouled at the same time. No, they were allowed to get the shot away, and again Edinburgh just break right up the other end against Mata, who has been quite superb in this game. I don't know if you caught much of it, Ewan, but in the first half especially, she was unplayable at times. She
was imperious, wasn't she? Really, really superb, and as you say, fabulous. That's the kind of, again, some of the strength and depth that has been displayed, and and this is players working over the years to develop their skills and the team and the squad. And you can see it all come to fruition in these kind of matches. So it's fabulous to see. Oh, there we are.
That's the first time she's missed a penalty so far. I think she's taken 6. She's taken 6, scored 6 until that one. Out of her 7 goals, she's had 6 of them. But she hasn't played that much so far today, Thompson. She's just come on for the penalties for the majority.
She has, hasn't she? Louisa she's a very accomplished player, and I think she's also keen, as one of the senior members of the club, to make sure that all the other players get the opportunity to perform and to play, and I think she's been delighted to come on and take penalty duties. Again, there we are. That's it. Edinburgh confirmed. I'm going to have to leave you, Jack.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
You've got a presentation to do.
Need to go and join the presentation part.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Always a pleasure. But it is confirmed that Edinburgh will be the happiest of the two teams. They come away with that 3rd medal point, and I believe the potential for European qualification if they fancy it as well. High fives all round. I think Vikings, they didn't necessarily expect to come to this weekend and win 2 games, but I'm sure they'll be pleased with their performance well, they definitely were pleased with their performance against Olympia. If it wasn't for Sabrina Farhan in goal for Olympia, they may well have scored a hatful more as well, and the goals they did score were of a very high quality, because you have to be high quality to get past the Olympia defence. And today here against Edinburgh, yes, okay, it was not necessarily vintage handball from them, but they scored a couple of more goals. But ultimately, as soon as Edinburgh got into the lead, they did what they did best, and they got through. Here is a couple of highlights from them. There's Mata picking it out of the air. A couple of second half highlights, of course. We saw the first half a little earlier on, and we do have a presentation. So before we get into that, I'm probably going to give you a couple of minutes to recover, maybe go and get a glass of water or something like that. I'll be back in a couple of minutes for the third place medal presentation. Logistics coordinator, and what's that? NorDan UK, and what's that? Oh, right, okay. Build it down, I was like, what? Yes, as you've been able to see, we've been doing the presentations. You may have been able to hear the music and the PA in the background as well. The prizes being given out here by Megan Kent, the logistics coordinator from NorDan UK. Ewan Hunter will be around and about as well. It's Newcastle Vikings, even though with the red card, Marie Brevet's able to get a little commemorative prize there as well. And as I said before, they did come with the ambition to obviously give a good game, potentially get a victory or two. But in the end, I'm sure Vikings will just reflect on this experience as a learning curve and as inspiration to try and get back here next season. You never know, they may well be a little bit stronger. But we're here to celebrate the medal winners. And the captain, Louise Cox-Thompson, will lead them away. The third place prize will go to Edinburgh Handball Club. Ewan Hunter there. We've just been chatting to him for the last 10 minutes of this game. A little bit of the presentation as well. Julia Stenhouse, who I'm pretty sure runs pretty much everything in the Scottish Handball. She doesn't seem to stop working. She's everywhere, answering all questions all at once. And yeah, you can see that she's involved with this as well. But a brilliant game, a brilliant tournament and season for Edinburgh. Obviously coming out league victors. Wanted to get to the final. They played well against West London Eagles. As Ewan said, I think they were quite proud of how they played. Next season, they want to get a little bit closer if they can. You only get better by playing better quality opposition more often than not. So Edinburgh, again, will take lessons from Olympia. They'll take lessons from West London Eagles. I'm sure they're excited to see as fans that game a little later on, as I'm sure everybody else at home and in the stands are as well. That'll be an absolute corker. And there's number 25. Proud to wear a bronze medal rather than a red card to her name. Vipasek, obviously it was completely unintentional, the red card that she got, as was Brevets. Technically correct. Potential player of the match from yesterday, from my personal perspective, I've said it many times, Veglars, the goalkeeper, the number 22. Had a good game again today. Maybe not as effective or not as needed, shall we say, but still a good performance. Moreno with one hell of a step. And here's, of course, is Mads Aun getting his medal as well. Round of applause all round from the stands. And I'm sure from everyone at home will agree that Edinburgh are worthy of those bronze medals. Well done to them today. Well done to Newcastle. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time to catch the next third place match, which will be Olympia versus EK82 at 12 o'clock. Join us in about 20 to 25 minutes' time for more of brilliant handball action for the NorDan British Handball Super Cup.
Okay, Louise, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the bronze medal there. How are you feeling after the match?
Oh, we just feel really happy as a team. It was really great to go out and play such a great game today, so we're really happy.
Yeah, looking at the bench throughout the match, there seemed to be a lot of smiles from the Edinburgh team. Did you just have a load of fun out there?
Yeah, we had lots of fun. We're a really big team with a lot of different players with different abilities, and we just had lots of fun cheering each other on, and it was a great game.
And we're playing in Edinburgh at Oriam. How does it feel to be in front of that sort of home crowd, that home support?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, we feel so blessed to have so many people here, and we love it. And the atmosphere was great in the hall today, not just from the Edinburgh supporters, but from the whole of the Scottish supporters. So
you've had really good success throughout the whole season, winning the league, winning the Scottish Cup. You know, how does the season compare to last year, and how are you all feeling about it as a whole?
Well, we feel really positive about the season. We've had a lot of new players this year, which has been really good, and it's boosted our level. So we've had some good games during the year and the Scottish Cup last week, and we really enjoyed the game yesterday against the West London Eagles, and I think that we just need to keep building on it.
Fantastic. Have you got any celebratory plans for later on today?
Oh, I'm sure we'll think of something.
Okay, enjoy whatever that is.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Sandra, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the weekend, making it to the Super Cup. How's the team feeling after this weekend?
Tired, to be honest, but I think everyone, is just grateful to have been part of this whole event, and just really enjoyed every single minute. The match yesterday obviously was great to play against the Premier League winners, and I think we actually played a really good level. And the only team that Olympia are better, so we expected to lose. And today, with Edinburgh, we've known them for so long. We're good friends, and it's always a bit like our derby. So you'd have liked a little bit of a closer match, but it wasn't ours today. So no.
It was an intense game, but it did seem to be played with great spirit. Did the team have fun out there?
Oh, we did have fun. We're not. Each of us are not playing at a high level before or anything like that. So our team is built on team spirit and picking each other up and just support each other, and that's a great part of it.
So, what are the plans looking ahead to next season? Does the team have plans for what they aim to achieve?
Just build a team really. We've got some new players in who haven't got that much experience. Just build them up. Us older ones kind of just try and stay fit, and then just get more girls playing handball. That's a challenge. Handball isn't well known in England, so we need to try and get more girls playing. So
yeah, well, hopefully people can watch the games, because I think it's been a great advert this week for the sport. So congratulations once again, and enjoy any celebrations you've got going on.
Thank you very much. Bye.
We have a challenge. The greatest challenge in the history of humanity. There's a world to save. Each and every one of us must rethink, reprogram ourselves, and change the way that we usually do things. The construction industry makes up around 40% of our total CO2 emissions. The king of wasteful thinking, really. Drastic change is required to reduce our new build carbon footprint from the current 1,000 kilograms of CO2 per square meter down to 300 kilograms, which is the 2030 target. That's steep, but not impossible, and above all, necessary. And it has to be a team effort, where every detail counts when building a new construction standard. At NorDan, we try to lead by example. We've done it for nearly 100 years now. We try to do our part by improving ourselves through our products. More than 90% of an ordinary NorDan window frame is made from timber, which is a natural carbon sink. It keeps the embodied carbon figures among the lowest in the industry, with CO2 emissions from NorDan less than half of aluminium or UPVC windows. Compared to other composite materials in the market, there is no comparison. With U values as low as 0.7 and unbeaten durability, even in harsh coastal environments, it gives any house the homeliness it deserves for generations to come, which comes in handy when facing the fact that the UK needs to build 350,000 new homes each year to meet the demand. So why is timber an excellent building material? For one thing, it's carbon negative. It absorbs and stores more carbon than it emits during its growth time. From a full-grown tree, we can extract material for building 30 windows. When a NorDan window is installed in a home, it will stay there for at least 60 years, keeping the home well insulated and energy efficient. You see, we like to commit ourselves long-term. It's the only way, if there's going to be a long-term at all. At NorDan, we are ready to do what it takes to reverse the climate change. Please join us. There's a window of opportunity. And that is now.
Welcome everybody to our second game of the day here at the NorDan British Handball Super Cup. My name is Jack Ollinson. You're about to be watching Olympia versus EK82 for the third place playoff in the men's competition. Olympia, who played yesterday against Livingston, ended up Livingston coming out on top of that one. North East Manchester Hawks beat EK82, and that's how EK82 find themselves here. They also play in their black kit. I believe they've got about 3 different kits. They played in green yesterday. They've got a red kit, and here they are in their black. There was the player that made an enormous difference for EK, and that was Ryan Keeley. And as soon as Hawks figured out that they needed to basically take him out of the game, EK's sort of rhythm and their goals dried up just a touch as well. If we're having a look at who the maybe top scorers was, well, I've already given you a hint of EK's. Keeley got 8, but Rowan Perry got 5 himself, so did Ewan Duff. Chris Mowat with 3, Greg Hughes with 3, Ben Muir with 3, as well as Marley Bower, who I think went off injured. It'll be interesting to see whether Marley's back with us today. Hopefully he is. Robin Perry ended up getting 1 goal, and so did Christian Agobonten. So, in fact, no, Christian actually was a goalkeeper, wasn't he, for that yesterday. Ewan Hunter was the other goalkeeper. and he ended up with 11 saves to his name, which is quite sensational actually for EK82. If we're talking about Olympia, well, their danger man is certainly Barbarius, if yesterday is to go by. 6 goals to his name. Fitiera from left wing is also he's had 4 goals yesterday, so did David Chadera. He was a little bit quieter than we were expecting him, and so was another player as well, who was Mantes Trenes. He didn't exactly have the best game. He only actually ended up scoring 1, but their goalkeeper, Matias De Paolo, had a massive game. It wasn't good enough to beat Livingston, which the score was 27-21 in the end. But Del Paolo ended up making 11 saves as well. So again, EK and Olympia have very strong players in between the posts. I'll give you the full rundown of the who we've got playing for us today, the numbers and everything like that. For Olympia, we've got the number 1, Mohamed Banorama. For number 2 is Bastos Colera, and I just realised that I'm probably better off reading off this post. Bastos Colera. Number 7, Veselin Georgiev. Number 88, Francisco Fitiera. Number 9, Lucas Barbarius. Number 10, Mantas Chinez. Number 11, Andrea Cavalucic. Number 16, Matos De Paolo. Number 17, I'm going to read off another sheet because he spelled it out phonetically for me, and he has given me permission just to call him by his first name. Jonas Perkeyas. Number 22, David Chowdera. Number 23, Thomas Balanosis. Number 24, Daniel Bereznichu. Number 26 has also given me permission just to use his first name, Pavel Tatarvinchev. Number 33, Tomé Salgado. Number 37, Amin Ben Musa. And number 89, Roland Austs. The officials for Olympia, Nelson Oliveira. For EK82, we've got the number 1, Ewan Hunter. The number 2, Rowan Perry. Number 4, Chris Mowat. Number 5, Greg Hughes. Number 6, Ben Muir. Number 8, Marley Bauer. Number 10, Ryan Keeley. Number 11, Ewan Duff. Number 12, Christian Agboten. Number 14, Duncan Home. Number 15, Dean Nailson. Number 20, Hayden Legowski. Number 21, Robin Perry. Number 24, Cameron McEwen. Number 25, Sam Charles. And number 30, Blair Gavin. On the bench for them today is Michael Lavery, Jack Lees, Angas Slevin and Ross Duncan. And that is both of the teams. It's a little bit distracting. Then you may be able to hear over the mics on the court actually that I was reading it out at basically exactly the same time as our PA announcer Dave, and it was that's why I sort of tripped over myself a couple of times. I do apologise. But this is the 3rd place playoff of the British Super Cup. Plenty to play for, 3rd place trophy to be playing for. And as a 3rd place prize, you end up getting the bronze medals, obviously, and potential participation into the European stages of competition as well. We're hoping to see whoever comes out on top in this game will actually take advantage of that as well. The 2 referees, Matthias Falt and Michael Holm, both reside in Gothenburg in Sweden. Olympia yesterday, it was seen that Livingston seemed to find their way to suffocate any kind of rhythm that Olympia managed to try and build up. So they ended up taking a fair amount of shots, and to be fair, scoring a fair amount of goals as individuals for sort of pop shots and forcing it from the backcourt, but specifically from that left-hand side, that left wing area is where they predominantly score most of their goals. EK82, they were slightly disappointed apparently, according to Ewan Hunter that we were chatting to before, dad of Ewan Hunter, a goalkeeper here at EK82, but they were slightly disappointed with their performance against Hawks yesterday. Equally, Hawks were slightly disappointed against about their performance against EK, so it's I don't think really either team were particularly pleased with the game. They'd probably like to repeat it again, but Hawks probably won't because they are into the final. They need to just iron out some things. Whereas EK, they're very fast. They play in a very similar manner to Hawks. For any of the English followers out there, they play in a very similar fashion. In fact, they ran Hawks off the court for the first 5 or 6 minutes. expect them to be fast, fairly disciplined, but yesterday, defence wasn't quite there. It's a fairly young team EK have, but we are underway here in the third place playoff in the NorDan British Handball Super Cup. High fives all round. And these two teams, I don't believe, have played each other for a very long time. Well, certainly not this season anyway, so it's a bit of a learning curve for both of them. They will have seen, obviously, watched their games from yesterday. EK watching Olympias, Olympias watching EKs, etc., etc. And it's a good step already, but a good interception by Fitiara. Number 88. Some may consider to be slightly lucky to have stayed onto the court yesterday after hitting the goalkeeper in the face, actually. Off a left wing shot, but he did manage to stay on. The referees, even afterwards, were a bit sort of like thinking, oh, was that actually supposed to be a 2 minutes? I'm not entirely sure. Big shot, cannoning off the deflection of the defenders, and then off the crossbar itself. Here's Balberas moving the ball out to the right wing. And a good start for Olympia. They go straight up the other end. It's Tomé Salgado with the first goal for them. First goal of the game as well, of course. Great breakthrough, but it's again off the post. The volley rebound comes to the number 6. For EK, Ben Muir. Goal to him, and I'll tell you what, if this game continues in this sort of fashion, we're in for a treat. Very high scoring. 2 goals in less than 2 minutes. It doesn't look like EK are playing quite as aggressive a defence as Livingston did with a 3-2-1 yesterday. That might mean that Olympia can actually get some plays going, get some rhythm into their game, rather than just waiting on individual brilliance, which we saw a lot yesterday. Can actually hear chants of Olympia outside, so they've clearly brought some support with them all the way up into Edinburgh. Obviously based in the capital down in England, in London. A long way for them to travel. So bringing any kind of support is pretty impressive. Good step by Barberas. Forcing the pass out there. Wasn't picked up. And EK can get themselves up. Look at this. I feel like Olympia have learnt something maybe from the game they watched yesterday, and Keeley is very closely marked. He's not allowed any kind of space. There he goes. He goes to the step, gets around his defender, and is saved straight away from De Paolo. That's going to be the problem for Keeley. Every time he gets the ball after bursting away from his defender, he's going to want to have that feeling of shooting. He's not really going to be able to get involved with the play. He's going to want to do it all. It just so happens that that's what happens, really. Great movement between the two players, and a good goal there by the number 10. That's Mantas Trenez. Didn't take him long to get his first goal in this game, even though we had to wait about 55 minutes for him to have one yesterday. The 2-1 to Olympia. Look at Keeley. I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep running all that way. He's probably hoping Salgado doesn't have the fitness with him either. It doesn't matter if EK can score the goals like that, though, from the right wing. That's Ewan Duff. Played predominantly left wing yesterday. Seems to be able to pop up on either side. You can see the West London Eagles women's team on the right-hand side, well, on the bleachers on the right-hand side. Trenez moves the ball, big shot there from the backcourt. Not troubling the goalkeeper too much. As EK try and charge at the field, here we go, starting to put some pace into the counter-attack. Fast transition, bounce it over to the right wing. Ewan Duff again, but he can't get the angle this time. And that's just a glimpse, I think, into what EK are going to be trying to do for the rest of this match. That's potentially the way they're going to get Keeley into it as well, if they try and break on Olympia before they can set their defence up. Whereas Olympia, their transitions are never really as fast. They like this sort of slower build-up play where they use their physicality to get through the field. Fitiera with a little whip, and a little whip into the top corner as well. Very important player for them. Number 88, as I was giving him the goal on my sheet, there's a 2-minute suspension for the number 9, Lucas Balberas. And here's how it happens. He just sort of like puts him to the floor, and actually there's sort of More of a collision with the 26 of Pavel as well, but here goes Keeley. Likes to move an awful lot on his penalties. Big fakes, big exaggerations, big hit to the post as well. Well, that's not really the sight he was hoping for. His chances are going to be few and far between if he's going to get marked out by Tome Salgado. On my team sheet, Fitier is actually down as the number 8, but he's playing in the number 88. Amin Ben Musa playing in the 73, not the 37. And Roland Austs is playing in the number 89. I can actually hear a big chance from outside, but I'm guessing, actually thinking about it, that'll be the women's team, won't it? Who obviously they're going to be travelling up because they're playing in the next game against West London Eagles. Passing play is called, and the goal is squeezed in. Ewan Hunt giving a bit of an apology, knows he should have done better with that. Keeley trying to 360 no-scope it in the air. He gets the play though, because he's ended up travelling, and well, if he managed to get the shot away while spinning in the area instead of travelling, that would have been amazing. But he couldn't quite manage it. He's not Superman, not Captain America just yet. He moves the ball out to the left. Stepping up there is number 24 from Olympia, trying to disrupt their play. Out to the left wing, no, and there's the goal for the number 5. Greg Hughes for EK82. EK, of course, standing for East Kilbride, which I don't think is that far away from where we are. I'm actually looking over towards my producers. No, they're shaking their heads. It's not that far away. Actually, I know very little about Scottish geography, I'll be honest. I know Glasgow and Edinburgh, and that's about it. My naivety in my English ways. So it probably feels very much like a home game, really, as it's not a penalty. He was outside the area, the number 6, when he made the tackle, but the number 24 potentially with a bit of a collision to the face. Beres Nichu. As Trinez starts to get the ball back moving. Obviously, Olympia, a player down, so they're going to have to work hard, be physically fit about this. Balberis comes back onto the court, though, as the Lion player, Beres Nichu, ends up squeezing the ball in. Olympia spreading the goals around, which is a little bit better than what they did yesterday. To be fair, there was quite a few different scorers. It just so happens that Balberis scored about 7, or 6 actually, and everybody else scored only about 1 or 2. A few people chipping in with about 4 goals. Big block there. Number 7 trying to get the shot away for EK. And the really helpful thing is I don't have a number 7 on my team sheet. I'll try and figure out who that is. Yeah, no, I don't have a number 7. So I'm not entirely sure who that player is in the centre. I will find out at half-time. If anybody recognises him, feel free to tweet me at Jack Oliphant. I think Jacko Racing. Let me know who he is. I'll keep an eye. Oh, I know who that is, though. That is Keeley. Rocketing into the top corner. You even hear a little clip of the post. That's how far into the top corner it really was. Olympia leading by 1 then, 5-4. It's setting up to be one hell of a game with 8 minutes in. Balberis in the centre, trying to cross with Beres. A little spin, little windmill, and he's managed to get through. The defence from Ewan Dove wasn't good enough. And Jonas ends up taking advantage of it. As I said, Jonas has given me permission to try and just use his first name, but anybody out there who didn't hear me before while I was reading it out maybe has just joined us. It's Jonas Perkayas. Even as I said that, he sort of gave a bit of a smirk and said, yeah, that'll do, good enough. So I'm going to go for Jonas. As Keeley, well, no foul given. And the ball is cannoned up to the top, and it's intercepted by that mystery man, number 7. Let's see if the number 7 is listed on any of the other kit lists that I've been given for EK, because they have given me 3. It may well be Dean Nielsen. And I can't see Nielsen. He's supposed to be playing in number 15. So if a number 15 appears, then I'll take this back. But I'm going to call him Nielsen for now. I'll try and keep an eye out for that. So, as the ball starts to build up some pace, Chinese on the back court. You can't let him shoot from the back court, because they will punish you, Olympia. That's what they try and do. They're very tall, very physical, backcourt shooters. They won't necessarily run through you all the time. They've got a few technical players that can do that, Fitiera being one of them. But ultimately, most of their moves, most of their play is based around trying to get one of their halfbacks or even centre, as Balberas, obviously, very good backcourt shooter as well, up into the 9-metre zone to take that kind of shot that they've just attempted there, but they're unable to succeed in it. So 7-4 the game, 3 goals in it. EK haven't really been able to transition. That's Nielsen, and no foul given. Thought there was he definitely thought there was a clip of the hand. Not to be, though. And Olympia, in comparison to how they were playing against Livingston yesterday, looking like a very well-rounded team. Fitiera and Salgado. Brezanicu on the line here, nice and strong, getting the shots away. It's not just the backcourt that are swinging in with the goals today. Flexing their muscles here, 8-4. EK, I'm sure, won't be overly worried, but as I said yesterday, once Hawks figured out that Keeley was the main man, was the key to their success, taking him out of the equation, there was a lot more joy for them. And it looks like Keeley, I think, ooh. Referee's not very happy with this one. Just trying to figure out what all of that meant, really. I would love to know if anybody out there is a lip reader. Would have been quite cool to see. But, yeah, I think ultimately there was a foul. I think EK were looking for more of a foul, potentially at 2 minutes. The whistle didn't get blown. He launched it into the top corner. In all fairness, it was a great finish, but the referee wanted to take it a little bit slower. There we go. Now he allows a play to start. Handball's a quick game, but you have to adhere to the rules, obviously. And there it is, Keeley trying to force that ball to the line. Gets the foul, though. And you can see, really, even though Keeley's got all the way to the left wing, and you might think, okay, they might just defend normal 6-0 against that. Look how much space there is between the 1 and 2 defender there. You almost can't see Salgado half the time because he's marking Keeley that closely. That's how well he's doing his job. It's like watching Ji-Sung Park against Messi back in the day. Although we all know how that ended up, so let's see if Keeley can actually get the better of that in the end. Chinese moving the ball, not very successfully, but it does find its way to Fitiera, who looks for the lob, comes off the crossbar. Salgado! I don't think he actually picked up the ball in the end. I was going to give it as a great save, but there wasn't much of a reaction from outside, so I assume he didn't actually get it. That's a step, though, from the number 4. He couldn't finish it off, but it was a good step from him, from Chris Mowat. I'll give the save to Mohamed Banrama, who I believe at the moment is in goal for Olympia. Although yesterday it was Matthias De Paolo for the majority of it, so we'll have a look when they actually go at the other end which one it is.
Open up. Play open.
EK stepping up to 9 meters, but every time, oh, Balberius! Well, I was trying to think of specific words that were good enough to describe that bounce and that fake. I actually failed, which is a bit of a shame as a commentator, but that was absolutely sensational. He goes for the shot. They all know how poignant he can be from that 7, 8, 9 meter. But he took the bounce, sold them all for a hot dog, and thought, you know what, I'll take the easy 6-meter shot. Thank you very much, from the centre of the court. Here he goes again. Better defence by Ewan Duff there. Janez goes for the windmill. Tries to get the shot away. Foul given. You can hear the Olympia support outside as well, still singing away. 9-4 is the score. Winning the game by 5. They'll be very happy with that one. Big shot from the backcourt. Hit pretty hard as well, but it's a good save. As EK very much slowing it down. This is not really what I expected. I think there was a lot of discussion about them being a little bit more disciplined going into this game. It doesn't necessarily mean abandoning the game plan for going fast, though. We saw them with the most amount of success when they really went to Hawks and they actually threw everything at them. They're trying to charge it up now, but as if they're playing without a left winger, really, and that's a bit difficult when you've got lots of space. In theory, with Salgado pretty much out the game, though, as well, you're effectively playing 5 versus 5. That's 5 versus 5, yeah, on the out court. I had to do my maths quickly there. It's technically 6 versus 6 with the goalkeepers, but... So with Salgado marking Keeley out, you've got to wonder whether he's got the stamina to do that all game. But to be fair, Keeley just seems to have gone to the left wing and almost given up the fight. He was running around pretty much everywhere when he first got man marked out, and now he just doesn't seem to be moving. And the problem is that may well keep his stamina up high, but it'll also keep Tome's stamina up high as well. As a bit of forced movement there. Here goes Keeley, and they can break, and there's pretty much no one in between. But that doesn't mean the goalkeeper's not there. Matthias De Paolo with a massive save for Olympia. And it was in goal earlier on as well, so technically that's the second goal that I'm going to second save that I'm going to credit him with. And well, if you're EK82, you're probably thinking I've got to, in a weird way, got to get Keeley off. Because at the moment, one of their biggest strengths yesterday was that they were playing as a team. They don't seem to be playing as a team at the moment. And he's had a couple of opportunities. And I think he needs a bit of a reset. And I think EK need a bit of a reset as well, to be honest, because the score is 10-4 now. Perez Nichu getting another goal. I'm amazed, to be honest, that we haven't had a timeout called in the first 16 minutes by EK. Maybe the coach is thinking that the players have got to be out there, they've got to figure it out themselves, but the second line player comes in and it's another shot from 9 metres under contact, which is a fairly easy save for De Paolo. 10-4 the score. EK have really struggled since Keeley's gone out to that left wing. He's finally trying to get back involved in the action now. Feeds it out to the left wing. There's a bit of space. De Paolo's still there, though. It comes to Ewan Duff, who doesn't make any kind of mistake. And finally, EK makes some kind of connection on that left-hand side. It results in a shot, which didn't result in the goal, but deflections and everything else meant that they did get the opportunity to they're now only half the score of Olympia. Olympia riding the tackles, trying to take the contact, strong enough to do so whilst offloading the ball. It's not the fastest, it's not the most beautiful and pretty way of playing, but for Olympia right now, it is an effective way. Here come EK. Chadeva trying to move the ball along. And before giving the ball away there. Just trying to think who was, I didn't actually catch the goal score in the previous attack. I'm going to give it to Jonas, I think, as it came from that side where he was, roughly. Movement from Chaneres, trying to give him the step, trying to get the shot away. Number 23 for Olympia, Balananis. Trying to get the play going from the centre of the court. Here goes Janez. Oh, ends up sliding into a player. They go for the fast break. EK though, here's the number 6. And here he is with the goal as well, Ben Muir. his second of the game. 11-6 now. EK are finally starting to get through again. They had a bit of a quiet spell, but now starting to turn the heat up. All Olympia need to do is to keep doing what they're doing, taking the fouls, taking the tackles, riding them, offloading the ball, finding the line player, but that's not the way. He almost got caught in two minds. There were too many options. Neither of them were the best one. EK moving up the court, and it's that mystery man who I'm going to call Nielsen. As I said, I don't have a number 7 on my team sheet, which is a shame. Don't want to get his name wrong either, because he looks pretty built. Don't want to get on the wrong side of him. He's coming up, trying to put the pressure on. This is a more aggressive defence from EK. Look at that, they're already outside the 9 metres, whereas before, at the beginning of this game, they were hunkered well within 7. That's a travel. And this is the thing, Olympia, they like playing around the back court, and they're getting suffocated with the space now. Next 10 minutes for half time. Are we going to see a swing of momentum? Are EK going to get back into this, or Olympia going to get back hold of this game? At the moment, the last couple of minutes, it's gone EK's way. A little bit of a cross. This is a very narrow side of the court that they're now playing handball on, but it doesn't matter because Nielsen gets through again. (8-11). All of a sudden, it's a 3-goal game. It was once 10-4. In that time, EK, in the last 3, 4, 5 minutes, EK managed to score 4 themselves, and Olympia only 1. And it doesn't look like they're going to be scoring this time either. 21 minutes in, 9 to go with this first half. They could well be going into this with EK in the lead, or at least them being level. Blocked from the centre of the court means the ball runs out of play. They're moving around. Here goes Keeley trying to get the ball, giving the fake. Tries to offload it as well. A bit of a slap from him, and for him even, I should say. It was Veselin Georgiev who's come on and is given the task of marking him now rather than Tome. And yeah, that was a bit naughty, wasn't it? Really, a slap over the shoulder. The ball was on the far side, and it's going to be a 2 minutes. Georgiev, he's come on, instantly had to man mark Keeley, and instantly got sent off. And well, we said the momentum could shift. These could be massive, these 2 minutes. What do EK have up the locker? They're going to probably want to score 2 or 3 without reply here. Keeley is now free. He'll be keen to get into the goal. He's had a couple of opportunities, he's had a penalty, he's had a fast break, neither of which have come off. He tries the behind the look pass to the line. A bit ambitious, great recovery there by Nielsen, sparing the blushes of Keeley. And they go at the other end, there's space, it was on the right, they decide not to take it. Here goes Nielsen, here is the space on the right, and it's bounced into the roof of the net. And it was a number 14 for EK, Duncan Home. I'm sure they'll be cheering that at home as well, hopefully. And EK do get a back into this game, I would say. I think that's Olympia with the timeout. Right-hander from the right wing. He didn't even lean over that much. The goalkeeper will be disappointed by that one. And they'll also be disappointed getting those 2 minutes. It was a foolish error by Georgiev. He was never really going to get the ball, not at that angle. He was only ever going to get the shoulder of the player. It'd be a high tackle. I wouldn't be surprised if Salgado comes on just to do the job that he was doing before, and that's keeping an eye on Keeley. Had Julie Stenhouse in here and correcting a fact that I did get wrong. I've been calling number 7 Dean Nielsen. That's very incorrect. It's Rowan Perry. My apologies. So yeah, on the delegation list, they did change that up. So Dean Nielsen is the number 15, and there is the number 7, which is Rowan Perry. Does make quite a lot of sense considering Rowan had a good game yesterday. He wore the number, he wore a completely different number yesterday as well, which really doesn't help. He wore number 11, scoring 5 goals. Well, he's well on his way to scoring another couple now. Scribble off. Unfortunately, Nielsen, I'm going to take you 2 goals away from you. Give them to Perry. Sure, you'll understand. Aha. Mop boys, or mop volunteers, I should say, going on there. Bit of a strange mop, to be honest. It looks like a broom with a towel on the end rather than an actual mop. And yeah, not very effective. Best thing to do is just get a normal towel on the looks of it, rather than whatever contraption that was on the end of that stick. Get out there with a nice microfiber. There we go. Oh, they're going to attempt it again. Thrilling stuff here at the British Super Cup. But NorDan want a sponsor. This does happen though, if you're wondering why we're watching towels mopping the floor at the moment. It's a lot of it is just because a lot of it in the timeouts, you'll end up having water spilt on the court. But I think a lot of the majority of the time, you're actually seeing defenders slip over or attackers slip over, leaving a nice sweaty mark on the court, which obviously is very slippery. You don't want another defender or another attacker to go and slide on that, pull a hamstring, pull a groin, or whatever else as well. So, yeah, very important role is the mop boy. I'm not just saying that because I did it at the Olympics. Number 24, Nichu gets another goal to his name. That's 4 now. Olympia, you felt needed that. They hadn't scored for a couple of minutes, and EK had come back at them strong. And especially as a player down, Olympia definitely wanted that. I'm surprised that EK actually went a little bit more aggressive on that defence. They're going to have about a minute left of the power play, maybe even only about 30 seconds. As Perry throwing it out, trying to get the space. Oh, it's thrown away though. Number 4 forcing it, Chris Mowat. Just get the ball back round, move it from right to left, left to right. All of a sudden the spaces will appear magically. Doesn't need to be forced. Keeley going very high on the aggressive defence to try and force a mistake. Well, Keeley had not much to do with that mistake, but there was a mistake. Bit of just a poor pass, really. Lapse of concentration with 7 minutes to go. Here is Moritz trying to find the number 30. Player Gavin. Olympia hold on to the ball, and they're looking just to see off these last couple of seconds. In fact, there we go. They're back up to full complement. Treniers, as soon as he realises that, I don't think he even did realise that, to be honest. He just went for the shot for the back court. (12-9) then, 3-goal game. Said many a time during the broadcast today and yesterday that 3 goals really doesn't mean a lot when going into half-time for handball. If it's anything less than 5, it's not really worth being too worried, because you can just easily convert 3 goals in about 90 seconds if you break up the court. That's a great save by Mohamed Benarama. And up the other side, Olympia force the ball to the line. They don't make it. A long pass up. They do make that one, and they're going to make it work. There it is, Keeley with his second goal of the game. Last couple of minutes, just over 5 to go. Nice little move through the centre of the defence there. EK won't be very happy about that one. The number 22. That was the 22 for Olympia. I just realised all my notes were in the wrong order. David Chadera. Keeley trying to force the issue, but now with Olympia back up to full strength, he seems to be getting marked out of it again, so he returns to his left wing position. And I'm sure a lot of what EK are talking about in halftime will be about how to deal with that, what else they can do. Well, sticking it in the bottom corner from 9 metres is a pretty good way to start. And that's Ben Muir, yet again, his third of the game. Seems to be taking the initiative himself and weighing in with his fair share of goals. Ewan Duff as well with 2. Rowan Perry with 2. Duncan Home with 1 and Greg Hughes with 1. And of course Ryan Keeley with 2 as well. Get the ball to Melaznichu. He seems to be finding a lot of joy with finding him. The number 24. He's got 4 goals so far. Actually top scorer in this game. Trenares looking to get the ball moving. Rowan Perry marking out one of the players, but Trenares, but that's one hell of a save, and the number 12 from EK, Christian Agbonne. Really good save by him. Spanish, born in 2006, used to play at Balonmano Malaga, and he's been with us for 2.5 years apparently at EK. Well, he made a bit of a name for himself then, didn't he? The goalkeeper. And he gives EK another shot at getting into this half time, potentially level. Oh, that's going to be a foul. Went up for the shot. See Blair Gavin. Touched in the air, but I think it was sort of controlled. I think I say it was controlled. It's the only reason why I can think it wasn't anything more than just a standard foul. Blair Gavin didn't really seem to think so anyway. Big shot there by the number 7, Rowan Perry. Well over the crossbar though, and Olympia live to fight another day. Can they go back 3 in front, get their lead back? I don't think the referee's given anything. No, he's given a standard foul, and here we go. It's towel time. They try and scrub the sweat off with their feet. It doesn't look like we're going to need any kind of assistance here. Going to get the ball back rolling. So Trenares, Chadira, right back in the centre at the moment. Balanosis at that left back position as well. There he goes, straight through, but a great save again by Christian in goal. EK moving up the other end of the court. Great step, great save. Taylor, 2 goalkeepers in the last 30 seconds. What could happen? What can Christian do about this one this time? And it's not a save, it's a goal. Olympia way through. Georgiev, after having that 2-minute suspension, comes back on, makes an impact. He's asking, are they 5-1? Are they still marking the player out of it? As EK have a discussion amongst themselves, there is Georgiev actually going to mark Perry. I'm guessing Keeley not on the court anymore. Unless they're marking 2 players out, which I'd be surprised at. There's no left winger. Yeah, absolutely no left winger. So Perry is the person starting to get the attention now. He seems to be the threat that's on court. And even though Keeley's off, Olympia is still looking to enact this plan of marking at least 1 player out from EK completely. I thought maybe they'd go back to their standard sort of... Here's number 4, Mowat, moves the ball out to that left wing. There's so much space, but there's also an inspired goalkeeper, Mohamed Banrama. That's his 3rd save of the game, 3rd big impact of the game, so it keeps it to 3 goals. And with 1 minute left, a spin was attempted from the left back position. Olympia just need to hold on to it now. They can spend this minute trying to get their 1 goal scored in the last 10 seconds. opens, you go through it, but then you find it blocked by Christian in goal. EK throw the ball straight away, but Christian has been absolutely inspired in that between the sticks for EK since coming on. Pretty hard to beat Ewan Hunter and replace him, but at the moment Christian's making a good argument for it. There's a lob though, he couldn't stop that one. Tried to rush out. I think that was Georgiev with his second goal of the game. He's now just scored as many goals as he's missed through suspension. Or minutes he's missed through suspension, I should say. And as half-time beckons, Olympia still lead, but only just. It was once a 6-goal game. It's down to 4 at one point. It was only down to 2. It's 15-11. Very competitive match all in all from both sides. EK trying to figure out, maybe took a little bit too long from their perspective to figure out what to do with one of their players being marked out of it, but other players started to step up to the plate. Their defence got better, it got more aggressive. They started to be a little bit more brave against the Olympia attack, which obviously are dominated by backcourt shooters. Having said that though, they have managed to find space as soon as EK started to move up the court. Those line passes that we just see there as well, as if right on cue. And you never know, when you need something, you just end up beating your man one-on-one. There's Fitiera with a nice whip into the top corner as well while riding 2 tackles. Right, this is the second match of the day, and before I leave you, just a reminder of what we've got coming up for the British Super Cup today. We've already had Edinburgh beating the Newcastle Vikings to secure 3rd place in the competition for Edinburgh. Today, obviously, is at the moment is Olympia versus EK82. At 2 o'clock, we've got the first of the 2 finals, and that is West London Eagles versus Olympia Women's. And then at 4 o'clock, we've got the final game of the weekend. It's the final for the men's. It's Living is the North East Manchester Hawks, as well as all the presentations and everything like that as well. So you want to be tuning in at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock for all the action. Not to say that this game hasn't been very entertaining as well. I'm excited to see what the second half holds, but we're going to have to wait a couple of minutes before that. So we're going to give you a little bit of a break. Go grab a water, go to the toilet, do whatever you need to do, but be back here in about 10 minutes time for the second half of Olympia versus EK82. Welcome back, everybody, to Olympia versus EK82 in the third place playoff for the men's British Handball, the NorDan men's British Handball Super Cup, I should say, actually. And at the moment, 15-11 to Olympia as it stands. They were about 6 ahead at one point. EK managed to get it back to within 1 or 2. And all of a sudden, a couple of minutes before half-time, Olympia eked it out once again. But there were some really good performances early in that. Late in that first half by the likes of Christian Agbotain in goal, and he's retained his position in goal by the looks of it as well. And I will say a quick apology because I said that Ewan Hunter was the son of Ewan Hunter, which isn't a big leap to make. Son of Ewan Hunter, the CEO of Scottish Handball, but apparently I am wrong. It's Keir Hunter who is his son, who's the goalkeeper for Livingston. So all in all, yeah, a bit of I would say an easy mistake to make, but it was a mistake. So yeah, Ewan Hunter, apparently absolutely no relation to the other Ewan Hunter. Anyway, we get back going, and it is Olympia to start this game off. And a little bit of afters maybe, a little bit of a look from Jonas. Keeley not very happy with some of the comments made either, and you can see they've started even braver than they were before. They're doing exactly what Livingston did against Olympia yesterday, and forcing Olympia to take those sort of shots a little bit further back. Passive play goes up, and another great save by the number 12 of Christian Agbotain even. There he is, Christian. That's another, I would say, another cracking save. That's 4 to his name for the time being. Go for the Kemper. Is that a spin in? No, couldn't quite get it going to Fatiada. It may have been a save. It was a block, unfortunately, between the camera and the goalkeeper. He's given a thumbs up. I'm going to give him the save. I'm going to give him 5 there, just because of the reaction of some of the other players and him to the bench as well. So EK now with the ball. Looked like they were going to go for 2 pivots, but actually they put Keeley out there to the left wing again. Marked out of goal. Marked out of the game by Tome Songardo. And EK don't mind because they figured out a way of getting through. Rowan Perry, the number 7. He's the danger man. As soon as they brought Keeley off, Olympia noticed that he was going to be the next person they would have to sort out. They started marking him out of the game. Now Keeley's back on. He seems to be the centre of attention. There's a cannon from Chenares off the post. Would have been one hell of a goal. EK can start to go up. Takes a very long shot. He had to be something special to beat De Paolo from there. It looks like Keeley's been left on the floor. Olympia, they transition quickly. They can find the spaces. It's not necessarily what they specialise in. And they get stopped there by Mowat. There's still spaces though, and it's out on the right wing. They found it off the post and in by Salgado. He's not just a defensive specialist. He scored 2 goals from the right winger as well. So Keeley gets the foul. Second half has started with a very intense fashion. 3 minutes in. It was 15-11, 16-12 now. A couple of shots missed, couple of shots scored, and a couple of passes missed as well. De Paolo back in goal for Olympia. As they get the ball back. Jonas now. Balbero's trying to do everything to get himself free. Keeley doesn't really mind, he just goes to mark another person. As Jonas goes for the spin over the head. Christian wasn't having any of it. He is such an important player for EK right now. There are a few too many gaps. Their defence is not exactly solid. It's not as it's not as solid as Livingston's was yesterday against Olympia. They're managing to find gaps through, but they're not managing to find the actual goal, which is the most important thing. And that's a lot thanks to the goalkeeper. Olympia may argue that their finishing has been a touch slapdash, but actually I'd say a lot of the saves have been pretty top draw actually as well. As Keeley goes for the spin from the left wing, tight angle, it was going to have to be something very good, and it wasn't exactly that. Trying to force it, he's been starved to the ball here, Keeley. And when you get like that, when you do get the ball, when you do get an opportunity, you feel like you have to force it. That was a forced shot. Bereznicu gets the ball at the line. Here goes Balberas. Goes for the shot. And I think goes through the legs of Christian. Balberas gets his goal. That's his second of the game. There's a 2-minute suspension here for Bereznicu. And I'm guessing, this is a guess because I didn't see it, that he ran through the centre circle within 2 meters of where the ball was being played from. You're not allowed to do that, and because you're stopping the other team from breaking. So you're not allowed to get within 2 meters of the person taking the throw off. And it's a 2-minute suspension if you do and you intercept the ball. Now, a couple of attacking players sometimes try and manipulate that, even if they're not going to pass it. They see the player running within 2 meters off the throw off and they just chuck it at the player. Oh, that's a penalty. There's a big shout from Keeley. He's asking for a 2 minutes. Sort of semi-understand why, I think. He's already taken 1 penalty, which he didn't manage to score. Second one coming up. No fake, but the same result. De Paulo saves it. And I can understand where he's coming from for wanting that 2-minute suspension, to be fair. It's contact in the air. Fitiera just nicks the ball off the corner. Goes out of play. Olympia already a player down. That would have been pretty disastrous if they'd gone down another player in this 2 minutes. Great bit of play. That's straight in the goalkeeper's face, though. Now, there's a 2-minute suspension. The goalkeeper, De Paulo, on the floor, and that's a relatively, I wouldn't say niche rule, but it's a rule that takes some potential explaining. If you look at the goalkeeper's head, he doesn't move it. Now, if the goalkeeper had moved his head into the path of the ball, it wouldn't have been a 2-minute suspension for the attacking player. But as the goalkeeper's head was stationary, the attacking player threw it straight at his head, and you can see the nice red mark on his left eye and the nose. It's the player's responsibility, the attacking responsibility, to not throw the ball at a keeper's head. Or any other part of his body, which obviously is not ideal. It's not what you want to do as an attacker, but his head is completely off limits. So it's a 2-minute suspension for the EK82 player. And I actually missed who it was. Was it Rowan Perry? 7. Thank you very much, Rowan Perry. It was. And I've just given him a goal, actually. I just realised I thought that something fell off. No, 2-minute suspension now. I think that's EK's first of the game, or at least the first one I've actually catch who it was. Fitiera from the left wing. Bounces it into the top corner. There's lots of space out there on the court now for both teams. Definitely harder from the defensive perspective than it is from an attacking perspective. And Olympia decide that they're going to not make it harder for themselves, but going to defend 4 on the 6-metre line. And in fact, there we go, because they're back up to their full complement now. There's a step into the area by the number 5, Greg Hughes. You get a good amount of space as well, but he stepped in. 18-12, the gap now is 4. And Olympia have an opportunity to extend that gap. Move the ball from left to right, open the spaces up. They step through the middle. Balberas hits the crossbar. Fitiera actually got the rebound, but I don't think he actually made anything of it. Balberas trying his best as Olympia now go really high on Keeley yet again. Look at him. Salgado trying to flap his arms around, making sure that the ball, he's not looking at the ball at all. He's purely looking at Keeley, and he's trying to make sure that if the ball tries to go over the top of his head, he gets hit by one of his arms at least as well. Here's Keeley back on the ball, trying to make something happen. Forces the shot from 9 meters. It's almost looking like the Olympia player was actually blocking his own goalkeeper's pass out then, but it's another good save by De Paulo, one he probably would have expected to save. Doesn't mean it's not just as valuable as some that he wouldn't expect to make. Ooh, Perry almost getting on and intercepting the ball. Here's Jonas moving the ball. Balberas forces the shot. He knows that there wasn't the right decision. The ball goes high and long and into the back of the net. Well, that is one of the best looking goals anyway we've seen so far this weekend. Blair Gavin for EK82, picking that out of the air one step before he gets into the 6 meters and sticking it into the top corner. Really nice finish. Nearly 9 minutes gone then, 18-13. The gap is as it was, I think, at half time. But EK turn it over. They're not out of this game yet, and a few fast breaks, which we know they're good at. Well, they're good at it, but De Paolo's better at it seems, in goal. Even with that black eye, which he probably will inevitably have, he is absolutely on fire, as he was yesterday. That's his 5th crucial save of the game, only beaten, really, by Christian Agbonten, who at the beginning of this second half, at the end of the first half as well, it was absolutely on fire. He hasn't been able to quite keep Olympia out single-handedly since then, but you can't really blame him for that one. There's lots of space that Olympia managing to find. At the moment, though, I suppose EK, their defence has improved. The passes to Bereznicu on the line has sort of dried up a little bit for Olympia. There's been a couple of opportunities from the wing, a couple of pop shots from distance for the backcourt shooters, but nothing you would say has been really full on. Here's an opportunity, and it's inside the area. Would have been a nice little finish as Christian was actually running straight out. Keeley gets the other side of his defender for the first time in a while, gets the bounce, gets the foul. Look at that frustrated man. He's trying everything he can to do it almost single-handedly when he actually does get the ball. And there's going to be a bit of a telling off here for the Olympia defender, and I think a 2-minute suspension or a bit of a calming down, both from Keeley and the Olympia defence. As I said, he cuts a frustrated figure in that headband right now. Here they go. EK. Oh, that's going to be a penalty. From defending inside the area, Jonas. And a stop in play, not because there's only going to be any 2 minutes, but because he's we're just waiting. Try and get that cleaned up. He did end up on the floor, and they've given up with the towels. They've gone for is that toilet roll these days? Kitchen roll? That'd be better, wouldn't it? More than one sheet there. Clearly not plenty. Right, as they step up, slots it to the right hand side of the goalkeeper. That was number 4 for EK82, Chris Mowat. So Keeley being taken off the responsibility. You can understand why after missing 2, and De Paolo potentially getting the better of him. Mowat this time, he's had a good game himself, especially in defence. Here's Jonas. They're going for a very, very aggressive 3-2-1 now, aren't they? EK82 trying to turn the ball over. Balberas. Is that a travel there? Here go EK. No, I thought they were going to try and ping that over the top towards the right-hand side. .11 minutes gone. The gap is still 4. It was 15-11 at half-time, which is the same gap as what it is now. So EK, despite playing, I would say, a little bit better in the second half, haven't actually managed to claw their way back into it. Trying to clean the floor up, but referees wanted to get on with the game. Keeley going in as that second line. In fact, it looks like they've almost got 3 lines in there now, and the shot comes in. Oh, I'll tell you what, I thought that ended up in the top corner, actually. I was about to go wild. So is the crowd, probably. And as I've said many a time, Olympia, they don't look for the fast breaks. They want to set their attack up, use their physicality, move the defenders around, get through just like that. And when it works, it works. That's Chanez with a smashing goal into the post and in. Nelson Oliveira will probably be a little bit more happy with the performance that he's seen today. Another great save from De Paolo. That always helps as well. That's his 6th vital and impressive save, which puts him about the same as I'd say Christian Gabotain. Might feel like Olympia have actually the Olympia goalkeepers have sort of made more of an impact, but they've sort of shared it out a little bit as well. Mohamed Barnama making 3 vital saves as the referee's coming over. Is there a chat to the officials table? The yellow card comes the way of EK82's bench, one of the coaches, I'm guessing. Well, there are 4 people on the as official coaches for EK82 on the team sheet. I'm going to give the warning to Michael Lavery. Not sure if it was him at all, but the yellow card is sort of half of a 2-minute suspension. It's not quite as bad as that. It's a bit of a warning. There's Trenares trying to get the shot away. Didn't make it happen. Comes off as well for the defensive specialist. Moving the ball out to the left wing. Thrown straight away. I think the defensive specialist that keeps coming on for Olympia is the 26 Pavel. We'll keep an eye out, see who swaps out for Trenares next time, maybe. But again, it's another reason why they don't really. In fact, here is Pavel actually going into the line. There's another reason why they don't necessarily transition quickly when they have to make substitutions between defence and attack Olympia. But EK do like to transition quickly, and that's exactly what we're about to see. The number 8 goes through. And Marley Bower, nice to see him back on the court. He's got a fair few important goals yesterday. It maybe looked like his weekend was over when he went down with nobody around him, twisted his ankle. Saw him on the broadcast a little later on as well. He was had ice and had it raised and everything, doing all the right things, and it looks like it's worked for him as well, because he's managed to get back out there, and it didn't look like he had any trouble sprinting on that ankle and finishing that shot. Oh, Trenares with a massive fake, and the seas opened up for him. That's 4 goals for him, and there's, I don't think a timeout is called. The referees have paused the game again. Not 100% sure. 2-minute suspension for the number 25. Now that'll be for a incorrect substitution. I can only assume, because the delegates down there have decided that they're the ones that have called the 2 minutes. And there is a substitution line, how many metres away from the halfway line? About 7 metres away from the halfway line. And substitutions, the player has to be off the court completely between that substitution line and the halfway line. And once the player is off completely, only then can your new player come onto the court, because otherwise, obviously, it's as if you've got too many players on the court. So there's 2 ways you can get a suspension. 1 is if you haven't waited for another player to come off the court, or 2 if you run off anywhere apart from in between the substitution line and the halfway line. So not sure which one of those that was, but it was one of them for sure. So EK are a player down, and it was Sam Charles, by the way, who's ended up with that 2-minute suspension. 15 to go. And 5 is the difference on the scoreboard as well. Keeley trying to get out from the wing to get involved. Rowan Perry with the shot. They decided to mark both of those players out now, it seems, given that EK are at a deficit. Fitiera, as I said, all you really have to do is move it from left to right. Olympia with half their players disappearing. Chadira coming on at left back. Trenares, Balberas, Chadira out to Fitiera, and a good save there by the EK82 goalkeeper. It's back to being the number 1, Ewan Hunter. Really nice save by him. And another, I thought it was going to be another save. I think it did come off the goalkeeper, but Trenares, the power of his shot found its way into the back of the net as the timeout is called by EK82. Little replay of Trenares faking the pass, finding the space, and it was a touch of Ewan Hunter that we heard. That would have been a quite sensational return to the sticks, that would have been, but still, one save was very good. Olympia, I'm sure, will think there's plenty of room to improve, but they're doing what they need to secure third at the moment. EK have been in this position before, though they came back in it in the first half. It was helped a little bit by Olympia getting a suspension. EK need to ride this suspension period out, this power play that Olympia have. Ride it out. Come up with a plan to get back into this game. They've been fairly successful on the fast breaks. If it wasn't for Paulo, they would be a lot closer. But then you could say if it wasn't for Christian Agabontain, Agbontain even, my apologies, it would have been a lot further away, Olympia, as well. So the goalkeeper's played an equal part in this game. "14 minutes to play, 6 goals to the good for Olympia, and a power play in act as well." EK has to be a little bit careful that passive play doesn't get instantly called. I know they're just playing around with attack, but one could argue that it's sort of on purpose. Here we go. They're starting to play the ball. Keeley gets it from the left back, looks for the right wing, lots of space over there. Mowat doesn't take advantage though. He only used about half the space available to him, and this is an unusual scene. It's Olympia going for a fast break. Clearly Georgiev hoping to go a little bit quicker than the rest of his teammates, who finally join him now. Trenez into Bezanicu. No, it's not Bezanicu anymore, is it? It's the number 26. Pavel, his first goal of the game. Tatarlinchev then with his normally coming on in defence. You can see at both Pavel and Bezanicu, the two central defenders. Bezanicu this time in this half though is the one that keeps coming on and off for Trenez, having to run all the way from that right back position. It's a long way to run from right back to off the bench every single time, then to get a defender on before the likes of EK have broken up the pitch. But that's the risk that Olympia have chosen to pick, so they can have a bit more of a solid defence and a more solid attack, a more well-rounded attack and defence. EK look to get up then. Bezanicu's back in. Lots of space on the left wing. You expect that to go in. You don't expect it to go wide. And that's exactly what's happened for Ewan Duff, who's gone a little bit quiet in the second half of this game. Very much was a presence in the early stages of the first half, but hasn't been able to really make an impact in this second half, which is a bit of a shame for him. A bit of a shame for EK as well, as Olympia dropped the ball. And here goes a fast break. Keeley with the spin, gets the goal. That's what he'll enjoy. Nice little smart finish there, really nicely done on the break. So look at this, EK have gone for a 4-2 defence now. We don't see particularly often. It's almost bordering on 3-3 actually. Really high up, and Trenez picks up some momentum, doesn't bother him. Here's Mowat. Doesn't get through. And Trenez is showing a lot more of the potency that we're used to seeing him for the majority of the season. Mowat goes for the shot over the two central defenders. Always going to be a bit difficult there. Who was that nearly stacking it? Number 22, Chadira. He's actually tying his shoelaces. If that was the bomb, that would have been rather embarrassing. 23-16 though. The gap has eked out to 7 goals, hasn't it? And well, for EK 82, 7 goals, 10 minutes. It's not that they can't score 7 goals in 10 minutes, it's whether or not they can stop Olympia scoring them. Fitiera, and it's wide. They've tried that a couple of times now, with that sort of Kemper style, and Fitiera going for that spin. Hasn't worked at the moment. That doesn't mean it's not going to work. He's clearly got the wrist for it. He's clearly got the leap for it as well. As Ewan Duff, again, looks for the finish. But DePaulo is at the moment just quite simply unstoppable in that goal. All players are equal in handball, and well, goalkeepers are no exception. Everybody thinks that you just go in there and flail your body around, see what happens, try and get hit by the ball. And in essence, that is a very basic way of looking at it. But there is so much more technical ability towards it. Ewan Hunter just showed it off there as well. We've seen a couple of players who have really perfected their art. And trust me, goalkeeping at the high level is a dark art. Bereznicu gets a 2-minute suspension and a penalty awarded to EK. 2-minute suspension, you get the feeling, is almost going to be more important than the penalty. This obviously is going to start off this power play quite well if they get it in. Mowat scored 1, scored 2. They get 1 back, and they get 2 minutes where they can try, get the ball back, get up the court, and score. They're going to need 2 or 3 goals without reply in this period, and look at how aggressive they're going. It's a full 3-3 defence. No line player to worry about. They're getting the second line in now from the wing, and it's a timeout called by Olympia. If you are new to handball, or you're not that well versed, and you might be slightly confusing of why I'm shouting out all these random numbers in random orders, say 3-3 or 4-2 or 6-0, 5-1, 3-2-1 and all that sort of thing, it's based on the defensive formation. So in an attacking formation, quite often you just see the 1. It's with a pivot player, 2 wingers, 2 halfbacks, and a centre with a goalkeeper and net. Sometimes you can go with 2 pivots, but really, people don't really go for that one sort of thing. There's a lot more variation in defence. If it's a 6-0 defence, that means all 6 of your out-court players are around the 6-metre line, the goalkeeper's area, making one big block, basically, one big wall, and moving left to right. There's not much pressure on the backcourt players of the attacking team, but you sort of stifle the wingers. A 5-1, you put a little bit more pressure into switching the play. That means you have 5 players around the 6-metre line. 1 player potentially between the 7 metres and the 9 metres. The 9 metres is the dotted line. Trying to disrupt the play, maybe get some interceptions and put some pressure on the centre defence. A 4-2 is when you have 4 players around the 6-metre line. 2 players putting the pressure up on a half-back and a centre, or maybe 2 half-backs, maybe setting a trap. They can go very aggressive. 3-3, which is what we're seeing EK at the moment, is 3 players around the 6-metre and 3 really high up from the 9 metres and beyond. There is a 5-0-1 and everything, and it's all about different levels and stages about where you press. I would argue that this 3-3 is actually a 3-0-3. And Olympia managed to just about find a way through as well. Ewan Hunter couldn't get the save. EK trying to get the advantage. It's inside the area though. So Olympia have actually levelled up things in this power play. Ewan Duff again not able to get it. So for, say, Olympia, where they have some very strong backcourt shooters, you maybe want to press them a little bit higher. Hence the 3-3 defence. The problem with the 3-3 defence, it basically goes man-to-man, player to player. And if you get a momentum from one of these Olympia players, there's not much stopping them. They're that physical. Good pass there. And that's the other fear, as the EK goalkeeper, Ewan Hunter, makes another great save. That's his 3rd big save, I think, even since he's come back on. Inside the keeper's area, EK have a chance to turn it over, and I think one of the Olympia players is actually stuck in the netting at the other end, which means there are 2 players down, only 4 defenders, and EK haven't managed to find a way through. And worse than that, they've thrown the ball away. Georgiev now stands at the other end of the court because he was basically tangled there as if he was on a fishnet. But Olympia, actually, they didn't get their head up quick enough to see that he was all alone up there. So here they go. I think they're back up to their full complement of players as well. I'm not sure. Fatiera looks like he's playing at this sort of left-back position hybrid. So maybe they're not quite up there, but they do get a penalty. And that is Pavel's impact from the line. Fatiera steps up. He's got a good wrist. Hell of a finish. What's he got in locker for us? Sending the number 6 back. Oh, well, he tried the fancy flick. It didn't work for him. Ewan Hunter with another save. 6.5 minutes to go, 24-17. It's not beyond the wit of man. EK can do this if they manage to actually break up the court a little bit, but they also have to stop Olympia scoring, and the problem is the more you push forward, the more you force it like that, the less likely you are of actually scoring and then getting back as well, because you're committing so many players forward. Olympia trying to take advantage, but they're not specialists in fast breaks. They don't get back though. Keeley gets his goal. Almost to a polite round of applause from the crowd outside that I can hear. Even though we are a lot closer to EK's East Kilbride than we are Olympia in London. It's almost as if Olympia have actually travelled with more support. That's thanks to the fact that obviously the Olympia women's are involved as well. It's been a weekend away for those guys. As Georgiev scores yet another goal. I think that's his 4th of the game. Keeley getting bullied back. He's managed to break away free though. And he scored. Everybody just switched off. And Keeley, well, reacted the best out of everyone. He got the foul, played it straight off the other defender, the other attacker. Olympia decided not to switch on. Thought there was a bit something suspect on it. You got to play to the whistle. It's a 6-goal game. 5 minutes to go. Again, I wouldn't say it's beyond the wit of man. EK need to pick themselves up. This could well be on the cards, especially the way that Olympia have decided to start playing, where they just stop dead. Here they go. They've gone for the long pass over the top. That may be a little bit forcing it. You don't need to go that direct. Referee's bringing it back. But there are certainly gaps there. There's a lapse of concentration from Olympia, especially in the last sort of 2 minutes or so. Perry goes for the shot. That's a bit forced, but there's the recovery. The rebound scored by the number 6, Ben Muir, once again. Haven't seen him or said his name for a little while, but his 4th goal of the game. I didn't even see him in amongst all that sea of yellow. Look how aggressive they're going. It is effectively man marking now. It's not necessarily just a 3-3. It is just player for player, isn't it? And Olympia managed to ride the tackles. Pavel gets another goal. His 2nd. Here goes EK. Still a 6-goal game. 3.5 minutes. I said it was beyond the wit of man. It wasn't beyond the wit of man. It's a 5-goal game. It's a miracle that's needed though, isn't it? Rowan Perry, with what I think is his 4th, may well be his 5th. Bounce it into the line. Good defence there by the number 6, Ben Muir. Holding on to that shoulder, actually. There's a run from Georgiev on the blind side. 5 goals to his name. It didn't start the game very well for him, did it? He came on replacing Tomo Salgado in defence. Instantly got 2 minutes, but since then he's managed to get 5 goals. There's Keeley taking the bounce and taking the goal. There's going to be a 2-minute suspension for Pavel for around the net contact. So even though he's been fairly peripheral figure, Keeley, in this game, even missing penalties, so this doesn't include penalties, obviously, Ryan Keeley is actually up to 6 goals, which is equal contribution to his team as Christian Agbontain. I count Christian's crucial saves as goals because they are quite as important. Number 88 for Tierra getting his 3rd. And actually, amazingly, to add to that stat about Keeley being a peripheral figure, with those 6 goals, he's actually equal top goal scorer with Mantas Trenares, the Olympia right back. That's not the way to beat him, though, is it? 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And a timeout called by Olympia. And I was just about to go through some of the other top goal scorers as well as the game, so I might as well do that now. Trenares has got 6, Georgiev with 5, Bereznicu with 5 as well. Fitiera with 3, Balberas with 2. It's a big difference compared to the game that he had yesterday, but luckily some of his other teammates like Trenes have stepped up to the plate. Salgado got 2, and Pavel at the moment has got 2, whereas for EK, Rowan Perry with 4, may well be 5, I think I missed one of his. Chris Merritt with 2, Greg Hughes with 1, Ben Muir with 4, Marley Bower, nice to see him out on the court, let alone scoring goals. He's got 1 to his name. Ryan Keeley with 6, Ewan Duff with 2. He's had a lot of opportunities in this second half as well. He'll be disappointed that he hasn't come away with about 5. And we got Duncan Home with 1, and Blair Gavin with 1 as well. In terms of goalkeepers, I've got Matthias De Paolo is making 7 crucial saves. I've got Christian Agbontain with 6, sorry. Ewan Hunter with 4, and Mohamed Banrama with 3 as well. So they really have been shared out, but both all 4 goalkeepers that we've seen in this game, or for the majority of this game, have been sensational. Definitely pulling their weight. Had a fair share of 2-minute suspensions as well, actually. We've had Georgiev, we've had Balberas, we've had Bereznicu, we've had Perry and Sam Charles, all with 2-minute suspensions. Here goes Trenes. He got through the first wall, couldn't get through the second. 6 goals is the gap. Oh, the fake there, even fooled the cameraman. The ball didn't go in the back of the net though, which is the crucial bit. EK can break now. They are swapping defenders and attackers, which is why they may be having to slow down just a touch. Third place is on the line here, remember, and that's a shot for the number 15. That's Nielsen. I was calling number 7 Nielsen for a long time. Well, we finally do see the number 15 get on court. Tried to get his first goal. Wasn't happening. Maybe EK trying to give some players an experience. Number 24 as well, now Cameron McEwen. We haven't seen him too much over the course of this game. Saw him have a little bit of a features yesterday. With 1 minute to go, they're going to try their best to make a name for themselves. Chadera trying to move the ball. There was lots of space for Fitiera, but he couldn't get there. Here goes Pavel. Passing play is attempted to be called, and it is called as well. But that's a great pass into Pavel. Took out about 4 defenders with 1 simple bounce pass. I'm not even sure who it was, actually. It was defending on the right wing. Was it Berenice? No, it wasn't Berenice because he is a line player. Was it Balberius? I feel like it was the 23, Thomas Balnonasis. 15 seconds left. Keeley knows that this game is done. Here is Trenes. He gets another goal, and I think that might claim him as the top goal scorer for the game. The buzzer will sound to crown Olympia as the bronze medalist here in the NorDan British Handball Super Cup men's category. EK will be disappointed with 4th out of this competition. They definitely played very well. They played their part, and ultimately Olympia's backcourt power were the ones that came out on top. That's not all they had today though. Bereznicu and Pavel from the line weighed in with a fair few goals. 5 for Bereznicu and Pavel with 2, so 7 in total from the line. The wings as well, Fitiera and Georgiev came in with 8 between them, those guys. But really, Trenes with 7, Jonas with 2, Chadera with 1. Were really some of the stars of the show. And they created lots of opportunities for penalties. EK82 did a fantastic job as well. Rowan Perry tried to step it up when Keeley was marked out of the game. Christian Agbontain was fantastic in goal. So was Ewan Hunter. I'd say Christian Agbontain definitely a worthy player of the match. If the opposition, Nelson Oliveira, decided to give him to him. As you can see, the Olympia celebrations all starting in front of the Olympia women's team, who play in the final in the next game, which comes up at 2 o'clock. They'll be hoping to ride the wave that the men's team have started here and take the gold medal as well, and the trophy, and that spot in potential European places. That's what Olympia men have got. The women have already secured it because it's the top 3 in the competition. Wouldn't it be one hell of a weekend away for that club if they could manage to get some some money to get that to going. It was a great game. EK will feel a little hard done by. They played well, but in the end, not well enough. So it is Olympia who come out on top. We're going to give you a couple of minutes break from my voice. We'll be back for presentations after you see some of the highlights of what was a fast, frantic, but fantastic game of handball. Yes, welcome back, and we are here to see the player of the matches. Unsurprisingly, in my opinion, Mateus De Paulo is the Olympia man of the match, and well, you can't argue with it, can you? He's very pleased with that, and I don't think any of the Olympia players will be too disappointed that they lost out on that one, because he was a man mounted in goal. And the player of the match nominated by the Olympia team for EK is the opposing goalkeeper, Ewan Hunter. Great game by him. Could have been either of them, to be honest, but Ewan Hunter with that player of the match. He'll be disappointed with fourth in this tournament, but with the player of the match in the final game, he looks a little bit perplexed. I don't think he should be perplexed. When he watches this game back, Ewan was fantastic. So, yeah, hopefully he'll have lots of kind messages in the on his phone to go back to. The fourth place team then, EK 82, Scottish National Cup champions, runners-up in the league, and here in the British Super Cup, overall fourth place, but again had their heads held high, hopefully, because they played a fantastic 2 games, almost beating Hawks yesterday. They weren't satisfied with the performance yesterday. They came out to try and maybe resurrect that one a little bit, weren't as disciplined as they were hoping, but today a bit more disciplined. But unfortunately they came out against a bit of a different outfit. Olympia, very different team to North East Manchester Hawks. A bit more physical, different play style. And yeah, just didn't go the way of EK. But we hope to see them back next time. And it looks like the bronze medalists are getting ready. The presentation committee, shall we say. Ewan Hunter, the CEO of Scottish Handball. Megan Kemp, the logistics coordinator for NorDan UK as well, presenting the bronze medals here and getting their photos taken. Chadira, the first one to step up. Panorama after that as well. And the third person you can see there, well, the third out of the four, there's a photographer obviously as well, who's doing a brilliant job this weekend, but I unfortunately don't know his name, but credit to him is obviously Julia Stenhouse as well. But yeah, in the finals we may have a slightly different looking presentation committee, and Megan Kemp at the moment, the one giving out the medals and doing a brilliant job of it as well, I have to say. Third is not what Olympia came to play, but after third in the league and going into the Super Cup, they'll be very pleased to come here and flex their muscles, at least in this match at least, but they'll probably think that they performed a little bit better as the 23 Thomas Balnonis gives a little bit of extra to the camera. Brilliant stuff. And last but not least, a very happy coach, I'm sure, Nelson Oliveira even. We will have interviews coming up for you as we see the celebrations from Olympia. It will be with the captains, with Pete in a couple of minutes' time. We do have 2 more games. That's it for the third place playoffs, which means it's the big time. We're going into the finals. Straight up after this, we have the women's final. West London Eagles versus Olympia, followed by, at 4 o'clock, Livingston versus North East Manchester Hawks. Join us in about 20 minutes' time for that women's final. We can't wait for it. Neither can the players. Well done to Olympia. They come home in third. See you in a minute.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Ben. Congrats on this weekend. Not the result you were looking for today, but how's the team feeling after that match?
I think we're pretty happy. Do you want me to take it? Or? Yeah, I think we're pretty happy with how we played this weekend. We had a big weekend last weekend. It was the Scottish Cup final and we won. It was the first time we beat Livingston in a few years. So that was a great result for us. Everyone's kind of riding high. And then maybe the intensity wasn't quite what it should have been yesterday. And then it just kind of carried over into today. And I think everyone was just a bit beat up as well. So.
Yeah, you had the Scottish Cup win last week, and the result yesterday in that match against Hawks was improved on the year before. Have you got some confidence from these sort of results coming at the end of this season and that improving performance?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we're scared to play anyone in the UK. We talked about that before the game. Like, we thought we would have probably put in a better performance there against Olympia, but we know we can beat Hawks, we know we can beat Livingston, and we'll see how they do today. But yeah, 100%. Plus, we've currently got 4 of our starting 7 injured, and our full starting backcourt, apart from one player, is on the sidelines right now. So we've got all those guys coming back next season, as well as the squad you saw over the weekend. So I'm pretty confident that we can go a lot further next year than we did this weekend.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a great season coming up next year. Congrats again for this weekend and this season. All the very best.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your time, man. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks.
congratulations on winning the bronze medal in the Super Cup. How's the team feeling straight after?
We are very happy. We are very happy. We was a bit down after yesterday's semi-final, obviously. I don't know what happened. Yesterday it wasn't our game, but after the game we had a team speak. We talked all together in the hotel. We had a good dinner. We had fun together. We rest in the night, and we did our job today. We did our job today, and we are very happy.
You certainly came out and you were playing with a lot of passion for the entire game. How much did this match and winning the bronze medal mean to the team after the disappointment yesterday?
As I said yesterday, we were so down because we lost this semi-final. We came here obviously to win it, and the things didn't go like we wished. But we are happy for the bronze medal. We're really happy. We won it. I think I'm very grateful for the guys that I'm playing with them. We are not just teammates. We are really friends. As I said, we had fun yesterday. We're trying to motivate each other, and I'm really thankful for them.
And you've got the women's team from Olympia are playing in the gold medal match coming up next. How nice is it to have that club support around when you're up in Scotland playing here?
Well, we're gonna be here for the ladies' game. We're gonna support them. Thanks to our girls as well for supporting us, because it was amazing. And we're gonna be here. We're gonna shout our voices and try to help them to win it, so they have a chance to win Triple Crown this year, because they are already champions of English. They playing cup final, and now they're playing final. Hopefully they're gonna win all of them.
Well, enjoy watching that match. Once again, congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations tonight.
Thank you guys. Love for Olympia.
We have a challenge. The greatest challenge in the history of humanity. There's a world to save. Each and every one of us must rethink, reprogram ourselves, and change the way that we usually do things. The construction industry makes up around 40% of our total CO2 emissions. The king of wasteful thinking, really. Drastic change is required to reduce our new build carbon footprint from the current 1,000 kilograms of CO2 per square meter down to 300 kilograms, which is the 2030 target. That's steep, but not impossible. And above all, necessary. And it has to be a team effort, where every detail counts when building a new construction standard. At NorDan, we try to lead by example. We've done it for nearly 100 years now. We try to do our part by improving ourselves through our products. More than 90% of an ordinary NorDan window frame is made from timber, which is a natural carbon sink. It keeps the embodied carbon figures among the lowest in the industry, with CO2 emissions from NorDan less than half of aluminium or UPVC windows. Compared to other composite materials in the market, there is no comparison. With U values as low as 0.7 and unbeaten durability, even in harsh coastal environments, it gives any house the homeliness it deserves for generations to come, which comes in handy when facing the fact that the UK needs to build 350,000 new homes each year to meet the demand. So why is timber an excellent building material? For one thing, it's carbon negative. It absorbs and stores more carbon than it emits during its growth time. From a full-grown tree, we can extract material for building 30 windows. When a NorDan window is installed in a home, it will stay there for at least 60 years, keeping the home well insulated and energy efficient. You see, we like to commit ourselves long-term. It's the only way if there's going to be a long-term at all. At NorDan, we are ready to do what it takes to reverse the climate change. Please join us. There's a window of opportunity. And that is now. We have a challenge.
Hello everybody and welcome to Oriam Sports Centre for what is the first of the NorDan British Handball Super Cup final. That's right, all the third place playoffs, all the semi-finals, they're all done and dusted. This is where the real meat is in the gravy. We've got West London Eagles versus Olympia, and well, if anybody's been following English handball, you'll know that this is actually a prelude, almost a dress rehearsal for the National Cup final that we've got in about a month's time. Very exciting indeed for that one down in Nottingham, but this is for the British Super Cup, and a lot of people would say actually that's harder to win, because of course you've got to beat the best in Scotland as well as being the top in your leagues respectively. If anybody out there is wondering, well, you've just tuned in, what is the British Handball Super Cup? What is the NorDan British Handball Super Cup, I should say actually. The top two from the Scottish League against the top two in the English League come head to head to see who is the best in the land. We've had Newcastle Vikings finishing 4th. We've had Edinburgh finishing 3rd this morning. And this is the culmination of the women's competition. West London Eagles versus Olympia. Let me run you down the team as the PA is currently doing. For Olympia, we've got the number 1, Sabrina Farhan. Number 4, Malvina Speck. Number 8, Elodie Trouillard. Number 9, Greta Morkvenite. She has given me permission to just say Greta. Number 10, Tamara Halmouche. Number 11, Cecile Jakobsen. Number 13, Anastasia Petrovska. Number 15, Amanda Hoffner. Number 17, Vivian Lengel. Number 19, Karina Vesteng. Number 20, Alexandra Ginter. Number 28, Bianca Morutan. Number 29, Bella Hughes. Number 87, Denisa Lemon. Number 88, Natalia Zak. And number 95, Joanna Markova. That is the Olympia playing team. They've obviously got a few people on the bench here as coaches. And the main man is Aurelian Goog. With Sarah Autunish is on the bench with them as well. I think normally a player, Sarah, but injured and on the bench. The West London Eagles, we've got the number 1, Annette Utby. The number 2, Vindel McDougall. Number 3, Wing Hang Hoi, also known as Jill potentially. Number 4, Maddie Edwards. Number 5, Emma Jane Tommen. Number 6, Christina Littman. Number 7, Maria Seri. Number 8, Victoria Pavashinska. Number 10, Anna Meyer. Number 11, Naomi Bell. Number 13, Katarzyna Witowska. Number 16, Erika Hodosi. Number 19, Katarina Razolin Bento. Number 20, Hoi Kwun Lung, also known as Lydia. And number 24, Anna Thornhill. And on the in charge of the West London Eagles team, I should say, is Paul Dempsey. Our 2 referees, Gianna Stella Marisi and Andrea Alejandra Pepe from Italy. So how do these 2 get on yesterday? Well, obviously they both won their respective matches. West London Eagles beating Edinburgh and Olympia beating Newcastle by the biggest margin that we've had this weekend so far, 29-9. So Olympia, the league champions in England, finalists here in the British Super Cup. Oh, she just spotted the camera actually, I think. And the English National Cup finalists as well. They are well on their way to a treble this season for Olympia Handball Club women's team. And not only that, we do have another potential treble, but that is in the men's category. A little later on, we'll talk about North East Manchester Hawks. At the moment, it is the women's final we've got to chat about. If you are wondering about when the men's is, it is at 4 o'clock. It's the game after this one, Livingston versus Hawks. So please, hopefully you've used the 3rd place playoffs to get yourself hyped for an afternoon of spectacular handball. And as I said, this is almost a dress rehearsal for what is to come in June down in Nottingham. Important players to be keeping an eye out on. Some top scorers, Denisa Lamont, fast breaks for Olympia, a key part of her game. Anastasia Petrovska as well, I think that was from the left wing, the number 13, a complete whip of an arm. Sabrina Farhan, brilliant goalkeeper as well for Olympia. For West London Eagles, Brindell McDougall, the right winger, had a fantastic game against Edinburgh, scoring 6 goals. And Wing Hang Hui as well, with 3 goals for that particular game. Other than that, pretty shared out, to be honest, for West London Eagles, as they start us here in the final. And there's a shot gone over for the number 3, Wing Hang Hui. when she went into the centre of the court against Edinburgh, that's when the game really shifted. That's when it changed. And West London Eagles actually started playing a little bit more cohesively, started playing the handball that we come to expect from them. Olympia do come into this as favourites, you would argue. Not that a massive favourites, one would say, but as the league champions, West London Eagles have been second in that one. And they'll be hoping to have a little bit of an upset here. They play some really interesting moves as well, do West London Eagles. Faking second lines, going in, attacking on the blind side. Wingers are just as important as the backcourt players, as is the same for Olympia, don't get me wrong. In fact, can't really choose between these two. I've asked a couple of people and they can't really choose between them either. Passive play is being called. Step by the number 3 to go between 1 or 2 defender. Couldn't get the ball out to the wing though. So Olympia get the ball back, still 0-0. Both teams have had an attack, both teams have failed to score. In fact, the West London Eagles have failed to score 2 as those are coming together in the middle of the court. So Lamont lining up at right back. Speck at centre. Greta at the left back position. West London Eagles trying to make that interception. Lamont finds the ball though. Almost presented to her and a great save. It was from inside the area. In fact, no, the defender picked the ball up from inside the area, but a good save by the West London Eagles, number 16, Erica Hudzosi. As Olympia try and line something up. Lots of crosses with the backcourt players, but Lamont get the ball stuck to her hand. Too much tack potentially. West London Eagles try and move up the court. There's a travel there. Wasn't looking up at the same time as dribbling the ball. A lesson for any young handballers out there. Make sure you have your eyes up rather than just going straight for the dribble. Couple of people arguing there's a little bit too much tack on the ball here. That's an unusual thing. But we saw it in the semi-final a little bit. And in fact, actually, we just saw Lamont hold on to the ball for a little bit too long. So maybe they have a point. It is Greta attacking the same space that Lamont just drove all the defenders into. Not wanting to go over to the right-hand side. And as a right-hander, as a left-back as well, you can understand that. Well, I certainly do anyway. I wanted to avoid the right-back as much as the plague, honestly. .28 is in at line for Olympia after what has been a fairly slow start, to be honest, with this final. A little bit of nerves. Passive play being called. Good save by Hudzosi. And a battle for the ball sees Hudzosi get the ball back, I think. And in fact, no, it's just a standard foul, I fear. The West London Eagles go up the other end. Slightly different lineup than we're used to seeing from the Eagles. And I think this is their funky second line. No, it's their double cross, followed by another shot from the backcourt. 4 minutes in nearly, no goals yet scored. Little fake from Speck, but a intervention, shall we say, from the West London Eagles defender meant that she didn't get the ball back. Number 28 for Olympia, Bianca Morrison, currently standing in as the line player. I feel like you guys may have just heard my phone because it's next to the other microphone as the ball goes in the back of the net from Speck. First goal of the game, first blood goes to Olympia. And there's certainly a support coming from the men's team that did just come third in the game about half an hour ago. That's why we're such late. We said it was a 2 o'clock kickoff, or throw off I should say actually. We got that a little bit wrong, just because it was the game before went on for a little bit longer. Presentations and whatnot have to fit in. The players have to have a fair amount of warm-up. So even though the presentations will finish at about 1:30, obviously the teams weren't able to actually get on the court and warm up properly. We don't want any injuries. We want the highest quality handball we can. And that's what the delay is. Passive play. Stricken off the foot. Completely unintentional. Passive play is still underway. Take the shot from the back court. It almost snuck in. It's going to be a corner ball because of the deflection from the centre block. You can see how William Gu very, very vocal on the side. If his team's not doing something that he wants them to do, he'll certainly let them know about it. As West London Eagles do turn the ball over, and maybe Olympia get an opportunity to actually put in place what Aurelian was actually saying. Here's Speck trying to figure out, unlock the puzzle. That is the West London Eagles defence. Placing the pivot player on the outside. West London Eagles going for that aggressive defence now. Look at that. Almost up as a 3-3 formation. Speck tries to find the way through. Greta rides the tackle. Gets the shot away, but it's not good enough. They get the foul. West London Eagles, yeah, they are. It's almost like a 1-5 defence, to be honest, of how high they're actually going and forcing Olympia back. One player just left alone to take care of Bianca Moreton. And everybody else up on the 9-metre line. Lots of space for Olympia to run into, but they haven't quite figured it out. Lamont, you can see, actually making that darting run from right back into the line. Trying to go behind some of the defenders. That's the bomb with the aggressive defence. Was that travel? Oh, it wasn't travel, but it was inside the area. That is the threat that Olympia do have if they can figure out how to get it to the not only the line player, but also running their other spare players in behind. Movement off the ball, just as crucial as movement on the ball. True in pretty much all aspects of handball and most aspects of sport, to be honest. Anything that involves a ball and a team. But vitally important when you've got such a high pressure defence like West London Eagles are putting in, and they're trying their sort of funky blindsided second line fake. They got it all kinds of wrong. I would not have picked this game to be the one, but 7.5 minutes in, we're only 1-0. Victoria gets the ball from the right back, she intercepts it, it could well be 1-1, but it's not, because she shoots it wide. And as I said, I honestly cannot believe that between these two teams, such intense, high-quality handball teams, that we are currently only at a 1-0 situation. Anybody tuning in right now will be thinking this game is scored like football.
Look at the space, man. Look at the space.
Finally, Speck gets back through though. Had to Greta open the door for her, drawing in two defenders. And Speck, well, there's only 2 goals in the game, but they've both been scored by her. West London Eagles slow the ball down. Going for another type of play here. Communicated by the centre. Wing cross, half cross. Victoria shoots. Too far away though, bit too predictable. And I'll give the good save to Sabrina Farhan as well, to be fair. Didn't have to move much for it, but you still have to be there to save it.
Look at the space. Look at the space.
And again, that 1-5 defence, I'm going to keep calling it that. Well, to be fair, the other winger is sat on the 6-metre, not wanting to be as aggressive. But you can see how keen they are to cut off the Olympia left wing. And, well, you can understand why, actually, because that'll be Petrovska, won't it? Who is absolutely lethal with that right hand. And, in fact, they're so keen to try and get her involved. They brought her into the centre now. She's got this whip that is so satisfying to see. I'm hoping we do get an opportunity. But Speck has chosen to just do this all on her own. 3 goals, already a hat-trick for Speck. You can hear the Olympia, even I can hear from my little cupboard, the Olympia support from the men's side, the Olympia women's. As I said, they do come into this as favourites. West London Eagles and Paul Dempsey, I'm sure, will be slightly disappointed with how their team have started. If you are watching as a West London Eagles fan, maybe a part of the other teams that are involved in the club, do let us know. Hopefully, I don't know if the YouTube comments are even open, actually, to be honest. I haven't looked at them all day, but if they are, do let us know. Movement out to the left wing, didn't get there. West London Eagles, Anna Mayer on the left wing, couldn't keep it in. So Olympia retain the ball. 3-0, 10 minutes in. It's not been the best game of the weekend, let's put it that way. It's got time to erupt, don't get me wrong, 50 minutes to go. These two teams do have the quality. But it's been a bit of a slight stalemate, hasn't it? Greta tried to bounce their way through there, but the Eagles, again, sort of disrupting it. They look to break. Olympia recover well, as they always do. Lung at centre. Hoy, I think, just gone off. Victoria comes into the backcourt. Moves it to the left. Moves it to the left. And there's the first goal for West London Eagles. I thought Emma Jane Tommen was going to take the shot, but actually got moved out to Mayer. And finally, just as the 11 minutes mark is crossed, we do get a West London Eagles goal. 3-1 is the score. Normally, if you score your first goal in the 11th minute, you would expect to be behind by about 6 or 7. But Olympia really haven't had that much joy either. It's just been Speck, who one-on-one has had the beating of pretty much every defender she's come up against, including that one. And Emma Jane Tommen has given the first 2 minutes of the day for pulling her back from behind. From memory, one of the younger players in the team, representing under-19's GB national team fairly recently. Originally of German descent, apparently, but is eligible for the under-19 GB team. As Olympia give the ball away needlessly. And I would say from Olympia's perspective, they're giving West London Eagles a lot of opportunities to get back into this game. Admittedly, Olympia's defence has been good as well. Obviously, you could argue slightly better than the Eagles, given the fact that Olympia are winning. And Eagles haven't really had any kind of clear-cut opportunities. And the ball gets turned over again. There's a fast break on here. Is that Lamont? It's out of camera shot. It was Lamont, because it nearly always is. The pass wasn't good enough. Eagles come back up the court. Mayer. Back to Maddie Edwards. First time we've seen her today. Victoria with the look. Couldn't get the ball over. Edwards trying to get through the gap. Penalty given. No signal for the referee. What for? I'm going to go ahead and guess that it was defending in the area. I don't believe 2 minutes has been given, so it wasn't anything major. There are the 2 referees, as I said, hailing from Italy, flown over the other day. I think got in about midnight on Friday. Exploring Edinburgh tomorrow, I believe that's their plan before they fly home. Right, Victoria steps up. And it's a rocket off the crossbar. Brilliant goal by the number 8, Victoria Pawaszynska. Her first of the game. And a very needed situation as well. They needed to convert that penalty. Speck out to Lamont. Good step inside. Speck trying to get it to Greta. Now out to the wing. Pawaszynska! No. In fact, that's because it wasn't It's Petrovska. My apologies. Completely wrong number, completely wrong team. It was Petrovska. Got so carried away, giving Pawaszynska, marking her as the goal before. Petrovska didn't get the goal though, came off the crossbar. So the score 3-2, nearly halfway through this first half. We are sort of waiting to see who wins this chess match. As it comes off the post, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was off the post. Sabrina otherwise will probably be celebrating a little bit more than that. Normally when the penalties come around, they do have an option to change the goalkeeper to Joanna Markova. I think that's what we saw a little bit yesterday. And in fact, Joanna actually came in and played pretty much half the game against the semi-finals a couple of weeks ago in the English National Cup. But Sabrina, definitely the number 1 choice when fit and capable and firing. Ball thrown out by Olympia. The West London Eagles draw level at 3-3 after the 15-minute mark. Well, we're not quite at the 15-minute mark yet. I think they can count themselves, I wouldn't say lucky, I wouldn't be so disrespectful as to say lucky, because they've defended quite well, but they won't be able to believe it. I don't think Olympia would be able to believe it either, to be honest. Here's Tommen. Good take there by Victoria, and a great save by Sabrina Farhan, just as I was bigging her up as well. Well, saves are as good as goals. Farhan has 2. Hidosi has 1. If you look at saves as big as goals, actually, Farhan is the second highest scorer. West London Eagles still have a chance, but Sabrina Farhan with her second save in as many minutes, well, probably even less, maybe even only 60 seconds. You would have bet quite a lot of money on West London Eagles converting that. I think it was Maya who was up on the fast break. Olympia have changed slightly. They've got the number 11 going in, Cecile Jacobsen. Travelling though straight away as they get their first opportunity to show themselves. Oh, past the line, it's Naomi Bell, and it's going to be a penalty, and a 2 minutes is on the way for Jacobsen. What an absolute terrible 20 seconds it has been for her. Give the ball away, give a penalty away. And a 2-minute suspension to boot. Now here is that change for Olympia. Joanna Markova, number 95. Pavashinska has already scored 1 penalty. And she scored another one here. Would you believe it? West London Eagles drawing in this game. 16 minutes and we've only had 6 goals. We're still waiting, and I wonder how long we'll have to wait before we actually see these teams actually sort of flex their muscles. It's almost as if they've played each other for too many times this season, and they know exactly what's going to happen, what they're going to do, and what they need to do to nullify it. West London Eagles' defence has been very aggressive, and I have to say very good as well, actually. It's only Speck that's really found a way through. And her one-on-one attack is what's dragging Olympia along in this game. She just scored again. She scored all 4 of Olympia's goals. She needs a little bit of help if they're going to win this one. Charging foul committed by the defender. Committed by the line player on the defender. That was what opened the space up for Victoria Pavashinska. But it wasn't allowed. Naomi Bell there giving the charging foul. Lamont on the right back, Greta in the middle. Speck on the left back now. They've put the line player over towards Speck, and you can understand why. Oh, almost a really good little move, trying to ride the contact. And she did manage the offload, but the travel was in there as well. Otherwise, Speck was through. Here is Greta again, back in the centre. They'll move it around. Yep, you can already see her going to the left back position. Speck coming in around Lamont as well, giving a spin, giving the step. Passing play is called. Only a couple of passes left. Greta goes up for it. Comes off the post. And the Eagles hold on to it. 12 minutes to go. Hasn't been sensational, this game. It's been very tense. Been a bit cagey. And I think overall the tactics have equalled each other out. It almost feels like, and I know this is a bit of an obvious thing to say, but it's a bit of a coach versus coach situation rather than a team versus team. Aurelian Goog and Paul Dempsey have sort of figured out exactly how they're going to line up, how they're going to set the other team up, how they're going to play, what the moves are going to be, and the best ways to nullify it. Passing play is called. Move out to the left wing. Plenty of space. And not enough space, it would seem, though. Olympia gave every opportunity to the left winger of West London Eagles there, but they weren't clinical enough to take it. If you're an Eagles fan, you're only half thinking, are they fit enough to actually maintain this kind of defence? And their little gap opens up. Jakobsen, who was off the court, remember. You actually forget that Olympia with a player down. West London Eagles really didn't take any advantage of that. Here is Jakobsen, fights through it. Almost a save by Hidosi, but ends up being a goal And Jakobsen, after being put on after a terrible 30 seconds, has repaid the favour. Great pass over to Naomi Bell, and they respond immediately. Where has this all of a sudden come from? Most exciting 20 seconds we've had in the entire game. Well, from Olympia's perspective, they finally found someone else to score a goal for them. Malvina Speck with 4, Jakobsen with 1. From Eagles, they pretty much shared it around all the way. Here is Jakobsen trying to step the defender. Wasn't successful. Pavashinska has scored 2. Maya has scored 1. Naomi Bell and, yeah, that's it actually. That's only scored 4. I was expecting more, but I've actually marked down Erika Hidosi as having a really important save. She's almost been close to about 2 or 3 actually, but not quite there. Moves out to Jakobsen, who goes for the shot, and there is another save. I'll give it to her. Hidosi. Eagles starting to move a little bit quicker now as they go up the court. Lots of transition, lots of space, and they've hit the post yet again from that left wing. Meyer not having the best time. Meyer look only get better. Lamont got into the centre. Jakobsen out to the right hand side. Speck on the left. Bit of movement. Little wing cross there from Lamont and Petrovska. Yes, I was just making sure I got it right this time. Jakobsen from that right. It's so difficult. You have to twist your body. West London Eagles were patient, waiting for the mistake to happen. Nine minutes to go. Still only 5-4. Still a very low scoring game of handball, this one. Only 9 goals in 21 minutes. Tactical chess match is at play here. Eagles with a couple of crosses. Bit of poor bit of handling. Lamont steps 2 with them. Here comes the number 20. Not good enough with her hands either. 2 technical errors in a row from different players. Alexandra Ginter, that one. I think the other one was potentially Maddie Edwards. Tommen at left back. Edwards at the right back. Through the middle. Hoi Kwon Lung. Edwards fires it over to Lung. Looks at the left wing. Third time's a charm. Well, third time you hit the post as well. That's quite incredible a statistic, to be honest, and one that they won't be very proud of, but that is 3 shots all from the left wing have all hit the post. Matter of inches, this sport, isn't it? Petrovska! There it is. That's what we've been waiting for. West London Eagles has done such a brilliant job at making sure that she hasn't been involved in this game so far, but at some point she was going to get the ball with more than a step of space, and that's eventually what happened, and she went for the lob as well. Young Ukrainian, SSK Presov in Slovakia was her last club. She's been with Olympia. Just having a look up, make sure that I wasn't missing anything. Been with Olympia for 2 years. And as I said, absolute whip of an arm there. It was a little bit more technical, nicer finish with the wrist more than the elbow. And the Eagles find themselves 2 down, but with such a low scoring game, they won't be too bothered. They just need to sort out the left wing, really, because Olympia are leaving a lot of space out to the wings, and that's how they take advantage. One player, and I'd almost completely forgotten about them, McDougall, so potent in the last game that we saw them. I'm amazed that we haven't seen more of them so far today. Scoring 6 last game against Edinburgh. First goal of the game this time. First time I think she touched the ball. Lamont trying the spin, releasing the ball. Speck wasn't on the right wavelength though, wasn't close enough to take advantage and run through the space. Lamont at left back now, Speck in the centre. Great fluidity in the attack from Olympia. Jakobsen steps the player and takes the shot as well. Really good move by Jakobsen. Still a 2-goal game. Thought Olympia were going for a player-to-player marking system then, but no, just trying to tease the interception from Edwards. Here we go, nice little cross from the centre, trying to initiate some kind of movement, move the defenders about a little bit. McDougall, back to Lung, Maddie Edwards, off the post yet again. I think they've hit the post more times than they've scored so far, West London Eagles. It's certainly very close. So, with 5 to go, Olympia are leading this game by 2. They've been in this situation before. It was 3-1 at one point. West London Eagles, it may have taken them a while, but they did get it to 3-3. That's a great little pass. It's not a great finish. Number 17 misses, Vivian Lengel. And, well, I said West London Eagles have hit the post quite a lot, but Olympia have been guilty of missing the goal entirely as well. Both teams have. Some great saves as well by Sabrina Farham, making the difference at the moment. Hidosi has made 2 brilliant ones as well. That's Naomi Bell. It's going to be a penalty for defending in the area. Jakobsen yet again. May have made the difference in attack. Looking a little bit shaky in defence potentially, but you got to give credit to the movement of Naomi Bell as well. Movement, handling, shot shape, doing everything she needs to do to ensure she's either going to get a goal or a penalty. Here goes Victoria. 2 for 2 at the moment. Goes to fake. Sabrina. No, it's not Sabrina, is it? It's Joanna Markova. I'm so used to shouting the praises of Farhan, but it's Markova that deserve it this time. And, well, that's one of the few penalties I've ever seen Pashinska actually miss. Oh, Pavashinska, sorry. So Olympia making sure they set up correctly. Waiting for the move. Speck controlling it. Jakobsen. Very narrow is the attack from Jakobsen. Not hugging the touchline at all as a timeout is called by Olympia. Referees just given a little tip by the player. Make sure you keep an eye out for this. But yeah, it is interesting. It's a bit weird to see from the perspective of the camera, but quite often you would want to see your half-backs very wide, try and stretch the defence, lots of space to run into. But Jakobsen operating on that right back, it's so hard as a right-hander to operate that wide. She's started a lot more narrow than they are in the left-back position with Speck and Lamont and Greta, whoever's been over there. Paul Dempsey and Aurelian Goog trying their best to get the points across. And actually there, the last few words was Christina Littman, wasn't it? Yeah, West London Eagles captain. So look, they do put it down on their delegate sheet. But I cannot see it at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. Anyway, we're going to get back going as I was studying my delegate sheet there to see if they did bring put the captain down, but they I don't think they have, either that or I just can't see it. Anyway, we get going as Olympia 7-5 in front, 3.5 to go. Ooh, that's not what William Goog wanted to see straight away, at least they don't turn it over. Jakobsen straight through the centre, rode the tackle, took the bounce, and she gets through to score her 3rd of the game. Tobin, Lung, Naomi Bell, area. So Olympia look almost to look for the fast transition. Greta Victoria with a really good tackle and a bit of a reaction there from Greta.
Well done. They need to see
Yeah, not until I think the referee just saying, yeah, I noticed that. Greta almost playing dumb, but I think she knew exactly what was going on with that one. Great little step, great movement. Speck, her 5th. And they've all been from beating one-on-one. They've all been from movement off the ball. Shows just how effective it can be. Attack the space with some intensity. And hopefully your teammates will find you. 9-5 now, 4-goal game, Tommen. has travelled. Olympia try and break up. It's a long pass. It's a great pass. It's a poor finish. Off the post. 2 minutes to go, roughly, in this first half. And is there another timeout? Waiting for this. Don't know what's happened. Referee's waiting for something. Looking over at the table. And we get back underway here. As I said, 2 minutes to go. Early call being played out here by West London Eagles. They don't want to mess around. Get this done. Gonna have a look at the Olympia left wing defence. See if they're really giving any McDougall any kind of room, because I was about to say McDougall is going to be a key in getting back into this match. She seemed like a very proficient finisher, but if she's not been given any room, then she won't have been, obviously, she won't have been really involved in this game. She did get a little bit of room. Speck trying to shake the shoulders. I didn't think actually moved her feet that much. Naomi Bell with a great layoff. Tommen. Double dribble, apparently. Well, that's something you don't see very often at this level of the game. Emma Jane Tommen. Wow, very surprising. Thought that was a great little bit of play between herself and Bell to get past and through the defenders. That would have made it 9-6 potentially. Obviously, we'll never know. I mean, it did end up in the net, so maybe that was, it would have been 9-6. But with about a minute and 10 seconds to go, they're trying to force the ball into the line. They do. The defender had to let go. She was in the area. And the number 17, Vivian Lengel, ends up scoring for Olympia. It's 10-5, and all of a sudden this really cagey game has opened up. And West London Eagles will have to start throwing some new tricks at it. Some new tactics, trying to open up that Olympia defence. May leave themselves a little exposed. Here's Tommen. Lung. Passive play. McDougall tries to get it back to Victoria. Tommen gets the ball back. Here's Pavashinska. Gets the goal. An important one. 10-6. They're all important at this stage. They're all important generally, aren't they? Let's face it. Victoria also going for the scrap. She gets the ball back. West London Eagles could break here. Could be a 3-goal game. They don't offload it quick enough. That's going to be in the area. Lung maybe didn't get the shout from the left-hand side. And that is 30 minutes of handball. Interesting, tactical, bit of a chess match. Also a bit slow at times, I have to have said. But I think the half-time score has come at 10-6 to Olympia. As I said, a little bit cagey. West London Eagles had an opportunity at the very end there to get within 3. It's a bit of a mental thing, I always think, in handball, where 3 seems attainable, 4 seems, just seems like such a much bigger margin than 2-3 or 4-5. 3-4 is manageable from a leading team. That's pretty much what the Olympia men's had over EK82 in the last game that we saw. And it's what Olympia currently have right now as well. That was Speck giving the fake to a central defender, seeing the space, movement off the ball. Again, movement off the ball, really intense. Speck doing everything that her teammates in West London Eagles weren't able to do in the first half in that early stages. Good finish there by Mayer. We do have a half-time presentation to be covering for you, but before we do that, before I come back, I'll give you a quick break from my voice. At the moment, it's Olympia 10, West London Eagles 6, half-time score. We'll be back as a little presentation to one of our long-standing servants, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. Yes, and the crowd goes wild because the teams are coming back on court now. West London Eagles in defence. Olympia will throw us off. 10-6 the score to Olympia. So tight, so cagey. The majority of that match. And then all of a sudden, Olympia just eked out a couple of goals. And it wasn't like it was done in about a 3-minute period. It was done over about 5 or 6. So West London Eagles want to try and rectify that. See what they can muster up. They've gone for a very aggressive defence for the majority of this game. Will they keep that up? I think it's been a good defence for them. It's minimised the amount of space that the backcourt players have had to shoot from. It's only the likes of Speck that's really managed to wheedle their way through. It's stopped Greta from getting any kind of shot away from the backcourt, forcing it all from 9-10 metres, or if she wants to get any closer than that, 8 or 7 metres, but under contact. Pass to play is called. Le Mans looks for Greta. She goes for that 9-metre shot. It wasn't under contact this time, but ends up hitting the post. That post has had quite a workout over that first half an hour as well. West London Eagles must have hit it about 4 or 5 times. Not that one specifically, but the post on the 3 posts on that specific goal anyway. Olympia had hit the post and missed their fair share of shots as well. And we're hoping for a slightly quicker start than what we got in the first half. Here's Tommen. Victoria. Good recovery there by Greta. Well, the first attack from both teams didn't produce any goals. It doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. We'll need a bit more quality, though. West London Eagles been so tight, and Petrovska and Jakobsen, since coming on in attack anyway, has really helped the situation for Olympia. May well have been a bit shaky in defence, but equally in attack, she's given them something else from that right back. Charging through, taking the tackles and beating her players one-on-one. It's been very important, scored 4 very important goals. Otherwise, you've only got Petrovska with 1. And then Speck with 5. Sabrina Farhan even doing exactly what she always does. Saving handball shots. 4 saves she's made so far in this game. And Olympia have a 5-goal lead. Here come Olympia. Oh, Speck with the step. And a great goal to boot as well. That was awesome from Malvina. All of a sudden, it's a 6-goal game, isn't it? And West London Eagles don't really look like they're in this. You don't get the impression that they're completely gone, though. It's not like it's been a whitewash from Olympia. But West London Eagles just can't seem to finish it. And Maya, who's had, well, I think she went through a period of 3 shots, all from the left wing, within about 5 minutes, hit every single post that she could. Here's Greta. Speck. Movement from the line. Coming in. They go all the way to the left wing, though. Petrovska doesn't decide to take the shot. She's probably had just about enough room to give it a go with the whip that her arm is. Tries to shape up McDougall. Goes to Greta. Moves to Speck. Goes back out. She's closely marked, isn't she, by the number 2. That's Brindell McDougall, the Canadian. Speck trying to think of something to unlock the defence. Out to Greta. There is a passive play being called. But West London Eagles turn it over before they need it. But great bit of defending there from the left wing all the way to the centre of the court. Petrovska takes the ball from the clutches of 2 West London Eagles players charging through the centre. So 4 minutes in, we have had 2 goals. They've both been from Olympia. I can hear shouts of you can do it outside of my commentary box from what I'm guessing is the West London Eagles bench. Trying to give them some kind of encouragement, give them some kind of inspiration of getting back into this game. In all fairness, they've had chances. Olympia haven't been impenetrable. It's just West London Eagles finishing that's struggling. Oh, Le Mans with a brilliant fake. And a great goal as well. This is the thing when you play such an aggressive, high outstanding defence that West London Eagles are. They turn the ball over immediately as well. You are suspect to potentially getting beaten one-on-one. And that's what Speck has been managing to do. That's what Le Mans did there. Here goes Jakobsen. The ball out to the right wing. Gets caught, gets stuck. West London Eagles try and move it. Tommen on to the left back. That's Meyer. Lung out to Victoria. To McDougall. Off the post again. They will very much watch this back and rue the missed opportunities. I'm not saying they'd be winning, but I could certainly see 4 or 5 goals that would have got in if it was just for a matter of inches of hitting the post. And the annoying thing from Eagles' perspective, 9 times out of 10, they probably would have scored them. But maybe it's the impression that Sabrina Farham has had. The fact that they know that you have to get the ball so far in the corner to beat a goalkeeper of that quality. And they end up hitting the post. Not sure what the Eagles would say if you posed that theory to them. But it is a nice way of thinking about it, especially for Sabrina. Le Mans gets all the way through. And it looks like a 2-minute suspension is going to go the way of Victoria Pawaszinska. As she wanders off, Paul Dempsey gives it a commiseratory high five. Harlemouche steps up to take the penalty. And it's secured under the feet of Annette Utby. She slides. I don't think that was a celebration. I think she just fell over. It was a celebration. Probably a little bit much. You don't see celebrations in handball. The game is too quick for that. You score and the other team can break straight away. If you're doing anything but facing the ball and running backwards towards your own goal, you're pretty much going to get, you're going to concede pretty much straight away. Oh, Le Mans with a lovely turn, lovely fake, a fantastic pass to the line, and an overall brilliant goal. 17, Vivian Lengale didn't let her down on that one. 15-6, and we're starting to see both defences open up a little bit. Well, certainly the West London Eagles defence open up. Maybe they're a little bit keen to move up the court. There have been a few unforced errors on turnovers. Couple of crosses. It's a good goal. And from the Eagles' perspective, it's about damn time as well. That was Lung getting her first goal of the game. First goal of the second half for West London Eagles. 15-7 now. You can hear screams of move it left and right. That's all they need to do. They're a player down. There's no need for around the backs or anything like that. Drive at the space. Petrowska looks to run through 2 defenders. And no need for it. Get the line player, get the pivot player in a certain position and attack either side. Look at the amount of space that she has then. And there it is, the goal. Lengale once more. And I was about to say, I thought I'd miscounted actually. Lengale has actually got 3 goals. I'd only given her 2. I remember she did score in the first half. And the timeout is given. It's West London Eagles. Olympia have a chance to celebrate. Always nice when you force the other team into a timeout and you're on top. And there is the Olympia men's team. Don't look that excited. They did just come 3rd in this tournament. And to be fair, when the team you support are starting to run away with it, you don't necessarily celebrate every goal, but they have been in loud voice. And I'm sure they will be very, very excited if it stays like this and the final whistle comes around. Concentration and study there. Hanging on every word of Aurelian Gug. No blinking almost from Speck. It's all going to plan at the moment for Aurelian. not having to worry too much about how the team is playing. Obviously want to carry this on, but it's definitely a manageable gap. Definition of manageable gap at the moment. The West London Eagles had to think of something here. Come up with something that Olympia won't have seen before even. And that's always difficult to do when you play each other 3 times in a season. This being the 3rd, I believe. Maybe even played each other in pre-season. They will culminate in a 4th, obviously in a month's time, for the English National Cup. This is the final that will be played in June in Nottingham. And well, Olympia will be going into it with a lot of confidence, that's for sure. Eagles fumble it after Olympia did give them an opportunity. They looked for the fast break, couldn't get the ball into the hands of the number 11 quick enough. Now, I said that the Olympia support had gone slightly quiet. Well, I can hear them already. You can see them in the background. Oh, the Petrovska could have probably gone all the way with that one. Tried to force the pass. Mayer up the other end. Offloads it to Bell. And Lung slows it down. Calling out the moves now. See what they can muster up. Goes for the shot. Fake the move. Goalkeeper's ball. Lamont takes it up the court for Olympia. And you can start to see and hear as well in the background the support. Petrovska. Goal. Forced her a little bit wide, but it wasn't good enough. And there is the bronze medal draped around Chanez's head. Even interacting with the Olympia fans that are on the other side of the hall. 17-7, a gap of 10. Starting to look like there's no way back for West London Eagles. They haven't shown anything that suggests that they're actually going to get back into this game. Defence has gone a little bit loose. Attacks lacking creativity. In fact, look at this defence now, actually. They're going for a 4-2. Player-to-player system. Might not even be 4-2, actually. It's bordering on 2-2-2. I actually had to count that out on my hand to make sure I wasn't actually over-counting the players then. Lung, out to Maddie Edwards. To the left back, they finally get it out to the wing. And for the first time in what seems like forever, and probably for Mayer anyway, she gets the goal. Fair play for the persistence of keeping going. But I'm sure she would probably regret not having more to her name. She goes for the interception. She gets it. And she misses the goal. That one was a lot harder chance, to be fair. Running and jumping away, falling away from the goal. To then beat for Sabrina. Oh, Olympia turn it over again. No, they don't. Petrovska. Maddie Edwards did enough to get the foul away. 17-8. Aurelian Gu looks on. Wondering what he can do. You can see Paul Dempsey prowling the line on the left-hand side whenever the camera pans that way. Referee telling them on that the foul has to be taken outside the 9-metre. Good spin by Speck. To be fair, good defending by Lung as well. Didn't beat her player one-on-one there. What's going on here? Referee going over to have a word. Oh, there's been an exchange of words, an apology there by Paul Dempsey. The yellow card is given. That was, slightly unusual, but it would have been some words said by Paul Dempsey towards the referees, delegates, or the other opposition. What he can say is that is a brilliant goal by the number 17, Leng Yel, with her 4th. Great bit of line play, great bit of work as well by the likes of Lamont. I think it was Lamont, or Speck. I was actually looking for my notes. So West London Eagles, oh, they fumble it. Lamont, that's a long way out to shoot. But she had to, because she had to catch the ball. So West London Eagles get away with it one more time. This gap is still by 10 though. We're nearly halfway through and Lamont steals it once more. She's not going to have to shoot from that far away this time. Shrugs off the approach of the defender and secures the goal. What a weapon Lamont is when it comes to a fast break. Only her second of this particular game. But yesterday, I'm just having a look. How many did she score yesterday? Yep, 7. And I would wager, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'd wager most of them were from the fast break situation as well. So Victoria looks to the line. Naomi Bell couldn't catch it, but that was because of a foul. You can see how much these players love defending. There was even a celebration there from the number 17 of just making the tackle and disrupting Bell's ability to catch the ball. Elite level mentality. Not satisfied with being 11 ahead, wanting it even more. But the foul is given. Here comes Markova. Who's going to be taking it? It's Tommen, the number 5. The young German steps up. With Hawks looking on the background. And into the bottom corner. Tommen scores her first of the game. Weird thing to say when you say that, and we're 45 minutes in, 44 minutes in to be fair. Someone like Tommen only scoring 1. Olympia, sloppy. William Goog won't be happy. Naomi Bell throws it away though as well. Luckily picked up by Tommen. They move the ball. Lung. Victoria, there was a little bit of gap. There was a little bit of space, but she didn't go for it. Lucky not to travel. Or did well not to travel, I should probably say. Here's Lung again. Victoria. Oh, straight to the goalkeeper. Lamont was in the area. She didn't touch her though. Not according to the referees anyway. Olympia men's team in full voice. As you see their women's team leading 19-9. Even if they have been a bit sloppy, that's going to be a 2 minutes. Oh no, she's just a player to have actually gone down into the tackle. Jakobsen leaning down. 100% sure I'm in complete agreement with that one, but who am I to question the HF standard referees? Eagles up the other end. Look to get past Lamont. She may not look the biggest, Lamont. He can be damn sure she's got the right technique under her belt. Quick feet. And a pest in defence. And I'm sure very strong as well. But this is her specialty as she runs up. And I don't know what's happened there, but I don't know whether there was travel. Did she run out of play? Not sure. Either way, Naomi Bell has the ball and normally results in a goal. And that's exactly what happened this time. 9 goals to the good. 14 minutes to go. Olympia 19, West London Eagles 10. That was Naomi Bell's second of the game. Pavashinska is currently their leading goal scorer. Oh, Greta. Lovely goal. Petrovska, all she needed to do was have a little bit of patience. Big save by Sabrina Farham. I actually heard the scream from outside. That's why I stopped before having a look over. There's a little bit of a delay in our stream compared to what I can hear outside. And every so often you just hear a scream of shouts of something big happening. And I can hear as well as see that there is a timeout with 20-11 as the score. A 9-goal game with almost 10 minutes to go. So as West London Eagles try and push to get back into this game, it only allows Olympia to push even further ahead. Aurelian Goog here. trying to give instructions to his players, letting them know what they need to do. I'm sure the players, Olympia, have been in this situation many a time. Born and bred winners. As Paul Dempsey looks like he's very much trying to get his point across. Bit of a motivation, bit of inspiration, and a bit of tactical awareness as well. I'm not sure what you can do to try and stop them, but yeah, I did mention just as we were going into half-time that there'll be a presentation at half-time. Well, it didn't happen. If you were here at half-time, you will have figured that out. It's going to be happening at full-time now, so a bit of an elongated presentation, but trust me, it's for good reason. So 21-11 is the score, not 20-11. I actually missed who scored that last goal, unfortunately, as Lamont tries to come on and do the standard Olympia trick of bringing people on, waiting to try and get an interception. That's one of the Eagles knowing full well that it's going to come. Straight into the hands of Sabrina Farhan, even. I think every time I say her second name, I end up saying it slightly differently, so that's why I tend to keep it with Sabrina. But Greta has started getting back into the game a little bit more. Here is Petrovska. Greta offloading it to Jakobsen. Couldn't get the ball out to the right wing though. Good bit of movement. Potential gaps to open up in the middle. But they got it all the way to the wing, but it wasn't a good enough pass over to them. Eagles trying to spin their way through. Who is that? Is it a player we haven't really seen? Yeah, it's Catalina Brazilin Bento, number 19. Trying to do the old spin trick. And successfully for her this time round. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen later on. The number 3's got into the centre as well. I believe that is Hoyt. Couple of changes all round really for the entire team. Passive play comes up. They look for Naomi Bell. About the only person that... there was an attempted kick there from Petrovska. I wonder if we can get a replay of that one. Not sure if the penalty was given for that, but definitely looked like there was going to be. Here is the right on cue, QTV. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a... I mean, she didn't make any contact, but weird decision to try and put a leg out and kick it. Anyway, Tommen with the penalty. Tommen with the goal. And as I try and find Tommen's name, I wasn't making up the fact that it was Tommen. There we go. Second goal of the game, I'm pretty sure. 21-11. Apologies, apparently we had a little bit of confusion with the score, but this is the correct score as it is via the table officials. 21-11 to Olympia, so it is a 10-goal game. Moving the ball out, trying to do a few crosses. This is a potential bit of movement that we haven't seen from Eagles. It didn't come so much, unfortunately, as a shot from the centre by Hoy didn't actually make it. And Olympia, I said before that this is the gap that you want to manage. This is the gap that you want going into the last 10 minutes. Lamont with the bounce. It's going to be past the player. They're not careful. Or they just pass it away regardless. Tommen breaking up the court. Looking for the pass off. Hoy getting a knee into the back of the head or back of the neck. Hopefully it's the neck. Which is a weird thing to say. But she's back up. Yeah, just a collision there. I don't think it was even a knee. So they got away with that one, I think, a little bit. Hoy. She's back up, playing. Which is good to see. Although a little bit of a sloppy pass out there to the number 19. Good step. Plenty of space. Tommen out to the wing. Good save, though. Sabrina Farhan. Yet again. the thorn in the side of the West London Eagles. 6 crucial saves that she's made so far. Petrovska looking for Greta. They got a little bit narrow now, but there's the width. But they don't need it because Speck gets all the way through. They give the goal, and I think they also give her 2 minutes. Yeah, there we go. Hoyt with that 2-minute suspension. It goes from bad to worse for Eagles. Speck with what I calculate to be her 7th goal of the game. (22-11) to Olympia then. 9 minutes to go. The sounds of Olympia being chanted by the men's team. Travel there by Eagles. Lemon picks it up. Speck slows it down. No need to go full out now. Hold on to the ball. Try and whittle down 30 seconds to a minute at a time with each attack. That's probably how much the referees are going to allow them, as long as they're giving a little bit of attacking pressure, which they're starting to. Oh, forced ball to the line. That's not going to happen for Lamont. Ball over the top. Here is Victoria. And a goal. Row the tackle. 6 in the top corner. Sabrina doesn't have any chance of that one. And that's her 4th goal of the game. (22-12), keeping it around that same margin, West London Eagles at the moment. But crucially, not reining it in. At this rate, 8 minutes to go. Olympia are 8 minutes from becoming the British Super Cup champions. And what will be a successful double for them this season, League and Super Cup. There is the National Cup to come. Could be a treble on for them. That National Cup is against the West London Eagles, of course. I've mentioned that a few times already. This is the dress rehearsal, while West London Eagles will want to upset the show when it comes to the actual night. From Olympia's perspective, no one's missed a line just yet. There have been a few missed goals, but ultimately they haven't really mattered from their perspective. West London Eagles will probably be ruining the fact that they've hit the post a few too many times. They move the ball out to the left wing, Olympia. Petrovska, but it's a great save by Utby. I think it hit their chest. Yeah, it did. Good save by Utby. Tommen goes up the other side and scores as well. It's amazing what a little bit of momentum, a little bit of inspiration from your goalkeeper can do. Her 3rd goal of the game. Brings it to a 9-goal game. For pride more than anything else, they probably want to get it to 5 if they can. It's a bit of an ask. Lamont with the fake pass, and it's a penalty. Tommen pulling her down in the act of shooting. Lamont potentially looking to take the penalty herself. No, she's just got to get rid of the tack on the ball for Karlamouche, who steps up, scored one already, and misses this time. Karlamouche, who hasn't played an awful amount of game time, well, not that we've seen it. She may have well been on the right wing, that we haven't been able to see too much in this second half. But she's come on twice for the penalty, scored one, missed one. And Eagles might take a little bit of light from that one as Victoria looks to get through, and she does exactly that. Her 5th goal of the game. Easily top goal scorer for Eagles. Emma Jane Tommen has got 3. McDougall's got 1. Mayer and Naomi Bell both have 2, and Lung has 1 as well, as far as my calculations go. Hopefully that adds up to 14. If it doesn't, then and it may well do. It may well not. Sorry, I've missed a goal or 2 off. These things happen so quickly in the moments in handball. Sometimes those mistakes can happen, but luckily the table won't be mistaking anything like that. They'll have all the right details. A few crosses, and Harmouche has actually got into the centre for Olympia here. Looks for Speck, who gives it a spin. She's done that a couple of times, and every single time she's done it, I'm pretty sure something good has happened from it. 8 for her as West London Eagles try and drill the ball into Tommen at the right back. But in the end, it's turned over. 5 to go. 9 goals the gap. You get the impression that this game is done. West London Eagles have come up to Scotland, and they'll end up coming home in second place. Not a bad result by any means. I'm sure Edinburgh and Newcastle wouldn't have minded coming in second, being in this final. But West London Eagles, after coming second to Olympia in the league, will certainly be feeling like it's not the result that they wanted, with a penalty going to Olympia's way once more. Maybe they'll use it as fuel, as inspiration and motivation to try and go into that National Cup final. Finally get the victory over Olympia. Probably a result they'll be absolutely desperate to do. If they don't manage it this season, Lord knows they'll be setting up for it next year. As Hughes comes onto the court to take the penalty, Harmouche gives it away. Hughes steps up, and it's a save by Utby. Hughes couldn't get the goal. Utby gets the save. Eagles try and capitalise as they move it to the right wing. The number 13, and they do capitalise. Witkowska gets her first goal. 23-15, 8-goal difference now. Every single time West London Eagles get a goal back, a little bit more pride is regained from their perspective, I'm sure. Their defence has been a bit better. Olympia has got sloppy. Their general attack has not been as it was in the early stages of the second half. Just over 3 minutes to go. Olympia are going to hold on. Which was whether or not they finish it in the fashion and the style they want to, or whether they give Eagles a little bit of hope. Another good save by Utby. In the last couple of minutes, she's made a fair few really important saves, including that penalty. Tommen. Victoria. Out to the wing. And there's a goal. There's one to be proud of. Really nice transition in the second wave of attack. The number 19, Katrina Brasolin Bento. 23-16, 7 goals. As I said, if they can get back within 5, I would take that as a positive if I was West London Eagles at the end of this game. Not been the highest scoring game. That first half, that first 15 minutes or so, really put in place to that. That's going to be a goal. I was going to say, about to say a penalty. We're defending in the area, but Amanda Hoffner, haven't seen much of it, but we have seen her score. We've seen her up against Tommen here at the right back as well. No, she goes into centre defence. Victoria throws the fake, moves it out to the wing, and bounces underneath Sabrina. 2 minutes to go, 24-16. Lemon with the step. Oceans of space out here on the left if they can move it. They do, and it's a penalty. Petrovska with a big shout. I'm not sure the West London Eagles player yet, getting a 2-minute suspension. Almost looking in disbelief. You have to be so careful when you're on the wing defending these days. So many new small rules that have been put into play about movement of feet outside of the shoulder width or outside of the player plane, or however it's worded. Anyway, Zach, the number 88, steps up. Utby saves. Another cheer for Utby. Olympia missing one too many penalties, really. Natalia Zach even was the latest. Victoria looked for the wing. Didn't come off. 1 minute and 10 before Olympia are crowned champions of Britain. Already champions of England in the league at least. Strong defence, not letting anything go just yet. West London Eagles, they've tried a few too many long shots. That's Olympia's good defence, I would say, more than Olympia's poor attack. A few too many missed opportunities, some good saves by Sabrina, but a lot of posts hit by the West London Eagles. Tommen goes around the long way, gets the goal. 4 for her. And we've only got 25 seconds or so before we crown the champions and the runners-up, of course. Second in the entirety of Britain's not bad for Eagles. But Olympia will have done one better as another goal goes in for Speck. She's had a wonderful game. 9 to her name. And with only 4 seconds to go, Victoria goes for the shot. And it's a rocket to finish the game, in all fairness. Great goal by Pamashinska for her 6th. But it's Olympia who come out the happiest. Cheers, celebrations from both the men's and the women's this weekend. 3rd place for the men's, but 1st for the women's. League champions of England, British Super Cup champions, 25-18 the final finishes. West London Eagles are going to travel back down to London in 2nd place. There are the men's celebrating, and as they should. With celebrations on your screen, highlights about to come. The final score 25-18. We are going to give you a very quick break from my voice before we come back for all the presentations. So please do enjoy all of the highlights from the second half and this amazing final. And if you're wondering when the next bit of games are, well, 4 o'clock. That will be the final for Livingston versus Manchester Hawks. In the men's, it's also our final game of the weekend. This has been a spectacular penultimate show, but the finale is yet to come. Keep it peeled. We'll be presenting all the trophies and all the awards in a couple of minutes' time. We'll be right back. And we are back for the presentations of the final here at the NorDan British Handball Super Cup Women's Division. And there's a fair few things to go through. The presentations will be done by Mike Stevenson, the Senior Manager and Strategic Marketing at NorDan UK. And it will also be done by Ewan Hunter, the CEO of Scottish Handball. You can see round of applause. PA is actually saying basically exactly what I've just said. Round of applause for everybody involved. And there's a couple of prizes to give out here, and a couple of honourable mentions. So the first up is towards someone who has been around for 23 years as an EHF delegate. I'm pretty sure he's been involved with handball for a long time before that as well. Someone that's been heavily involved with setting up Nottingham Handball Club and handball over in Nottingham generally since way back when, and it's Colin Willis, and he's been absolutely brilliant for the sport in England and Britain, and of course his dedication as an EHF delegate being celebrated here. As I said, 23 years, and I'm sure that'll mean an awful lot to him. He's even got a couple of wrapped up presents there. It's almost as if it's Christmas. Ewan Hunter poses in front, and I think that is Mike Stevenson. Having a little bit of a joke for them all. He was the delegate last year as well for the inaugural BHA British Handball Super Cup. But there we go, Colin. Thank you very much for everything you've done for handball in the UK. And hopefully that'll mean a lot to him. He's been the delegate for all weekend as well, pretty much all 8 games. He's been here making sure that we're operating at the highest standard as possible. There's also presentations for the 2 referees that we've been having here. They've been fantastic, refereeing 4 games in the women's finals as well. Gianna Stella Marisi and Andrea Alejandra Pepe. Brilliant referees and lovely people as well, actually. The SHA took the 4 referees and myself somehow tagging along out to Edinburgh yesterday to have dinner and sample some of the local beverages, it has to be said. Very nice, and yeah, lovely people. So presentations start for the actual players and the clubs. Second place in the silver medals going towards West London Eagles. Not the result they would have wanted in the final, but as I said, there are an awful lot of teams that are up and down the country watching this that I'm sure would absolutely love to be in their position. Ultimately, Olympia with the stronger team on the day. But West London Eagles fought hard this season, fought hard in this game, and you know that motivation is going to be sky high when they meet again in Nottingham in about a month's time for the England Handball National Finals, where they'll face up against Olympia once more. Handshakes all round then. Photos being given to all the players. They came out, they made a good name for themselves. Annette Utby with 4 crucial saves. Emma Jane Tommen with 4 great goals. Victoria Pavashinska with 6. Anna Mayer with 2. Naomi Bell with 2. Vitauska with 1. And Osi with 2 great saves as well. Bento with a goal. Lung with a goal. McDougall only with 1. McDougall might be slightly disappointed not to get a few more as she did yesterday. She ended up with 6 yesterday. Only 1 in the final. And Paul Dempsey as well. Brilliant to see him here. I'm sure he won't be too pleased about coming second. He never is. The competitive nature of all of the West London Eagles participants and players and supporters and everything like that. But they get one more chance for this season in a couple of weeks' time. As we move on to the champions of the Super Cup, it is Olympia winning the final 25-18. Sabrina Farham gets a rapturous round of applause. Malvina Speck with 9 goals to her name. I don't think anybody can argue that she is one of the favourites for the player of the match. That'll be nominated by Paul Dempsey. And the West London Eagles player of the match will be nominated by Aurelian Gug. and Sarah Autunish. Cecile Jakobsen really helped when she came on, scoring 4 goals. She added another layer to their attack from that right back position, beating their player one-on-one. And that's really one of the sparks that they needed to try and get a grip of this game. Vivian Lengel from that line as well. They were including her quite a lot of space behind the aggressive 1-5 defence that West London Eagles were trying to enact. I call it a 1-5. People are probably in the comments giving me the actual name for it, but that's what it looked like a lot of the time. One player being left to take care of the line, the rest of them stepping up to put the pressure on Olympia. It almost worked. It did work for a long time actually, but they couldn't keep it up. Olympia managed to find their way through. And overall, a champions performance from the champions themselves. And the trophy will be given out as well. So they might not have as many fans here as they will be watching at home, but there is the men's team here supporting them. And everyone goes home with a medal around their neck, which I'm sure, as a club, will mean an awful lot. Captain Sabrina Farham, ready to crown themselves champions as a cheer goes up by the Olympia team and the Olympia supporters. They've already done a lot of celebrating, and I'm sure that'll go well on into the night as they travel back all the way down to London. Malvina Speck gets the player of the match. Unsurprisingly, 9 goals to her name. At one point, 15 minutes in, Olympia had only scored 4 goals. She scored all 4 of them. And the player of the match for West London Eagles was also their top goal scorer with a scream at the end, Victoria Pavashinska. Excited to see her play again in a couple of weeks' time. So that's it from the prize giving. Thank you very much for watching the final of the Women's British Handball Super Cup. There is one more game. It's North East Manchester Hawks versus Livingston. That's going to come up in about half an hour's time. Throw-off is likely to be around 4:10. About a 10-minute delay as we have to let them warm up properly. But my name's been Jack Oliphant. I hope you join us again in about 25 minutes' time for the last game of the British Handball Super Cup. We'll see you in a minute.
Maddie, congratulations on the silver. How are you and the team feeling after that final?
I'll be honest, I think we're a bit deflated. You know, we really wanted to come and win today, but ultimately to come silver in the British Super Cup is an amazing achievement, so we should all be so happy with it. But obviously it would be nice to come away with a win at the end of the day. So
it is an absolutely incredible achievement. And you guys were here last year, you secured the silver as well. How do you think this year's performance compares to that of last year?
I think we were at a disadvantage last year. We didn't have our full bench. We had a few people away or injured. But this year, we had our full bench. It was so great to play with everyone as a team. I think, at the end of the day, we could have won. But it's great to play with a full full team, full bench, and it's great to play as a unit as we did.
Has it, focused your team for next year? Do you think the goal is to go on and take that next step?
100%. We've got 2 silvers now. We've got that collection. We want that gold next year. 100%.
Okay, and will you have any fun plans tonight to celebrate and relax with the team?
I think a nice long train back to London is always, not the most exciting thing, but I'm sure we'll all be jovial on the train back. But yeah, always nice to come away with a bit of silverware, so yeah, really pleased.
Congratulations once again, all the very best.
Thank you.
Okay, Sabrina, Olympia are Super Cup champions. How does it feel?
Really amazing. It was a really nice game today. It's really amazing.
Are you happy with the team's performance? Did everyone gel on the court today?
Yeah, I think we started a bit slow at the start of the game. We struggled a bit at the start to start scoring. But I think once we got into the game and the intensity started increasing, I'm really proud of the team. I think we played really well.
It's been a bit of a dream season for you as well. You've taken a load of titles and this has just been the topping to that. How's that been the whole season?
I mean, this is what we work for. We work for games like this. We won the league in England and now this. We take each game, each tournament as it comes. But yeah, really good.
And you've got a lot of momentum going into next year. Have you got any big plans, any big goals for next year? Just keep it going?
So we still have the Cup final coming up in 2 weeks' time, again against West London Eagles. So yeah, once we've had that'll be our last tournament this season, competition.
Okay, well, good luck for that and enjoy the celebrations tonight. Huge congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have a challenge. The greatest challenge in the history of humanity. There's a world to save. Each and every one of us must rethink, reprogram ourselves, and change the way that we usually do things. The construction industry makes up around 40% of our total CO2 emissions. The king of wasteful thinking, really. Drastic change is required to reduce our new build carbon footprint from the current 1,000 kilograms of CO2 per square meter down to 300 kilograms, which is the 2030 target. That's steep, but not impossible. And above all, necessary. And it has to be a team effort, where every detail counts when building a new construction standard. At NorDan, we try to lead by example. We've done it for nearly 100 years now. We try to do our part by improving ourselves through our products. More than 90% of an ordinary NorDan window frame is made from timber, which is a natural carbon sink. It keeps the embodied carbon figures among the lowest in the industry, with CO2 emissions from NorDan less than half of it.
Welcome everybody to the final game. That's right, we've had 7 so far this weekend. This is the 8th and final one. And for the Scottish fans out there, it'll be a big one for you as well, because Livingston are going up against the North East Manchester Hawks. And you can see in the background, Livingston have a whole cohort of people here supporting them. But this is the final. We've had the 2 third place playoffs. We've had 1 final for the women's as well. Olympia came out in 3rd in the men's against EK82 earlier on. That was in the 12 o'clock throw-off. But this is it. The big one for the men's division. North East Manchester Hawks chasing the same as what Olympia women's are chasing. They're 1 step closer to securing victory over the West London Eagles just before. And that is to get the treble for the season. The English League, the British Super Cup, and the English National Cup. That's what North East Manchester Hawks' target is. Livingston, after winning the Scottish League, lost out the Scottish Cup, so they can't do the treble, but they're desperate to at least get a double so far in this season. Speaking of Livingston, let's go through it. Keir Hunter is in goal, number 1. Number 2, Kostas Kostanas is 3, Dean Webster. Number 4, Chris White. Number 5, Blair Schlacken. Number 7, Ross Strachan. Number 8, Ross Gannon. Number 9, Ross Maneta. Number 10, Matthew Estevans. Number 11, Ben Elliott. Number 12, Sam McEwen. Number 13, Josh Mabon. Number 15, Sean Byron. Number 17, Lewis Gannon. Number 19, Dallas Callahan. And number 23, Rory Semple. We've got Alan Stokes on the bench, Alan Strachan and Taylor Hoven joining him. Manchester Hawks then, number 1, Tom Marsden. Number 3, Carl Barnes. Number 4, Ed Page. Number 5, Fraser Muir. Number 6, Stefan Whaley. Number 7, Johnny Howarth. Number 8, Ryan Goodwin. Number 14, John Amelia. Number 18, Jared James. Number 21, Alex Bradley. Number 24, Patrick Mazur. Number 45, Jamal Braithwaite. Number 55, Mado Cardona. Number 91, Tailson Borges. And number 95, Mark Howard. And on the bench will be Donna Hankinson. Emily Madison is also here, but is currently outside taking care of Donna Hankinson's dog. Donna brought it all the way from Manchester, thinking that it would be a dog-friendly scenario, and unfortunately they're not allowed in the sports hall. So Emily Madison's had to give up her bench place and is taking care of Donna's dog. And 2 referees that you've just seen give a little bit of a wave from Gothenburg, Matthias Falt and Michael Holm. As I said, this is the final game of the weekend. A big thank you, if I forget at the end, which hopefully I won't, to everybody who's tuned in, whether you've watched all 16 hours of our coverage or however long it's been, whether you've just tuned in for this particular game, supported one particular team. It's been an absolute honour being your host for this weekend. And I can't wait to see it off with a brilliant game here. I haven't spoken too much to the Livingston team, but I know Hawks, they're not sure about this one. I don't know whether it's nervous about Livingston or nervous about their own performance and how they turned up, but they weren't too happy about their game yesterday against EK. A little bit too close for comfort from their perspective. Didn't defend very well. Attack was a bit disjointed and individualistic. And that's the words of Donna Hankinson, who you can see giving the Hawks one last little bit of instruction and pep talk. Livingston, however, sealed out a convincing victory against Olympia's men's. Strong defence, structured attack. A few inspirational individual performances as well helped them along the way. There is Ross Strachan, who was superb in the defence for Livingston on the point of a tight, compact 3-2-1. But the North East Manchester Hawks, they play in a very different manner to Olympia. Olympia really do rely on very powerful backcourt, taking contacts, riding tackles, and overloading, either doing shots from the backcourt or overloading towards the wings after taking the distraction from a couple of other players in defence. North East Manchester Hawks, they're more fluid, they're more aggressive. First and second phase is where they really thrive. Slick movement is what they want to do. How can Livingston approach this one? Customary high fives all around. We start out, it looks like, for Manchester Hawks, a Fraser Moore on the right wing. Ed Page, number 4, on the right back. Ryan Goodwin at centre. Cardona at left back. Patrick Madger at left wing. And Johnny Howarth in the line. Ryan Goodwin, really the architect of the play for Manchester Hawks. Tries to get it to Patrick Madger. It's a good interception there by Dean Webster, just to interrupt a little bit of the flow early on here. Livingston, as I said, very good defensive structure. Ed Page gets through, but it's a good save by, I think it's Tom Marsden. No, it's Keir Hunter. Starting in goal, Ross Strachan tries to go through the centre of the Hawks defence. I got the Hunters wrong a little bit earlier on, apparently. There is a Ewan Hunter who plays for EK82 in goal. There's a Keir Hunter who plays in goal for Livingston today. And there's also another Ewan Hunter who is the CEO of Scottish Handball. Now, I said that Ewan was related to Ewan, but actually it's Keir is related to Ewan as the CEO. So a little bit of confusion. And I probably haven't really cleared things up with that little explanation either. But Keir Hunter, the goalkeeper for Livingston, the son of the CEO of Scottish Handball, Ewan Hunter. Goalkeeper of EK82, Ewan Hunter, is in no relation whatsoever to either of them. As Manchester Hawks try and get up to the other end and try and test Keir. I've also been told that Keir's friends text him saying that the commentator on the live stream didn't give him much credit yesterday after he conceded a few goals. I missed that he also saved quite a few. I do believe I gave him the credit. He played a very good game yesterday, but equally, I'll keep an eye out for that this time round. Goodwin trying to squeeze his way through. Inches away from it. Here is Cardona trying to ride the tackle of Matthew Estevans. I have to say, the Livingston team defence was impressive, but their player-to-player defence was equally good as well. And that's a good start there by Keir. Estevans to the line. And it's a goal for Livingston. Blair Strachan with his first, and the first of the game. Good little line movement. Good dragging of them across. Moore and Ed Page on the right then. Cardona trying to find Patrick Madger. They were vital in the game against EK yesterday. Goodwin trying to find Cardona. Strachan's on the floor. Bounce into Johnny Howarth. Couldn't get the ball away though. A lot of movement, a lot of action being taken over that left-hand side. Goodwin riding the tackle, takes a bounce, goes for the spin underneath Keir Hunter. Well, that's how he scored the first 2 goals yesterday. Saw the opportunity to do again, did Ryan Goodwin. And wow, that is a very aggressive looking 3-2-1 from Manchester Hawks. It's almost bordering on 3-3 or 4-2 at times. Cardona forcing Estevans the long way round. But Estevans gaining enough traction and enough speed and momentum to go through and score a good goal as well facing, well, having to angle his body the wrong way. Manchester Hawks try and quickly get up the other end. Second phase of attack now. Cardona goes through, and he gets the goal as well. And this is sort of what I expected. I think this is what most people expected as well. A fast, intense game. It's what everybody was hoping for, even if... oh, and that's Howard giving away the penalty, and a 2-minute suspension as well. From the wing, you'd really have to be very, very careful. You really can't move at all. He goes across, and yeah, he's a little bit late with that movement. That right foot's just a little bit too far away from him. Oh, I've just given him a goal, not a 2-minute suspension on my little score sheet. So, Sean Byron, who was the designated penalty taker yesterday, steps up and beats Jared as well. Jared James in goal. They do have 3 goalkeepers here today, Manchester Hawks. They have Tom Marsden and Alex Bradley, along with Jared James. Good little options, I suppose. If one is slightly out of form, you can just try the other one. Stick them straight in, see what happens. Quite a lot of the time, actually works quite well, because they're all very high-level goalkeepers as well. Cardona looking for the offload to Maja. Offloads it back to Cardona. Goes for the shot. Saved by Keir Hunter. Second big save of the game. Ross Strachan takes the attack forward. Tries to flare it. Tries to get it to Blair. I think I meant to say fire and Blair all at the same time, and I said flare. I meant to fire it at Blair. There we go. Didn't work, forcing the play. Cardona out, trying to fake the pass, trying to go through the middle. Two Strachan's stopping that in its tracks. They are brothers, by the way, apparently. Good win. Cardona to Maja, to the post. Bit of a tight angle, that one. You can see how desperate he is to get involved, though, Maja. He's taken 3 or 4 shots that you think, a little bit close, a little bit tight. Chris White coming on at the left back then. Obviously senior GB representative for Livingston. They move the ball. Ross Strachan. Out to the left wing. Good pass. Oh. Bit too much contact. Out to the right wing. And it's a goal by the number 3. Dean Webster. Good build-up play there by Livingston. Was patient on the ball, kept recycling it, kept moving it. And it's 4-2 to Livingston. Not that Hawks will be too worried. This is similar to how EK came out against them yesterday in the semi-finals. And they managed to bring that one back. Livingston seem a bit more of a together defence anyway, though. They try and bounce the ball to Howarth. Maja tempting the tackle to come in, trying to move the defence. Cardona goes straight through the middle. I think it was given as a foul due to the fact that he was travelling at the same time. Gets to keep the ball, but not the goal. Cardona moving it to Ed Page, who steps inside. Difficult as a right-hander to try and go that way. Livingston go at the other end. Is that Lewis Gannon? Great save by Jared. It was Lewis Gannon, but Jared with a massive save. And there's the goal, though, scored at the other end, as I was trying to find Jared's name. Cardona, by the looks of it. Livingston get the ball back now. Fraser Murr's gone for that sort of 5-1 looking at defence. And, well, Livingston, I thought the ball was slapped out of his hands there, but I think he just lost it. Great interception there by Gannon. They slow it down once more. Fraser Moore then, I said it a bit yesterday, it is still a 3-2-1 defence that they're employing, but it's not as aggressive as it was. However, Fraser Moore's gone up to try and intercept the ball. That's pretty much what he's there for, that and counter-attacking opportunities. He's not necessarily there as a big defender. He's not trying to make massive tackles, but he is there in case the ball gets turned over. And Hawks are confident in the fact that their 5 that's surrounding the 6 metres are good enough to get the ball to be turned over, or at least Jared's good enough to save it and fire it up to Fraser Moore, who'll be on the fast break pretty much instantly. Lewis Gannon to Strachan, to the 8, out to Estevans. He is Scottish. I know Estevans doesn't sound like the most Scottish name. It actually threw me out a little bit yesterday. Portuguese descent apparently. And the ball gets to Howard. Smart little pass. Good finish as well. I'm not even sure Howard really expected that one. These two teams trading blows. 5-4. Goal a minute so far in this 9-minute game. Estevans moved the ball. Too much space. Ross Gannon. You won't have to ask him twice. Lovely finish. But he did have one of the easier goals that we'll see so far today open up in front of him. Ed Page looks to go inside. The wall of Livingston defenders in his way though. Very hard team to break through. Very compact. Very good one-on-one. Fraser Moore trying to force the ball to Howarth. Wasn't happening. Shack it up. Lewis Gannon. Goal! The number 17. He was brilliant yesterday. He's carried the momentum into today. I think he finished the game with 6. He did indeed against Olympia. You see why. Fast breaks are so deadly. Hawks thought they had a player up their sleeve with Muir. Gannon does exactly the same sort of job. Ed just seems a little bit stuck at that right back position. As I said, I can sort of understand why. It is difficult as a right-hander, but that doesn't mean nobody can do it. And Hawks do have a couple of players. Jamal, left-hander. Steph Whaley played there for many years. Goodwin goes for the shot, a little bit forced. Not opening up Livingston at all at the moment. They find themselves 3 goals down. So as Livingston communicate on the court, what do they want to do? At the moment, they don't really have to do an awful lot to get through the Hawks' defence, although that's a little bit better from them. Have to reset. Wouldn't be surprised if passive play is called anytime soon. Here's Ross Strachan, and he just walks through. Well, walking's a little bit harsh, but it's not exactly complicated for Ross Strachan in that goal. Great finish by him. The intensity to get through. And Hawks just look a little bit lackluster, a little bit tired. Ed trying to do the same thing, going for that inside. Howarth then gets the game restarted. Cardona tries to go between the 1 and 2. Patrick Maja goes for the lob, but he was inside the area anyway. Livingston have the double of Hawks' score currently. 8-4. Great run. And got the shot away. Wasn't enough to get the foul. Jared has sent it up high to Maja. Can he get the shot away? Goes for the spin. Doesn't happen. Not good enough to, 1, beat Keir Hunter, 2, actually get into the goal. 2 bits of criteria that you need to score a goal, obviously against Livingston. As they try to get the ball moving a little bit quicker here. What can they do? Ross Gannon at his left back, Lewis Gannon at the left wing. Little cross between them. Lewis Gannon dragging a few defenders. Ross Gannon, he fires it over to Strachan and then to the wing. Couldn't make it work though. As there's a change for the left wing. And it's the number 91 comes on, Tailson Borges. Patrick Magic giving enough opportunities in the eyes of Donna Hankinson. Bit of a soft reset for them potentially. You never know, it can work wonders for some players. Cardona having the tackle made on him. They've actually gone for a double pivot. Ryan Goodwin in there. Ed Page forces it. They get a bit lucky to get the second opportunity, but it's not taken by Cardona. Ross Strachan moves it up the court. Again, still loads of space. Found Chris White, steps inside, forces the ball to the line. Doesn't happen. Goodwin out to Fraser Moore. He's got 4 or 5 around him. And Hawks have to recycle it. And a timeout is called by Hawks, and it's not surprising. Livingston have started very well. They've come out, done everything they did yesterday well, but even better. Hawks have done basically everything they did yesterday, just not as well. In fact, they haven't actually. They haven't really even gone for the fast breaks. They haven't thrown the intensity at Livingston as they're known for. And the defending has been, well, just as bad. So timeout taken. What's Donna got up her sleeve? I think it's more motivation of the players and trying to get some energy in them. As I said, just look like they're not playing to their strengths. They're not playing that intense fashion that we're used to seeing. Livingston will be happy with how it's playing, especially this left-hand side. There's lots of space between the 1-2 defenders and the 2 and 3 even. 5-1 with Fraser Muir out front is a very effective one if you can get the ball turned over, but Livingston aren't allowing the ball to be turned over. It looks like Steph Whaley's come onto that right back position. What can he do? It did look like Ed Page was struggling a little bit on that right hand side. Can Steph get a modicum of control? A little bit more inventiveness about him. Did have a couple of good link-up plays with Mark Howard on the line yesterday. There's a little link-up with Ryan. The line player was free. Here's Steph. Looks for the line. Foul was given. And I thought Howard, I mean, you can't quite see it from this angle. It's happened so fast. I didn't know whether he was inside the area when he tried to catch the ball. Goodwin goes. There he goes. Very good at reading the body weight of the opposition, making a move left or right and go the opposite way. Scores his second of the game. Strachan moves it out. Estevan slows it down. Chris White comes back in at left back. Number 2 on the line for Livingston, Kostanas. So a little switch there. And Strachan goes through. Too much space in the centre. Too easy. Alex Bradley didn't stand a chance in goal. And Ross Strachan, who didn't score that many yesterday, is enjoying a bit of a more prolific game here. Whaley over the top to Howarth. Howarth shaking his head thinking, how am I supposed to get that? Goes out to White. Looks inside, nice little step there. Cardona intercepts it. He can't dribble it again, but he did look like he dribbled it as if it was a football. And there's a 2 minutes for batting the ball away. Cardona, bad to worse. It was a good little bit of reading of the play. Good interception. Ends up kicking it, and that's the problem. He ends up throwing it away as well after the whistle was blown. You're not allowed to do that. You may well be allowed to do it in football. You're not allowed to do it here. So first 2 minute suspension for, in fact, no, second 2 minute suspension, isn't it? Howarth's already got one that Hawks have had. Out to the left wing. Big save by Alex Bradley. And then Page fights for the ball. Massive save by Bradders there. Tries to get the attack moving once more. They are a player down, remember those. They're going to have to take this slow. Johnny Howarth goes into the centre. No line back. No line back? No line or pivot player for the time being. Whaley goes to catch it. Misses the ball completely. The first half of this first half is certainly Livingston's. Much to the joy, I'm sure, of the home fans up in the bleachers. Oh, Strachan Howard is about to not get a second 2 minutes. Would have been one hell of a goal if Strachan had actually got it between the sticks. So a 180 no scope. Here's White. Ed Page with a good tackle. Lewis Gannon out. Strachan out. It's a good goal if this goes in. But it doesn't. It hits the post. Gannon goes for the shot of the rebound. Livingston moving the ball really well though. So dangerous with that, taking the contact and firing it in. Know exactly where everybody's going to be. Trust their handling ability as well. I have to say, I haven't seen much of Livingston before this weekend. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Really enjoyable team to watch. Very fast play, very physical, but also tactical side of the game is fantastic. Here they go, firing it over. Lewis Gannon bouncing it in. And the number 2 scores. Fraser Moore thought he was going to get a charging foul, but Kostas Kosanaz gets the goal instead. 10-5. Manchester Hawks are in trouble. Both of these teams already get European qualification if they want, or eligibility, I should say, actually. If they want it, they can go and play some qualifiers and for European tournaments. But it's whether or not they actually want to take it at the end. Very expensive, obviously, to go and compete in Europe. Moved out to Steph Whaley, bounces it inside. Cordona, Goodwin. Save by Keir Hunter, but I think the penalty's been given. The defending inside the area. Penalty. Cardona's going to take it. Get the impression that this needs to go in. Keir Hunter stands in the way. It's a good goal. It's underneath the goalkeeper's leg. Won't necessarily get the highlights. But it does beat the keeper, and that's the important thing, I suppose, from Manchester Hawks' perspective. So Livingston, Chris White on the ball, dictating where the line player should go. Kosanaz. Little move there by Strachan. White comes back into the centre. Steps through Howarth. Goes with the left hand. Bradders saves it. Moves the ball back out. Livingston aren't done here. Strachan trying to dictate what's happening next then. Once he got up the sleeve. A little bit of change of position. Into the line. Line was free. Cardona just about recovered in time. Saw the threat, recovered. White still in the centre. That means Ross still out wide, I'm guessing. And the ball is intercepted. Goodwin, through on goal. Goes for the spin. Hits the post. And Keir Hunter, well, I'm going to give him the goal again. I think yesterday I was accused of he got a little nick. And I said it hit the post. Well, I think he got a little nick onto the post that time. Goodwin will be wanting that one again. Penalty given then. For Livingston. Up steps. Sean Byron. Once more. Bradders has already made one big save. Has he got another one in the locker? It's off the post. It's not Bradders' save. I'm not putting it down as a save anyway, but it's a good omen for Manchester Hawks. With 10 minutes to go, they can reduce the lead to 3. Howarth moving over to between the 2 and 3 defender on Steph Whaley's side then. Second line going in by Fraser Moore. Cardona going for the shot. Good tackle there by Ross Strachan. Celebrates it as if he scored. And fair he should. Whaley moves the ball out. Here goes the left winger. And it's a good goal. Tailson Morgas with his first of the final, and I think first of the tournament as well. I'm just having a look. No, he got one yesterday in all fairness. And they do reduce the lead to 3. They need to stop Livingston on this attack though. The defence has been slightly better for Hawks recently, and it's better again with Alex Bradley in goal. They fire it up the court. Fraser Moore! Great save by Keir Hunter. That's 4 crucial saves that he's made so far. The Manchester Hawks are starting to get a little bit more of a grip in this game. Is that Callahan coming onto the right wing for Livingston? Yes, it is. 8 to go. I think they've stopped the 5-1, the 3-2-1, haven't they? That's been the biggest difference tactically that Hawks have had. They've gone to a 6-0, and it's leaving a lot less room. Cardona goes for the shot, and it's in. Cardona gets the goal. I think it took a couple of deflections. He won't care. Manchester Hawks won't care. Cardona gets his 4th. And as I said, I think that changed from a 5-1 or 3-2-1, whatever Donna wants to call it these days, down to a 6-0. There's been a big influence on actually cutting out the space for Livingston. Haven't quite enjoyed the momentum that they enjoyed earlier on. Chris White, that's a charging foul though. Basically shoulder barged the defender out of the way. Don't get me wrong, I think the defender knew exactly what was happening. Doesn't mean that Chris White did it legally. Cardona moves it. Goodwin moves it. Couldn't get it to Whaley though. There was lots of space for Fraser Moore if they had managed that, but Goodwin's misplaced pass meant they couldn't. Chris White going through. Strachan out through the centre. Again, gives it another spin. Move it out to Lewis Gannon. Number 15 is Sean Byron, who's been coming on for the penalties. He's now come back on at left back. White's over to the right back. Strachan takes a shot, and Alex Bradley saves it once more. As far as I've been counting, that's Alex Bradley up to 4 crucial saves as well. Him and Keir Hunter having a similar type of game. Whaley trying to ride the tackles, move the ball on. Howarth getting told to actually take the free throw from where it actually was fouled from. Here goes Whaley, moves it on. Goodwin got the goal, but he also got the foul at the same time. I'm guessing he was travelling. 6 minutes to go actually. 10-8, 2-goal game all of a sudden. Livingston still in the lead. But it has gotten a little bit more difficult for them. I think it's gotten a little bit more secure as well from Hawks as Steph Whaley's come on. He has missed a few slightly easier ones, you would argue, but a little bit more ball movement, a little bit more of a flow in the attack for them. Goodwin comes behind Cardona. Whaley now. Jamal's gone on the right wing. Ever the athletic and unpredictable nature of Jamal Braithwaite. Got a hell of a leap, a hell of an arm. Doesn't necessarily mean he's always going on target. Cardona though, he's got a hell of a leap. He's got a hell of an arm as well. And he's scored 1 more goal for him. That's 5 in the game. And a timeout called by Livingston. And a cheer coming from the other end of the court this time as Hawks feel like they've actually forced the issue now. Livingston taking that timeout to try and stem the tide before half-time comes around. Little replay of Cardona's 5th goal there. Donna will be slightly more happy with what she's seen. Amazingly, it's actually slightly going back to what Hawks don't necessarily, well, what they're not known for. Not what Hawks are known for, that's what I am trying to say. It's been a long 2 days, ladies and gentlemen. Going to a 6-0 defence, tight, building the play up, moving the Livingston defence rather than just trying to overload them in the first 2 phases of attack. I think Livingston, Alan Stokes, probably just trying to remind them of what they were doing well earlier on. Yes, there's less space, but that doesn't mean that they can't keep the ball moving, can't keep the runs going, the intensity up as well. As Livingston get us back underway, with 5 to go. This is probably the type of game that we were expecting. Well, maybe not the way it's gone, but the scoreline is sort of what we were expecting though. Very tight, very cagey. The game has been anything but that, I would say, actually. It's been quite free-flowing, bit tactical. White, ooh, he was a little bit through there. I would have expected the shot to be flown through the centre after beating Cardona. He looks to beat him again, doesn't manage it. Cardona fouls him. Gives the call as the movement goes round. Ross Strachan here at the centre, gives a step at Cardona. Oh, and gives the fake as well. Goodwin sells him for a hot dog. Strachan gets the goal. His third of the game. 11-9 now. Still a 2-goal game. Cardona goes for it. So powerful, so strong. Even when the flow of the game isn't going his way or Hawks' way, he can just pull out that sort of windmill move, and through he goes, try and get the shot. Cardona goes inside, offloads it to Whaley, takes the bounce, looks for the shot, gives it to Goodwin, who fakes to the wing, and it's a great save by Keir Hunter. That's his 5th big save of the day. White breaks, Blair Strachan is free on the line, tries to give it to Lewis. No, it's not Lewis Gannon anymore, is it? Not sure who it is. I don't think that was the number 17, sorry. I think it may have been Ross Mineta in the number 9, the left wing. It is the number 9, Ross Mineta. Strachan moving it out. Livingston players falling over each other somewhat. White, there's plenty of space for him to fire it though. Ed Page, you can't leave him that much room. Chris White goes through, scores the goal. As I said before, senior GB player. Oh, and Jimmy. GB player in his own right. The number 45 gets the goal. First time he's really touched the ball on that right-hand side. Well, the right wing anyway. Through they go. We're starting to get a gush of goals before half-time. Is that Callahan? Fair play. Goodwin sees the space. Couldn't quite get into it. As they switch over a few of the players. Cardona looks to step inside. Not allowed by Ross Strachan, who again have gone slightly shallower than they did against Olympia in their defence. Callahan steals the ball. Strachan picks it up. Slows it down though. Not enough good options ahead of him for him to risk throwing the ball away. 2 minutes before the end. They've already got a 3-goal lead. They can make it 4 again. And that's exactly the objective that Livingston are looking for, aren't they, as they edge towards the gold medal. Oh! There was a smash on the floor there. I'm not entirely sure what body part caused it. Obviously, I don't think it was the head. He's not holding his head, which is something we're pleased about, but we're not pleased to see him on the floor at all, obviously. It may have been his back slap at the, on the floor. 2 minute suspension by, I think, Howarth. And after the noise, at least, I don't think anybody is surprised. It didn't look like the contact was very good at the best of times, though. Wright was through on goal. Going through on the side, potentially was Howarth. See if we can get a replay of it, potentially. But Chris White is back on his feet. Alex Bradley, who's had a good game there. So Hawks down to 6 players yet again, and I think that's Howard's second 2 minute suspension. One more and he'll be given a red card, and well, that's not what you need at the beginning of the second half looming over your head, because that will take Hawks into the half-time period with a player down. White tries to go through. Braithwaite ends up helping out Ed Page there a little bit, leaving the winger a little bit free, but obviously Jamal thinking that that's a better option, give it to the winger than allow Chris to run through. Tend to agree with him. As Jimmy doesn't cause a foul there, apparently. Blair Strachan couldn't get the ball under his spell as he was leaning back in. Both of those players, I think, were in the area, in all fairness. So Ed Page back at the right back position. This is how they pretty much started, although albeit they had 7 players on the court when they started the game. Patrick Madger actually at left wing as well. Here goes Goodwin, trying to find the space, trying to give him the step, taking the foul. Goodwin through. Is that a penalty been given? Yep, holding of the arm and inside the area. Multiple reasons why that was a penalty. Hawks have a good opportunity here to bring it back to a 2-goal game with half-time looming. Cardona steps up. We've got a changing goalkeeper. Number 12, Sam McEwen. Cardona scored 1. Oh, no mistake in the second one. That's his 6th of the game. Only a couple of seconds left. And there goes the buzzer. That just throws it needlessly, I would say. He said matter of inches. Well, yeah, if buzzer hadn't gone that early, yeah, maybe. But a close game in the end as we go into half-time. Howard is having a word with the referee. I think he's going to get that 2 minutes rescinded. 13-11 to Livingston. It'll be a popular scoreline this side of the border. Can you guess where we are by the back of McEwen's hair? It was a good game so far though. Livingston doing what they were doing well yesterday and carrying that on into today's game. Hawks just looked sluggish. They didn't almost look awake even though it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And after a tactical change, going from that a really aggressive 3-2-1, they went to a 3-2-1. It was bordering on a 5-1. And now they've gone to a 6-0 defence. That's where the joy has been. Livingston haven't managed to eke their way through anywhere near as much as they did before. Howard giving away the penalty in the highlights there. And I can hear the raffle being read out behind me. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a break from my incessant voice for the foreseeable, well, for about 5-10 minutes until we're back for the second half of the final here in the NorDan British Handball Super Cup between Livingston and Manchester Hawks. The score is 13-11, 30 more minutes to play this weekend, and then we will know who joins Olympia as Kings of Europe this time. And we are back. Livingston 13, North East Manchester Hawks 11. It's a bit of a hard to describe the kind of game we've had so far. Livingston looked like they were very much in control in the early stages. Manchester Hawks switched formation in defence, switched tactical setups a couple of times. That's helped them get back into this game. Livingston will probably be thinking that that 5-goal actually margin that they had at one point, it was 10-5. They've somewhat given it up. It just goes to show that any margin in handball is rectifiable, especially in the early stages. There is some of the Livingston fans. There's plenty of them in the middle of that stanchion. Here we go, Livingston to get us back underway then. What have they got up the sleeve? What can Hawks do? I'm pretty sure if Donna Hankinson wasn't very happy with how they performed yesterday, she definitely won't have been happy with how they performed in the first half of that half. They're going to have to come out a little bit more on top, a little bit more on board with the game plan in this second half. We haven't seen the usual intensity. It's been a bit more back to basics for Hawks. We have seen some really good shots stopped by Keir Hunter though. The officials make sure that the goal is up to standard. But Keir Hunter and Alex Badley, both of those players, definitely stand out so far for their team. Cardona scored 6 for Hawks, whereas Livingston have shared the goals around a little bit more, and they've got 1. I'm just trying to count them out here. I think they have 8 players, all with 1 goal. And then you have Ross Strachan with 3. And Matthew Estevans with 2. So, yeah, the goals being shared out a little bit more. In fact, I think it's 7 players with 1 goal. And that would make sense, because that would mean Ross Strachan with 3 and Estevans with 2 makes 13. So that's, I think my maths is just about adding up there. Here goes Chris White in the air. I think that's Ross Gannon in the number 8. It is indeed. Moves out to Estevans. Trying to get the shot away from the number 9, the right winger. But Alex Bradley coming away with winning that little battle. That's his 5th save. I think I said before we went into the break as well who will come out as Kings of Europe, which obviously just goes to show how long a weekend it's been, because that is absolute rubbish. Champions of Britain is what I was going for. Cardona goes for goal and gets 1 more to his name as well. He's not making any kind of mistakes so far today. White tries to offload it to Gannon. Yeah, you got Lewis Gannon on the left wing as well still. Not quite as poignant as he was in the first game, in the semi-finals. But still doing a good job. White with the spin on Braithwaite. Lewis Gannon, as I say that, there his poignancy is. We've missed it. Lewis Gannon with his 2nd of the game. Waiting for the 2 minutes actually. 2 minutes have been given it to Jamal after pulling down Chris White, even though it finished in the goal. That doesn't allow Braithwaite to get away with it. So Hawks back with another 2-minute suspension. A player down. Howarth comes out to centre. Cardona trying to ride the tackle. Howarth gets the better of his man, who's trying a right wing. Oh, there's an opportunity for Goodwin to try and get the ball back. And it's dived upon by 14. John Amelia, who I just realised has come onto the court. Carl Barnes is on that right wing position now as well. So a couple of other players have come on for Hawks. Try and freshen the pace up. Fresh legs, fresh ideas. See what they can do with it. But some of the old guards still in there. Cardona, Howarth, Goodwin. The core of this Hawks team, it seems. So as Cardona tries to find a way through, he's quite content with taking the fouls if they don't find a way through. As long as passive play isn't being called, they'll be happy to just keep hold of it. Passive play is now called as Goodwin tries to find a way through. Howarth looks to set up Cardona. I think we all know what's coming here. And it's a shot from the shoulder, but more to the point, I think. No, Gannon seems to be getting up. Ross Gannon, I thought there was a little bit of a potential knee problem, but no, I think he's just saying that he got pulled to the floor. Not sure by who, particularly, whether it was Goodwin or whether it was Cardona. I think it was Cardona, but Cardona was taking the shot, so. Ball gets moved. White to Estevans. White sees the opportunity to go through the centre. Cardona rushed out, left a massive hole. Don't need to ask him twice. (15-12), 3-goal game. 4 minutes into the second half, nearly. Jamal has come back on to the right back position. Carl Barnes has stayed over to the right wing. Braithwaite looking for the pass to the line, forcing it to Goodwin. Here is Cardona trying to use the line. There's the space in the centre for Goodwin. 2 players came over with Howarth. That was seen by Goodwin. He scores his 3rd. And as White went straight through the Hawks defence, Goodwin goes straight through the Livingston defence. It's very quiet out in the crowd there. It seems very quiet on court as well as they just pass it from left to right. Here we go, starting a little bit more penetration. Estevans with the shot, comes off the post. They do get the ball back, but it was from inside the area, so Alex Badley will pick that one up. Away he goes. Not surprising to see him still in there. Goodwin looks for the pass. Livingston don't commit the foul, and they get the ball back. Forcing the play, trying to do what they usually do here, Hawks. Go quick in the transitions, but it is a little bit risky. Normally so efficient with it, so good with it. The crowd has gone slightly quiet here. I was expecting it a little bit more lively. Especially with Livingston winning 15-13. I'm actually going to take my earphones off. I can hear a lone clang of some kind of instrument as a little bit of atmosphere is attempted to be made. As to be fair, Livingston, they just don't seem too committed to actually trying to go for the goal. I mean, there we go. The first time they actually run towards the goal is they take a shot immediately. It's like they've fallen flat. I'm not entirely sure why. They have no real reason. They're still leading. And actually, as Hawks get the ball, I can hear a drum in the background. Maybe it's to try and put them off or something. I'm not entirely sure. I think it sort of adds to the fire a little bit in the bellies. Olympia with all their medals sat in that grandstand. Obviously, women winning the final against West London Eagles about an hour ago. And the men's beating EK82 for that 3rd place. That's going to be a penalty unless they get the goal. Howarth does get the goal. I think that's his 2nd of the game. Now has just about as many goals as he has 2 minutes. And there's Chris White getting up and beyond the other defenders. 3 to his name. 16-14. Hawks definitely making a game of this since they've got back into it. Jimmy looking out, fires the ball over to Cardona, doesn't get the ball out to Goodwin, turns it over instead. Lewis Gannon doing what he does best on the fast break, and Alex Bradley doing what he does best, saving a goal and giving a bellow. And that's his 6th save of the game. Him and Keir Hunter are definitely sharing out the plaudits for the goalkeepers. Goodwin trying to find the gap. That Cardona prized open. Wasn't to be just yet. Goes round. That's going to be travel. And a 2-minute suspension as well given to Blair Strachan. I think that's the first 2-minute suspension that Livingston have got this game. And Hawks need to take advantage of it. They want to get back on level terms. They want to gain some momentum themselves. And I think Livingston are actually a little bit flat regardless. John Amelia moves the ball round. Apparently he wasn't very happy with my comments about him being 180 centimetres. As the penalty gets given, it's just going to be another 2-minute suspension. I think the referees are going to have a discussion about it. Ross Gannon is the player in question. Nope, he gets away with it. Penalty to Cardona though. Steps up against Keir Hunter. Can Keir Hunter bring himself on level terms with Alex Bradley? No, he cannot. Not this time round anyway. Cardona with his 8th of the game. And Livingston going to have to do this next couple of minutes with a player down. What can they muster up? 1-goal game. Hawks have gone man-to-man. Carl Barnes out towards Chris White. Livingston will attack with 4. Here's Estevans. Moving out to the number 3, Dean Webster. One of the early goal scorers in this game. Ross Gannon. Estevans intercepted by Goodwin, who should be cleaning away. And scores the goal as well. I actually thought there might be a suspect that he put that wide. But no, he doesn't. He scores his 4th after intercepting that one. I said they need to take advantage. Well, scoring 2 goals is definitely doing that. He's back. They're back on level terms. 16 all. 8.5 minutes into this second half. 22 to go. So they moved White out to the left wing. That's why it doesn't look like they're man marking anymore. But Jimmy has actually gone up to press the issue anyway. Here we go. White trying to come back round. Barnes doing a good job of keeping him quiet. Goodwin trying to get in the way. Lewis Gannon, Cardona giving the penalty away though. Good spin there by Gannon. Good intensity to get into the shooting position, forcing Manchester Hawks to give them the penalty. Carl Barnes picking the ball up. I'm not sure he'll be taking this one. But it's the old reliable Sean Byron stepping up against Alex Bradley. That penalty taker extraordinaire. They're most trusted by the seams of it. Scores again. He hasn't let them down yet so far today. He only missed one yesterday, I believe, as well. Hawks wanted to get on with this while they still had the player advantage. Jimmy moves the ball out to Goodwin. There's move and space on the left wing. They choose not to take it. Cardona goes to the line. Howard goes for the goal. I've scribbled out so many points for Howard. I think he's got 3. I keep accidentally giving him a goal whenever he gives him a 2 minutes, which I'm sure is how he would hope it would work. But I think he's got 3 goals. 17 all. And I believe Livingston back to their full complement of players now. 10 minutes into this second half. They can start building some kind of momentum and some kind of attack. Livingston hearing the crowd now a little bit louder for them, trying to give them something. A pass to the line is not what they're giving them though. Cardona with the interception, then turns it round. Ed Page, though, he stops bouncing it. You got to wonder why. Jimmy picks it up. Goes for the shot. That's what he's capable of. We don't see it as much anymore. But the athleticism is still there. Jamal Braithwaite. Very good goal there. It was a bit of a strange counter-attack, as I said. Ed Page deciding just to stop bouncing it. Almost travelled, just chucked the ball away so he didn't travel. Luckily, Jimmy picks it up. But there was a hint of luck about that fast break, I'll be honest. And are Livingston down a player? No, they're just being... they're just marking out. Manchester Hawks just marking out Chris White, I think. As there we go. Mott boys are back. Yeah, Carl Barnes just giving, even though Manchester Hawks aren't at their full complement, Carl Barnes just given the job to just go and man mark Chris White as close as he can. We'll defend with 5 and try our best against the rest of the Livingston team. Now this is interesting because it's sort of, and there we go. That's how Carl Barnes, that's how closely he's, how attentive he's being, I should say. Interesting, really, because this is what Olympia decided to do what to EK. And getting Keeley out of the game. Well, they want Chris White out of the game. Apparently, Livingston have done the majority this season without Chris White. Still winning the league. As Chris was playing in Portugal, I believe. So they don't necessarily need him. And Ross Gannon proving that. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what Hawks want to do that Livingston just take him off and play as if they have been in the league. Carl Barnes showing that he's not just there for defence though, scoring a good goal. 18-19, first time Hawks have taken the lead. I believe in the entire game, actually, thinking about it. Maybe in the very early stages, maybe they scored the first goal or second goal, but I can't remember them being in the lead for longer than about a minute or two, if even that. So I think they have taken White off. So Hawks have gone back down to the 6-0. Gannon should have scored that one. Howarth with a little spin and the interception. Carl Barnes goes up the other end and secures the goal. And we're starting to see the fast break, the turnover that we expect to see from Hawks. They finally found a bit of intensity about themselves. Livingston are now going to have to live with what we tend to know in England as the Manchester Hawks way of playing. Chris White actually hasn't gone off the court. He's just gone to that pivot position. And, well, they were so interested in where Chris White was moving to that they had to recover to go and get Ross Gannon. And giving away the penalty, they didn't recover quick enough. Sean Byron, I'm guessing, is meandering his way over to the penalty spot. There he is. Scored so far 2. Will this be his third? Yes, it is. Sean Byron with his third. So Hawks with 20, Livingston with 19. Very close game all of a sudden. Nearly halfway through the second half. And I'm sort of wishing we had another half to go. Oh, Jimmy off the post. Carl Barnes full of confidence. But McEwen saves it. Good save by McEwen. Very vital indeed. Little step from Gannon. Jimmy tries to get out there. Estevans from the left back position. Couldn't get there. And it's sent through by Page. All the way up to Goodwin for his 5th. "14 minutes in. It's amazing how quick handball can turn around. It's a 2-goal game. But this time, it's Hawks that have the 2-goal advantage. Now I can understand why the home fans are slightly quieter, shall we say, than they were before. Livingston's play, throwing the ball away a couple of times too quickly. Gannon trying his best. Those are all loose there, though. They pick it up. Estevans, passing play is being called. Gannon trying to get around Cordona. Not possible. Rory Semple has come on for Livingston. He was at right back. He's at centre here now. Bounces the ball, moves it. Not good enough, but it's going to be a corner. Not 100% sure how many passes left of passive play. White goes for it. Howarth and Page double up. I'm guessing the shot's pretty much going to have to come from here. Banner saves it. Remains 19-21. Livingston seem to have not run out of ideas. I'm sure they've got plenty in the locker, but haven't found the key for them yet. Hawks, on the other hand, have started to up the intensity in their transitions. Patrick Madger back onto the left wing. Carl Barnes has really helped at the right. Cordona doesn't quite get his hands on it. Eventually he does, but it's not good enough to beat Sam McEwen. Another great save by him. Could he be the inspiration that Livingston need? Alex Badley with the save. Battle of the goalkeepers. It's been that way pretty much all game. This time it's Sam McEwen instead of Hunter, though, as Carl Barnes sends it wide. And a timeout called by Livingston. And there's the man of the moment, Sam McEwen. Brilliant job by him in the last minute or so. High fives all round from his teammates. Donna coming back on. I think giving a little bit of a nod to Fraser Muir. A bit harsh on Carl Barnes if he gets brought off, to be fair. I think he's had a great game in the short amount of time that he's had on. So, The game has shifted. Alan Stokes knows that. He's trying to get his message across to the Livingston team. Keir Hunter's still a top performer for Livingston. Big 5 saves. Chris White with 3. He's had a couple of problems getting back into the game since Hawks have decided to take him out of it. Ross Strachan with 3. Sean Byron with 3 as well, all from the penalty spot. Ross Gannon with 2. Estevans with 2. Lewis Gannon, Sam McEwen. No, sorry, not Sam McEwen. They all have 2 as well. So the goals shared out somewhat a little bit more with the Livingston. Johnny Howarth has 3, Brian Goodwin has 5, Alex Bradley with 6 big saves, but Cardona is the real difference. He's got 8 goals so far. Carl Barnes has 2 since coming on. And Jamal Braithwaite, 1 an absolute stunner from about 10 or 11 metres. But he only has 2 to his name. Tailson Borges on the left wing has as well. In fact, he has 1 goal to his name, my apologies. Here is Gannon and Strachan. Strachan going to the left back. Ross Gannon in the centre. Moves it to Semple. Ross Gannon has space on the left wing. Lewis Gannon. Big save by Banners. And a big bellow once more. As I said, the big moments of actually coming from goalkeepers currently. Pretty much all game, actually. It's safe to say. I'd be absolutely amazed if Livingston don't give player of the match to Alex Bradley, the NorDan player of the match, of course. Patrick Maggio out on the left. Goodwin looking to get into the inside. Foul given. Gets it back out. Steph Whaley's got into centre, which means that Cardona has gone off the court for the first time this game. Maggio scores. He's come back on. Maybe with a fresh perspective. Chance to reset from him. He had a couple of shots in the first 5 minutes. They didn't go his way. They were difficult opportunities. It looked like he was in his own head. Fraser Moore has come on as well, and now he's been given the job of man marking Chris White when he's not in that pivot position. Cardona still coming on for defence by the looks of it. Ross Strachan finding his way past. Not quite all the way past Ryan Goodwin though. As he tries to dictate what's going to happen here in the Livingston attack. Lewis Gannon coming round. And it's a good shot by Strachan. It's a good opportunity anyway. Wasn't necessarily the best shot. As it looks like it was a save actually from Bradders. Went out as a throw-in. Thought it came off the post, but for it to be a Livingston ball, it must have come off Bradders. Gannon to Semple, and Semple over the bar. 19-22. The gap's starting to eke. But again, I would say a 3-goal game, even at this stage, with 12 minutes to go, or even 11 minutes to go, is not the end of the world. We've seen Livingston with quality. We've seen that they could get this one back. Strachan with the spin. Does get the ball in the net, but I think he was travelling. But it just feels a little flat from Livingston. I know I'm in a cupboard, but it just feels like the atmosphere has maybe been sucked out of it. To be honest, since the second half started, I haven't really felt like the same kind of, hasn't felt like the same venue that we had in the first half. I can hear small shouts of encouragement. Good movement there. That's a bit more like it from Livingston. Good movement from the centre. Offload the ball, hit the space. And I think it was the number 8. Didn't actually get to see it, but his number. But I think it was Ross Gannon. I'm going to give it to him anyway. All of a sudden, I can hear some trumpets. I can hear some drums in the background as well. And I can hear shouting and chanting, finally, from the crowd outside. That was going to help, although Howarth picks it up. And it's unfortunate for Livingston. Good reactions by Howarth, but from Livingston's perspective, that's just straight up not lucky. 4th goal for Howarth. Three-goal game again then. 10 to go in the last game here at the British Handball Super Cup. It has been somewhat of a festival of handball here. 8 games in total over the course of the last 2 days. I hope you've enjoyed it at home. I certainly have. It's maybe been a bit tiring, but it's been a hell of an experience. And I'm sure for the players out there, they'll have thoroughly enjoyed it as well. And Livingston, I'm sure, will enjoy it even more if they can get this 3-goal deficit back. There's a foul there. Cordona going through the back of the Livingston player. Ross Gannon, I believe that was. And Chris White has gone out to the centre. Strachan through. Semple caught. Howarth with a strong defence there, leaving the winger open, but as long as you secure the ball, it doesn't really matter. Strachan out to Lewis Gannon. Passive play is up. Strachan goes for the shot himself. Cordona blocks. Howarth has the ball. Cordona to break. His eyes are up looking for the options. Goes slightly slower to Goodwin, but he starts to charge. Well, they had 2 players off the court at that time, so taking the foul was probably the best thing to do. Of course, Goodwin, a senior GB representative himself. Whaley to try and get through from the left back. I could go through everyone who is a GB representative in these 2 teams, but to be honest, we'd be here all day. I might as well just read the team sheets out again. Trying a smart little cross there. Whaley to Goodwin. Didn't happen. Good defence. Good reading of the play there by Semple. Whaley into the centre. Ed Page looking to get through. It's a bit scrappy here from Hawks. They won't mind that too much. They are 3 goals to the good, and as long as passive play doesn't get called against them, they won't mind. I have a feeling it will do, and in fact, as soon as we see the referee, it is being called. Howard trying to get the shot away between 2 defenders. It's not going to happen. Here goes Goodwin. I think he was trying to see a pass rather than an actual shot. Who are they lining this one up for? No Cardona on the court. Goodwin looking to go in as that second line. Whaley to do something inventive with it. And that wasn't what they needed. Livingston turn it over. They don't look for the break, although they could probably start looking that way if they really needed to. 7 minutes to go. 3-goal game. White goes through. Saved by Branners. I actually thought there was a foul in there somewhere, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the Livingston fans and players did as well. Certainly White did. Through they go again, and it's another save, and it's going to be a penalty. I have that down as 9 saves for Alex Bradley, but he's not going to be in goal for the penalty. Let me guess, Sean Byron's going to take it. Why wouldn't he? After scoring all of the penalties he's taken so far. Javed's back in net. We saw him earlier in the game. Sean Byron stepping him up. And getting the goal again. Mr. Reliable from the spot. Gives a little bit of hope Livingston's way. 2 goals. Wonder if Javed will stay in net, whether they'll be swapping him out as camera shot. I suppose we'll wait and see. Ryan putting Johnny where he needs him to be. 6 goals remaining. Ed Page on that right back again. Major on the left, Fraser Muir on the right. Steph Whaley. Little foul there. I think he got slightly lucky. Looked like he was caught. Whaley, good movement. Howarth, he's on the line. It's a good pass to him, but it wasn't brilliant positioning from Howarth. They were disappointed with that one. Strachan goes straight to the other end. Cardona gets back just in time. Considering he's only coming on for defence, a substitution was made very, very quickly. Cardona getting back. So Ross Gannon and Lewis Strachan changing positions. Semple on that right back. Here goes Strachan. Ooh, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? I'm sure he's probably thinking the same. Strachan into that line to try and get Chris White out of it. The ball moves to Semple. Goodwin was already on his way. He could see that the trap had been sprung, and as a timeout gets called for Manchester Hawks. They're still 2 up. Donna Hankinson's looking at this trying to think of something to secure this game. What she's also doing though is giving Livingston a chance to regroup, come up with something different. We are only a couple of minutes away from crowning one of these 2 teams a potential champion, but there is the opportunity for extra time as well. I believe in this tournament, pretty much every tournament is slightly different to how they deal with extra time. I believe there's 2 times 5-minute periods if we do go to extra time. So 2 halves of 5 minutes, that is, followed by a penalty shootout. Obviously, neither of the teams really want to go to that. They want to win it here and there. Here and now, even. There's the buzzer blows. Ryan Goodwin, Johnny Howarth will get us back underway with 5 to go. I think Howarth maybe with a bit too much tack on there, just dropping the ball. Didn't even bounce. Does help with the speed of play. Does tack, but sometimes can catch you out a little bit. It's a different sport when you're not allowed it. It doesn't help Cardona catch that one though. It's a bit of a poor pass. Strachan getting across. Goodwin tries to take the foul, and he does, and he just about gets away with not being in the area, and he gets between the ball and the goal. I'll give that as good defence there. It looked like it was a bit suspect. I thought he might have left it a little bit late, but he timed it perfectly. I'm going to guess that's Chris White is being marked out of this again, because we've only got 2 backcourt players. Lewis Gannon's gone narrow. It doesn't matter because he's been given the space to take the shot. Lewis Gannon with his 3rd 1-goal game. Oh, I'll tell you what, 4 minutes to go. This is what we've been waiting for. This kind of game. Olympia versus West London Eagles in the end was a little bit one-sided. Olympia came out right on top with that. But this is just as close as everyone wanted to see for the British Super Cup. Ed Page trying to bounce it in. Ooh, Livingston very close to getting away with that. I think they've brought Cardona back on. Yeah, they have, the Hawks. So Cardona, Page and Goodwin, the 3 backcourt players, they move it out. And no foul given. Ed Page throws the ball away. Livingston move up, and I can tell you there's an atmosphere in there now. They can smell blood. Strachan, there's a very long way round. Goodwin doesn't really do much apart from stand there. Gets his body in the way. No 2 minutes, but obviously we have to worry about, well, not worry necessarily, but make sure that Strachan is up and able. Wow, actually, well, we'll call it a coming together. There's no real attempt at the actual tackle. Bit of a body bump there by Goodwin. Strachan's up and ready to go though. Here he is in the centre. Esteban's back in as well at right back. Gannon at left back. Have I missed something? Is there a player? I think I may have missed 2 minutes or something. What a goal there by Strachan. I'm very glad I didn't miss that one. What a goal. They aren't a player down. Oh, Cardona rattles it off the crossbar. Not what Hawks need. Livingston turn it up the other end. Lewis Gannon. Alex Bradley doing what he's done all game and getting Hawks out of a poor situation. This is getting very, very intense now, isn't it? 2.5 minutes. I apologise to the production team for potentially breaking their mic. This is what we've been hoping for. We wanted it to boil down to the last 5 minutes to be a really close game. Jamal's on the left, or on the right back now. Cardona trying to find the space. He ends up hitting the crossbar, but he gets the foul. Sam McEwen's in net. He's made a couple of big saves himself. 2 minutes to go. Jamal up, off the crossbar, off the post. I'm not really sure which one. Doesn't matter, does it? I suppose with the ball to have to act that way, it was off the post. Chris White to get up the other end. Fraser Muir's job is to get him out of the game. Ross Gannon Couldn't get past Goodwin. 23 all. Take your breath. Try and catch your breath if you can. I'm struggling. A minute and a half. Livingston's ball. They need to score from this. They're calling the play. Gannon in front. Esteban sees the gap. Cardona gets across. No penalty. They keep the ball though. We could be going to extra time. This could finish 23 or 24 all. 2 times 5 minutes plus penalties beckons. Livingston throw the ball away. They tried the ball over the top to Esteban. It was a decent idea. He had plenty of space. But Hawks, they want one attack. That's all they want. They don't want to turn this over. And they want a goal at the end of it, obviously. Maja, Cardona, Howarth on the line. Goodwin at centre. Jamal Braithwaite at right back. Fraser Moore at right wing. What do they have in the locker? Livingston with a strong defence all game. Goodwin tries to get through, but it's a good tackle by Esteban. A defence that could define a season here for the next 30 seconds. And as I try and get myself hyped, Donna Hankinson ruins the flow of my commentary by calling a timeout. I think we'll have about 22 seconds maybe remaining. I'm going to try and catch my breath before that 20 seconds occurs. There's the crowd, nervously waiting. Some of them on their feet. They can't stand sitting. The nerves jangling. The drums banging. This is it. Livingston want out onto the court. They want to get this going. There's still 10 seconds that Hawks could use here. Livingston just want to get out there. They want to get defending. They want to turn this ball over. How long is left on the clock? It's going to be 26 seconds remaining. Referees wait. The whistle blows. 26 seconds. Ross Strachan out on point. Esteban's on the right back. Chris White. Howarth goes behind Goodwin. Cardona looks for the pass. Finds Goodwin. Chris White with the tackle. Passive play is called. Cardona. Cardona scores, but the foul was given. The foul was given. The buzzer goes. The goal was not given. It's still 23 all. And the shot has to be taken. I don't know if the timeout was given. They're going to pass it to Cardona. The buzzer hasn't quite gone. Chris White trying to sneak around the side. Cardona off. Cardona up. Cardona misses. We're going to extra time in the British Handball Super Cup. 2 times 5 minutes plus penalties. And I tell you what, I am very glad that I asked what happens if we draw a game yesterday at dinner to the 2 referees, because every tournament is different. Wow, well my heart rate's going. I can't imagine what it's like as a player, as a coach, as a fan, as a neutral fan. I'm nearly speechless. And as a commentator, that's not ideal. But that was thrilling. 23 all as it stands, and I'm going to run out of the door, see how long I've got, see if I can nip to the toilet. Basically, I'll see you in a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we're good to go with extra time in this NorDan British Handball Super Cup 2023 men's final. Livingston 23 and Hawks 23. One final push for the players. Let's make some noise.
We are back for extra time. I don't know if they were waiting for me, but I just about get back, sat in my seat and tried to catch my breath as well. Right, into extra time of the NorDan British Handball Super Cup. Madger, Sam McEwen with the save, but it's a goal in the end. So as I explained, just as we were finishing up in normal time, 2 times 5 minutes. In between, they only get a 1 minute break. After that, straight into penalties. This game isn't going to help me catch my breath, is it, either? Lewis Gannon moves the ball. Strachan out to Estevans. Oh, Madger pulling the player back a little bit there. Estevans doesn't complain too much about it. And some of the reactions of some of the fans out there as well when I was running past them, they were just as tense as you would expect. Even the neutrals, especially the Newcastle Vikings fans. Great shot. I think, well, the way Bradders has celebrated, give him the save on that one. But here comes Madger, moving up. Cardona gets up in the air. No options. Jimmy's got his arms wide open on that right wing. Cardona didn't get the ball there though. He goes back to right back. Goodwin at centre. Moves it out to Cardona. It's a good, strong defence from Livingston. It has been all game. But Jimmy gets the goal. 3 for him in this game. 2 minutes. Almost halfway through this first period. Chris White being man-marked out of this. Fraser Muir has done a sterling job on him so far. Doesn't mean Livingston haven't had their opportunities, but it's a 2-goal game in such a short space of time. Could be crucial. Every goal counts, which sounds stupid to say because it normally does in a 60-minute game of handball. But it's so personified here when you've only got a small amount of time left. We're already a quarter of the way through this extra time. Livingston need to find themselves 2 goals to draw back level, even to take this to penalties. Madger has Estevans currently in his pocket as passive play is called. Gannon. Strachan. They're trying to set this one up. They got a 9-metre throw. Chris White wants to get involved finally. Muir straight out to him. I was expecting a shot from White. He's asking how many passes. 3, that's one of them. As the ball gets turned over. 1 too many. Goodwin to Jimmy. Wants to get the shot away. Gets it out to Howarth. Cardona. As Madger slows it down. No, he doesn't. He goes for the gap. Livingston. Living life on the edge, it seems. They really needed that to go in. They definitely didn't need to get it turned over. Here goes Goodwin. He's looking for the 2 minutes, but he gets the goal. He gets the goal. Goodwin. It's a 3-goal game. 23-26. And there will be another 5-minute period after this 5-minute period. But with only a 1-minute turnaround. Gannon needs to Livingston need to start scoring, and Gannon does exactly that. Ross Gannon, 24-26 now. 1 minute to go. And it's pretty much only like it's a timeout for this half-time period. Jimmy needs to keep his eye on the ball. The high pressure situation, you don't get this in league games, you only get this in tournament and cup competitions. Livingston go at the other end. Jimmy effectively with a slide tackle. Lewis Gannon's not very happy about it. Jamal's been given 2 minutes and he's fair enough about it. He knows it was happening. Here's a replay of it. Yep, just gets his legs tangled up. Goes for a tumble, taking Lewis Gannon with him. I think he got a dead leg, but he's the more important thing is he's got a 2 minute suspension. And in a 10-minute period, that could be massive. They may have a 2-goal advantage. But now Livingston have a player advantage for the next 2 minutes. That means no man marking for Chris White. He's going to enjoy this, I'm sure. The next 30 seconds, and then for the next minute and a half after the half-time period, which remember is only 1 minute, 24-26. White assesses the options ahead of him. Strachan on the line by the looks of it. Estevans trying to tease out Madja. Gets it back. Finds some space. That's the nasty one. What are the referees going to do about this? Is there a question that he ducked down into it? That's what Madja's going to be complaining about. 2 referees discussing their points of view. And this would be disastrous if Hawks went down another player. Goodwin's saying he went down as well. Estevans, the most important thing is we make sure he's okay. And Alan Stokes is there. What is the referee's decision? It's a 2 minute suspension for Madja. Here's a replay of it. Estevans gets the ball back. Does he go down? Oh, no. That's a high one from Madja. Cardona sort of helped him into it. But that is definitely a 2 minute suspension. And I think a deserved one as well. So, Hawks, they had a 2-goal advantage. They still have a 2-goal advantage. There's about 20 seconds of this half remaining. Fraser Muir cuts that one out. 4 seconds of this half remaining. Chris White looks for the dummy, looks for the shot, throws it straight into the gut of Goodwin, who complains and then realises what's just occurred, that it's half-time. But for the next minute and a half, going into the second, lots of extra time, Hawks are going to be a player down. That was Gannon's goal, just when they needed it. I think the only goal that Livingston got in that period. Well, just as I thought Hawks were starting to run away with it. They find a way to make it dramatic. They find a way to make it interesting. An opportunity for Livingston to get back into it. Chris White trying to spur his team on. Alan Stokes giving his input as well. Remember, there is only a minute. It's basically a timeout. This is tension written all over it. This is fitting to be the final game of the day. Livingston, last year, remember, it was an all-English affair. Hawks versus London GD. Oh no, nearly. This time, Livingston, representing Scotland in one of the finals, have strong support as well in the crowd. I'm sure they would love to see Livingston lift this trophy. Hawks are trying their best. They came second last year. They want to win it this year. They want the treble. But there are 2 players down for the next minute and a half of this 5-minute period. They have a 2-goal advantage. Chris White out to Ross Gannon. Alex Bradley with a massive save. He's done it all game. He was crucial in getting them to the final of the English National Cup. He could be crucial at winning them the Super Cup. He's made 11 saves so far in this game alone. 11 crucial saves. And Hawks just need to hold on to the ball. Keep moving off the ball. Try and run this down. They still need to attack. They still need to penetrate. Ed Page here, off to Goodwin. Ed Page to try and beat them one-on-one from the right wing. He had to take the shot. There was no options available. Strachan moves the ball up the court. Chris White. They've still only got 4 players to attack against. 20 seconds I've just heard shouts before the first Hawks player can come back into action. Chris White out to Gannon. Out to Lewis Gannon. Saved by Alex Bradley. Wow, oh wow, what a day to remember from a goalkeeper that has experienced so much, not only with this club, with every club in England basically. And honestly, of all his GB exploits as well, this is going to be up there as one of his best games ever. Certainly one of the most memorable. Here goes Cardona. They've retained that 2-minute suspension as Muir extends it to 3. And they can't believe it. I can't believe it. Livingston probably can't believe it either. They're almost back to their full complement. In fact, they are. Back to 7 players, 3-goal advantage. 2 minutes into this 5-minute period. Out to the left wing. Alex Bradley with the save. How many times? Just stick it on record, stick it on repeat. Bradders with the save. I've actually ran out of room to mark how many saves he's made in the goals column. Ed Page, I thought he was going to get a travel there. 2.5 minutes. Have Livingston got it in them? They mark out Cardona. They leave space for Ed Page. It's another big save by a goalkeeper. This time it's Keir Hunter, who's definitely played his part in this final in helping Livingston get here. Two minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Chris White with a great step. Bradders with another save. If I'm going to keep reacting like I was before, I will lose my voice. I'll break the mic, and I'm pretty sure your phones at home will break as well with the speakers. 3 minutes. Gannon finally gets the goal. They finally find a way through. 27-25 with 2 minutes to go. This is possible. Goodwin looks to charge his way through. They pick it up. Straight up the other end. Chris White into the roof of the net. It's a 1-goal game. There's 90 seconds remaining. Howarth to Goodwin. Deciding not to try and take the entire team on this time. Madger needs to find a pass. He does in Ed Page. Gives it to Madger. Passive play will be called if they don't keep attacking. Madger gets through. Madger gets the goal. Wow, oh wow. Livingston goes straight at the other end. 2 goals, 1 minute. Up goes Estevans. Great block there by the Manchester Hawks defender. The kind of drama you just don't feel in other sports. It's so high scoring, and yet we still come out of it pretty much level. Chris White with the spin, Muir with the foul. They get on with it. 45 seconds remaining. Strachan into the second line movement. Number 3 gets the goal. Dean Webster. He may not be one of the superstars we've talked about so far in this game, but he scored, I believe, the first goal. Will that be Livingston's last goal? 30 seconds remaining. Ed Page drives through. He's going to have to take the shot, and he gets the goal as well. Ed Page, that may be the goal that wins it. The Manchester Hawks. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Strachan blocked by Ryan Goodwin. Muir picks up the ball. He goes for the fast break. Madger! This is Manchester Hawks British Super Cup. The buzzer's about to go. Livingston played their part and then some. What a final to the most dramatic handball game I've ever commentated on. Potentially the most dramatic game that we've ever had in British Super Cup history as well. NEM Hawks take home the title, and I would write a protest if Alex Bradley doesn't get man of the match for that one. 30-27. That's the way to finish off a weekend, isn't it? A great game played by all. Fans on the edge of their seats. Commentators with lost voices. But ultimately, we have a silver and a gold medalist. These are the highlights. There will be a presentation done very quickly. That's Madger getting his 2-minute suspension. Straight after I believe it was Muir getting his 2-minute suspension. At that point, I thought Livingston were going to go through. They were going to win this game. But Alex Badley had other ideas. Wow, oh wow. What a game of handball. How could you not love this sport? You could have watched 90 minutes of a specific of a sport and not seen an entire goal all day. But here and now, as I said, we've seen one of the most dramatic finals that I've ever seen in Britain. I haven't been around as long as some of the people in this stadium, but I would wager that they haven't seen one like that in modern times either. That's nice scenes as well. Alan Strachan congratulating Bradders. Gives a glance to the camera, surprised he didn't give a wink. Sam McEwen, the other goalkeeper, the number 12, played his part as well. And there will be a presentation. I'll give you 30 seconds to take a breather, grab a drink of water before we're back. For the player of the matches, the referees, the silver medals, and of course, the gold medal presentation. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
So the presentation will take place in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and we're back for the presentation. We do have one thing to get to before we start with the match presentation. And that's, well, if you remember, just before the women's presentation, we saw a nice gesture towards Colin Wills. Well, this time, it's former Scotland representative Ian McKinven for Scottish Handball. Special recognition for him, and after a final like that, I'm sure he will remember it. Thank you very much, Ian, for all your hard work. As Ewan Hunter presents him with that one. There is Ian walking off. The two, the presentation team will be Mike Stevenson, Senior Manager in Strategic Marketing at NorDan UK, and CEO of Scotland Handball, Ewan Hunter. But we have obviously a fantastic set of referees. We had prizes, well, we had special thanks to Gianna Stella Marisi and Andrea Alejandra Pepe earlier on. Well, today And this game, we have special thanks to Matthias Falt and Michael Holm. A fantastic job of refereeing what was a very difficult game, I'm sure. Lots of emotion, lots on the line. Fans from the left, players on the right. And now we go to the players of the match. Remember, this is the NorDan players of the match. This is represented or chosen by the opposition's coach and bench. For this game for Livingston, it's Ross Gannon. Fully deserved of the player of the match for Livingston. And, well, you already know, ladies and gentlemen, what my vote would be for the overall player of the match and the NEM Hawks player of the match. And I'm confirmed. It's Alex Bradley. A smack of the chest. It couldn't be anybody else. Even if it was only, I say only, those 3 saves in the second half of extra time. Well, what a final. He gets his congratulations from all over. We have to give out the runners-up, the silver medals. They made a good game great. And it's Livingston representing Scotland in the finals of the British Handball Super Cup. They represented them brilliantly as well. There were periods of the game where they felt they will feel they probably underperformed. They took charge of the game early on in the first half. But as Hawks started to eke their way back in, they never recaptured the magic that they could earlier on in the game. And in that second half, they'll rue the period where they could have attacked against 4 men. And obviously, the finishing wasn't quite on point for them. Silver medals quite often go straight on to the neck. The photo's taken, then they come straight off. They'll be back next season, I'm sure. The quality that they possess in the squad is fantastic. As I said, I could go down and list you all of the GB representatives for Livingston and North East Manchester Hawks, but I might as well just be reading out the entire team sheet. As I said, they played a fantastic part in what was a brilliant final, and Alan Stokes, I'm sure, will be pleased with what they've done over the course of the season. Alan Strachan and Taylor Hoven will probably echo that thoughts. I know the fans of Scottish Handball, Ewan Hunter, just came in. He was saying that the feeling from some of the fans out there is their obvious disappointment. But they saw their team play brilliantly. And as I said, represent not only their team but the country with pride. But with the silver medals out of the way, it's about that time that we grant the gold medals and the trophy out to North East Manchester Hawks. They've done the double. The triple is still on the cards for them. The English Handball Premier League, the British Super Cup, and in a couple of weeks' time, just like Olympia earlier on, they have the chance to make it 3 trophies in a season in the EHA National Cup Finals. It'll be a thrilling game for sure. There'll be things they need to iron out from this weekend. They know that. Donna said that they've got to this point in the season, they don't feel like they've really particularly hit top gear yet. Whenever their attack goes well, the defence seems to suffer, and the other way round. They haven't quite struck the balance, which is an ominous sentence, an ominous feeling for the other teams up and down the country to think that these guys can get better. It wasn't a vintage performance, but they got the job done, which is exactly what they needed to do. And as Johnny Howarth gets the trophy for Mike Stevenson from NorDan UK, pictures will be taken before cheers erupt from the Manchester Hawks half. They're starting to get used to this winning feeling. It was second last year for them, but they're one step higher on the podium this time. The music's building in the background. Johnny Howarth is pulling this one very long. They build the atmosphere up, and Hawks are champions of Britain. The NorDan British Handball Super Cup crosses the border down south. One in London, one in Manchester. And as pictures will be taken, celebrations will be had, I'm sure. It's been an absolutely amazing weekend, capped off by one of the best finals we'll see in a while. From me, a big thank you to having me as your host for today. Not only you to those of you who have watched at home, but to Scottish Handball for inviting me up as well. It's been brilliant to work with QTV, who have brought you all the fantastic footage throughout the last 2 days. Big thank you to all the volunteers who have been at the event, as well as Scottish Handball representatives. All of the teams have put on a hell of a show for this weekend, and a big thanks to the supporters who have come down to create this amazing atmosphere. My name's been Jack Oliphant. We'll see you next year for the British Handball Super Cup. Good night.
Brian, Super Cup champs. How does that sound?
It's class. Jack, who interviewed me last week, he said, "Oh, what's it going to be like to win the double if we go and win the English Cup?" I said to him, "We want the triple. We want the British Cup as well." Unfortunately, I mean, credit to Livingston. What a game! We came in at the end of the 60 and we said, "How do you complain?" What a game that was. So it was unreal, and we get along with the Livingston lads. So what a game to play against half of your mates. Really good.
It was absolutely crazy to watch, an absolutely epic game and such a great advert for the sport of handball. And what was the discussion going into the added time that you had to play there?
It was enjoy the game, and this is what we play for all season. It was don't make mistakes, which after 60 minutes your body's gone, your mind's gone. It was try and play as much as we can. Unfortunately, we got a 3-goal lead early on in the first 5 minutes, and we just kept going, fortunately, but what a game.
You had silver last year at this event, so how focused was the team on taking it that next step further and getting the win that you got today?
Yeah, it was big, to be honest. So it's big for Donna and Sue. They brought the club since I couldn't even tell you it. I'm too tired to think, but it's a big one for them both. It means loads. They want to win everything. We've done the league, we've done the Super Cup now, as I say. We want the cup as well to complete the triple, so we're looking forward to it.
Well, absolutely amazing work. Huge congratulations. Enjoy some celebrations and rest tonight.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Ross, thanks for joining us. Sorry it wasn't the win you were looking for, but huge congratulations on the silver at the Super Cup. How are you guys feeling straight after the match?
Obviously, I think we're a bit devastated. We put a lot into that game. It's been a long season for us. We've had a lot of injuries, a lot of bumps in the road. We've lost players this season, so it's been a hard season for us. We've put a lot of work into it. Today, we were obviously hoping for the victory, but I feel we put a lot of effort in it. We played our style of handball. We talked about it. We've got the ability. It's now all about mindset for us, attitude, putting what we've trained into our performances, and I do feel we're getting there. We'll get this trophy at some point, maybe next year, who knows, but we're going to keep working hard. It's all we can do, and we'll be back.
It was an absolutely incredible game, and you have taken that next step going into the final this year from that tough loss in the semis last year. So has that given you some confidence going into next season?
Oh, of course, definitely. We're looking to build every season. You've got to get those milestones, those markers of where you're improving, and next year we've had our semi, we've had our final now. We're going to be looking to win this next year. That means we're working hard domestically, going through our league season. We've got our Celtic Cup games, of course, that we're going to be looking to improve on this year. And of course we want to be back next season and really challenging for this trophy. That is our end game, that's what we're looking to do. So that's what we're looking for next season.
The final that you guys put on, the atmosphere in the room was absolutely amazing. You're quite a local team. We're in southwest Edinburgh. Livingston, a very, very local team. You had amazing support. How was it to have friends and family in the crowd today?
It's always nice to hear, to be honest. I know they've put a lot of work into it as well. We've had people making bunting and everything for us. So no, it's been great. It's great to hear the sport, and it's nice to actually see that popularity in handball as well, and it growing within Britain. I think the event over this weekend's been fantastic. The floor, the way it's been organised, the interviewers, and the commentators as well. Everything. It's been a really, really good weekend, and I think this is what we need to build on in Britain. Build this level of handball up. We need to become that kind of sport that people are looking towards and thinking, might give that a try. And I think atmospheres like that, it's just going to encourage more people to join in, and that's exactly what we want in this sport.
Well, your play certainly led to it being a fantastic show for the sport. Huge congratulations once again. Enjoy some rest tonight.
Thank you. Well do. Thank you.
Thanks very much.